in preparation for a kickoff at 7:45 Eastern, 6:45 Central here at NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas. 14-0 Michigan, 14-0 Washington. It's the national championship game, and it's about an hour and 20 minutes away. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew and the exclusive pregame comments of head coach Jim Harbaugh. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This winter, you've got to be ready for anything, and Toyota is ready when you are, with more all-wheel drive vehicles than anyone else, including America's best-selling car, Toyota Camry. Now through January 31st, get any new gas-powered 2024 Camry with 4.99 APR financing, including all-wheel drive Camrys. Or you can get a great lease deal with approved credit through TFS. Plus, you get 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Basketball season is here, but you still have some time to secure your seats to watch Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center. Single game tickets are on sale now, but hurry because tickets are running out for some of the season's marquee matchups and great promotions. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets now to lock in your seats. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center this season. mgoblue.com/tickets.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch and shoot 3. Yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The mindset was just, be who we've been all year, prove ourselves, right?
Full faith in our offense, full faith in our defense. We just knew we was going to make it happen.
Everything that we went through this entire year made us unbreakable. And in the biggest moments, we were going to show up.
JJ said it when he walked off this same podium last year in the semifinal game and said we're going to be back. And what he told me was not only are we going to be back, we're going to win.
Milroe takes the snap back to pass. Here comes the rush, and down he goes. Sack, Blake McGregor. He's got Corm in the flat. Blake's got it inside the 5 to the goal line. Fires over the middle. He's got his man. That's Tyler Morris. First down. Tyler Morris down the sideline to the end zone. Steps up. Fires over the middle. Caught by Roman Wilson at the 20. 15, 10. Roman Wilson knocked out of bounds inside the 5. He's got Roman Wilson who will walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverine. Corum outside to the 15, hesitates to the 10. Blake Corum inside the 5. Blake Corum, touchdown, Wolverine. Milroe puts a man in motion, empty backfield, low snap. Quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah!
He's not going to make it. And the Wolverines will play.
Going to Houston, baby!
Championship.
All I heard was the big roar. I was like, we just won the Rose Bowl.
I don't even have a word for it.
I'm at a loss of words. I was just talking to a couple guys, and it's just a dream come true.
This is the moment we're built for. This is the moment we come out here and play for. I just felt like there's nothing that we couldn't overcome inside of this stadium today.
It's just crazy. We beat Alabama in the Rose Bowl. That's awesome.
Greatest feeling you could ever have. I mean, the only thing I could feel like will get better is next week winning that one.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the Pregame Show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines, chat with players and coaches, and hear the exclusive pregame thoughts of head coach Jim Harbaugh. Wolverines football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. Now, let's go live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
This is it. This is the night every college football program puts in its sights when they start winter conditioning a year prior. This is why Trevor Keegan and Blake Corum and Zach Zinter and Mike Barrett and Cornelius Johnson and others came back. This is why J.J. McCarthy stood on the field and watched TCU celebrate just over a year ago. This is it, January 8th. It's the national championship game from here in Houston. Number 1 undefeated Michigan versus number 2 undefeated Washington. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. You got one of those big old rings, John. And this Michigan team goes for one of those big old rings tonight.
Yeah, and they've got a great opportunity to make that theirs, to make this moment, this season, this moment in time theirs, because they've done all the work. They've made all the sacrifices, whether it's foregoing or putting off an NFL career, making the sacrifice in January, February, throughout the summer, fall ball, spring ball, all of those different moments. They've made the decision to put in the work, to put in the time, to put in the effort to be here tonight.
On a night like tonight, everyone wants to play their best. And you played in one of these, but you also don't want the stakes or the setting to be a distraction.
And you don't want to go into it thinking, I have to be perfect tonight. That's a standard that nobody can live up to. You got to go out there, get into the rhythm of the game, and just play your game. Things aren't always going to go your way. This team knows it. They've been able to overcome. They showed it in the Rose Bowl. They know that whether it's offense, defense, special teams, something can go wrong. But on the flip side, they've always been able to respond and make things right.
Well, this matchup is a lot of strength-on-strength stuff. The Michigan defensive line dominated the trenches against Alabama a week ago. But today, they will face the Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line from Washington, the award that goes to the best O-line in the country.
Yeah, and it resided in Ann Arbor for 2 years. There's an offensive line for Michigan right now that is a little bit sour, that it is residing on the opposite sideline. There's a defensive line for Michigan that is a little bit sour and a little bit excited to go against what that committee has said is the best offensive line. There's an opportunity for every single one of those guys to go out there and make their name against the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line.
The Washington wide receivers, well, quite frankly, they all look like NFL guys. Odunze, Polk, McMillan, and they will face off against Michigan's outstanding secondary.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for Michigan's secondary. Will Johnson, a lot of people are talking about him. Hey, next year he's going to be a first-round pick. Well, now is the time to go out and show it because you're playing against first-round talent. Josh Wallace, no one has more experience at the collegiate level of playing football than Josh Wallace. He came here for a reason. Now's the time to go out there and perform. And whether it's Rod Moore, Makari Page, Quentin Johnson, the amount of guys, Mikey Sanders that can play and be a factor in this game and confuse things for not just that offensive line, but for these receivers on what routes they're going. When's the middle open? When's the middle closed? That's the guy, that's the group that needs to stand up tall today.
Michael Penix, quarterback for Washington, 4 years at Indiana. We only saw him once, and he was great that day. 2 more years at Washington, and he only feels like the best quarterback in the country.
It kind of feels like it. But you know what? I think J.J. McCarthy, who is 26-1 as a starter, will probably have something to say about that tonight. Again, I mentioned our defensive line standing up against their offensive line. This is a chance for Michael Penix and for J.J. McCarthy. I completely lost my train of thought. For J.J. McCarthy to show, Jim Harbaugh has said he's the greatest quarterback here at Michigan, to show that he's the greatest quarterback tonight.
No bigger stage than tonight's stage. Washington's defense, not great. Can Michigan move the football on the ground, through the air, or do you suspect they can do whatever they want? Washington's getting healthy on that side of the ball.
I don't necessarily say they're going to do whatever they want. I think they're going to have some options, and it's going to take some time. This Washington team is physical. They play a physical brand of football. When that happens, you might end up with 2 or 3 yards on the ground, but you got to stick with the run game. It's going to open things up in the pass game, and I do think in the second half, you are going to be able to pick and choose what you want to do.
John, there are always things to clean up week to week. This week it's special teams. Kind of a mess last week, but to be fair, that was completely out of character.
Well, it was. The last 3 years, we have never seen a performance like that, and it was almost every single guy, every single phase of special teams. Samaj Morgan, we know how special he can be. Don't let your eyes get too big. Don't get too greedy. Go out there and just let the game come to you. And whether it's Jake Thaw, it's the operation of the extra point and field goal. Hey, snap, hold, kick. When you get a chance to get points, field position matters in this game. All of it's really going to come down to the little things.
Well, you mentioned Samaj Morgan. A week ago in the Sugar Bowl, every Washington kickoff was returned. Samaj could play a big role in the return game tonight. It's kind of been watered down in this era of college football, but that could be a big factor.
He's going to get
tonight.
some opportunity, that's for sure.
Hey, John, this is it.
I know, I can't believe we're finally here. Pitch me. This is going to be an amazing, amazing evening.
Well, we'll preview today's opponent in depth, the Washington Huskies. Also coming up, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage as he has all season long. And we'll hear from our guys, former Wolverines, Jack Miller, and number 8, Jason Avant. And later, Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh. It's number 1, Michigan, and number 2, Washington for the national championship here in Houston. And we are just over an hour from kickoff. Stick with us. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go.
Run, James.
No. First base.
Go.
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Wolverines, Huskies.
He's got Roman Wilson, who will walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Here in the 2023 Ford F-150. With best-in-class towing capacity, the F-150 can help you get the job done. With a great in-stock selection, you're sure to find the perfect F-150 just for you. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,679 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist, $1,000 renewal, and $750 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends January 31st, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Drive into the new year in a 2023 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Kickoff of the national championship game is about an hour away. Now let's return to Houston for more live coverage.
This time last week, the Wolverines were in the midst of a classic Rose Bowl, which they would ultimately win in overtime over Alabama. That victory earned Michigan a chance to win a national championship, something they were starting to prepare for this time last year, mere days after a second straight defeat in the college football playoff semifinals. As head coach Jim Harbaugh remembered in the aftermath of the Rose Bowl, his beloved quarterback J.J. McCarthy willed it into existence.
It was right where we wanted to be. It's everything that we worked for, everything that we prepared for, everything we hoped for, everything we trained and strained for it. And The team just was not going to be denied. JJ said it when he walked off this same podium last year in the semifinal game and said, we're going to be back. And what he told me was, not only are we going to be back, we're going to win.
Well, win the Wolverines did last week, but the refrain since the team arrived back from a red-eye flight last Tuesday, John Jansen is the great and late Kobe Bryant once said, job's not finished.
No, they've got some work to do. Obviously, coming out tonight, it's a tall task in the biggest stage in college football, and it's going to come down to discipline. How disciplined can you be in this moment? How do you react to things that go well? How do you react to things that don't go well? We saw them do it in the Rose Bowl, and they came out victorious. Now it's time in a one-shot deal. This is the last time Team 144 is going to take the field, and they've got the opportunity to go out there and do something no Michigan team has ever done before. There's been national champions, but there has never been a 15-0 Michigan Wolverine football team.
To our offensive scouting report, this game, like so many on big stages in college football, could very well be won up front. The Joe Moore Award has gone to one of these two programs each of the last 3 seasons. Washington, the top offensive line this year after Michigan won it back-to-back seasons in 21 and 22. We will talk plenty about the Huskies O-line in our next segment, but the Wolverines front handled an outstanding Alabama team last week in the team's second full game without All-American Zach Zinter. Here was left tackle Ladarius Henderson shortly after the Rose Bowl.
I know we didn't win the Joe Moore Award this year, but I mean, we still feel like we're the best offensive line in this country. And everybody kept asking us all week, oh, you ready for Dallas Turner? You ready for Chris Boswell? Are they ready for us is how we were feeling. And we feel like we're going into this game. A lot of people wanted us to be the underdog, but I mean, we're the number 1 team in the country, and we played like it.
John, what strides did you see from that new-look offensive line, and how do they match up against a good Washington front led by the Sugar Bowl defensive player of the game in Braylon Trice, who was really good, 2 sacks, a forced fumble against the Longhorns?
Yeah, he's going to be tough to block. Just like it was a big challenge. It's just like the challenge that they had against Alabama, and what I saw was consistency from Drake Nugent and Trevor Keegan. I saw Ladarius Henderson play his best game as a Wolverine. Carson Barnhart, who played right tackle all season long, was moved to guard to replace Zach Zinter, and that obviously happened in the Big Ten championship game and again against Alabama. That's a more natural position for him. He played tremendous at that in the Rose Bowl. And then Trente Jones, if there's a guy that was, I mean, he was a starter in 2022, lost his job, and then was that extra offensive lineman that they always brought in. Never complained. Didn't sit there and pout or mope. He just waited for his opportunity. And who knew? He didn't know his opportunity was going to come on the biggest stage. One against Ohio State when he had to step in, the Big Ten championship game, but obviously in the Rose Bowl with all eyes on him, wondering what he was going to do. He stepped up and he played a great game.
Washington's defense will give up its fair share of yards, 404 per game this season, 8th best in the Pac-12. And they'll give up their fair share of points, too, 24 a game. That was middle of the pack, 6th in the Pac-12. But the Huskies have a clutch gene on both sides of the field. Case in point, last week in the Sugar Bowl, hoping to protect a 6-point lead, Texas marched right down the field, 57 yards on 5 plays, and then Washington did protect the lead. They held the Longhorns to a pass for a loss of 1, then 3 consecutive incompletions from the Huskies, 12 to win it. Here is Michigan's offensive coordinator, Sharon Moore, on the Huskies defense.
Really good. Phenomenal effort. They got really good players everywhere. I think number 8's a game record. Their defensive end. They've got a really good corner, number 1. I think their linebackers play well, play physical. It's a really good defense that's made big plays all year when their teams needed it. They just do a good job in those pressure moments. The moments aren't too big, and they really attack everything. Again, the players make plays. They got really good players all over the place, so definitely have to hone in on little details.
Washington is 14-0, and their last 10 games have been wins by 10 points or less. Number 8 that Sharon Moore referenced there is the aforementioned Braylon Trice, one of the many key cogs for this Huskies defense.
Yeah, number 1, Jabbar Muhammad. Those are 2 guys that you've got to identify where they are on the field. They're going to use them in a lot of different ways, and I'll give you another one, number 5. He's going to go out there as a linebacker. He's a downhill guy who's athletic. He can fill holes. He can run sideline to sideline. They'll use him to pressure the passer. They'll use him to cover backs out of the backfield. So, yeah, they've got some playmakers over there, and it really is about Michigan. They have to be on the attack. You've got to be able to handle Braylon Trice. You got to be able to attack Jabbar Muhammad and the secondary down the field to open things up in the run game.
Tonight's coverage from the national championship game is brought to you by University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com. We'll delve into a fascinating matchup. Michigan's deep, speedy, loaded defense versus Washington's explosive offense, led by the Heisman runner-up in Michael Penix Jr. As we prep you for the national title game, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
For over a century, Michigan medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for an exciting social media series this season. In the Vault, we'll recount classic Michigan moments from teams across the athletics campus using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Stay tuned to the Wolverines' social media platforms this season to catch episodes of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Michigan eyes its first national championship since 1997, which, of course, also featured a win for Michigan in the Rose Bowl. Washington a victory away from its first national title since 1991 in a season capped by a victory over Michigan. Something's got to give between the nation's only 2 remaining unbeatens. Kickoff at 7:45 Eastern. Defensive scouting report now. Michigan's defense has racked up 6 sacks against Alabama, all of which critical to the Wolverines' narrow win. Now the assignment, a Washington team whose offensive line, as we mentioned in the last segment, took the Joe Moore Award from Schembechler Hall and shipping that massive trophy up to Seattle. The Huskies have permitted 11 sacks all season. That's 0.8 a game. Here's defensive coordinator Jesse Minter comparing and contrasting the Alabama and Washington O-lines.
Alabama was like a massive, big, powerful. These guys are really athletic, so they're built a little bit different. If they all stood next to each other, these guys look more like the new age offensive line. Lean, move really well, have good feet. They pass things off really, really well in protection. And then they're good run blockers too, So for them, it's kind of like sometimes because of their threat of the passing game, it opens up some run stuff for them. Some other teams it's vice versa, but they've played really well. They're extremely well coached, and so it's a group that I think we have a great D line. So I'm really excited to see that matchup and see what our guys can do against them.
John, you talked to Braden McGregor this week on In the Trenches, and he talked about going up against the Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line, or parts of it for Michigan over the last 3 seasons, massive, and knowing just what the assignment, what the type of skill level will be against a group like this. So what does make that Washington offensive line so successful?
They play mistake-free football. They don't get out of position. They recognize what's going on in defense. They don't panic. And when you hear Jesse Minter talk about the new age offensive line, this is, it's a little bit of a leaner offensive line than Michigan saw against Alabama. They are fast. They're athletic. They change direction extremely well, which is what leads to being able to pass off some of those stunts. That's why I don't necessarily think Michigan runs a lot of TE or ET stunts. What they're going to have to do is win one-on-one battles. Get a guy to overextend just a little bit because maybe he's not as powerful as a Mason Graham or a Kenneth Grant, and then just overpower them back to the quarterback. And, you brought up some great numbers there. And leading into the Rose Bowl, Jalen Milroe had been sacked 38 times. And when you look at, there's only 11 sacks all season, only 10 against Michael Penix. They're very good at protecting the passer. So you've got to find different times and different ways to put pressure. Sometimes it's bringing an extra rusher. Sometimes it's just winning up front. But you've got to be assignment sound to draw some of those missed opportunities that turn into big plays for Michigan.
That offensive line protects the top quarterback in the country in passing yards, and the Heisman Trophy runner-up, sixth-year senior Michael Penix Jr. Penix throws to a ton of talented weapons led by Rome Odunze, who averages 111 receiving yards a game. Senior Dylan Johnson, he's rushed for almost 1,200 yards, better than 5 yards a carry. He is expected to play, but he admitted this week he won't be 100%. This after leaving late against Texas in the Sugar Bowl with an injury. So what does defensive coordinator Jesse Minter see from Penix and this Washington offense?
He's played a lot of football. He's a sixth-year guy, so he's played a lot. He's been in that system with Coach DeBoer for a good amount of his career. So he's very confident. He's very consistent. He's got elite accuracy. He's got an elite quickness of his release, throwing the ball. He sees pressure really well. He doesn't get fooled by disguises and blitzes very often. So we'll have our hands full, and then he's got really good weapons on the outside. I mean, probably the top receiving core as a whole. One guy that's probably a top 10 pick, another guy that'll be up there, another guy that might be up there in a year or two. The back's really good. So other than that, not a lot of problems to deal with.
That other than that's doing a lot there. And you can go on and on about this Washington offense. The stat that stuck out to me the most, John, first down this year, Washington averages 7.5 yards a play. That's fourth nationally. And against Texas in the Sugar Bowl 7 days ago, it was 8.5.
And just think about the threat. We talk about Michigan trying to be successful on first down. Washington has been that all season long. And when you get to 2nd and 2 on a regular basis or 2nd and 1, now it puts real pressure on a defense. Are they going to run for the first? Are they going to, Michael Penix isn't a guy that runs a lot himself, but he can pick up first downs. Are they going to throw to any number of weapons out there, or are they going to take a shot downfield because they're okay with being 3rd and 1? That makes it very hard to be able to call a defense for Jesse Minter and to be able to defend those key receivers for this Michigan secondary.
We will get John's keys of the game when we come back. Roman Wilson's coming up in about 10 minutes. Jason Avant, Jack Miller in about 15. The official kickoff time, 7:45 Eastern for Michigan and Washington. Winner is the national champion. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen.
Michigan, Washington.
Back to pass is Milroe. Here comes the blitz, and down he goes. Michael Barrett shot out of a cannon.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
Need metal? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Alro Metals Outlet customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. We offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Livonia, Troy, Warren, Jackson, Lansing, and Kalamazoo. Visit us today or learn more at alro.com.
Michigan knocked off Alabama in the Rose Bowl. Washington defeated Texas in the Sugar Bowl. They meet tonight with a national championship on the line here at NRG Stadium in Houston. John Jansen, part of that last Wolverines national championship team in 1997. How do these young men, how does this program join you and all those great 97 players and coaches and staff members? What are your keys to the game here tonight?
Well, the number one thing is going to go out there and do all the little things right, and that is identifying on offense, making sure you identify pass protection, identifying the defenses. Offensively, it's the same thing, what to expect, and making sure you know where your help is. All of those different things are going to result in a win for Michigan, but offensively, it's win the time of possession. Their offense needs rhythm. They need to be on the field. Hey, let's put together 6, 7, 8 minute drives. Run the football behind what should be the best offensive line in this game, and that is Michigan's offensive line. The challenge has been set. Use JJ all over the field as my number 3, and that is, hey, sometimes it's going to be rollouts, sometimes it's read options, sometimes it's setting back in a 7-step drop and making a deep shot down the field, but you've got to use JJ as a weapon. Make him a threat in every facet of the game. It becomes really hard to defend. And defensively, pressure with only 4. That allows you to drop 7 against a really good wide receiving core and a good quarterback. If you can win some one-on-one matchups, draw a double team, and then win those other one-on-one matchups, you got a chance to be successful against this offense. Number 2, creative in the looks. Talked about, Alabama was looking and blocking ghosts. You got to do that, and it's going to be challenging because, like I said, and you mentioned it, only 11 sacks have been given up by this offensive line. And then every once in a while right now, you've got to be able to look at your secondary and say, Will Johnson, Mike Samerstill, Josh Wallace, Rod Moore, Makari Page. You go down the list of guys, the onus is on them. They've got the tough task. They've got to come up big. And then on special teams, number 1, it is always going to be possess the ball. Make good decisions, whether it's punt return, kick return. You got to make good decisions. And then when you have a chance for extra points, field goals, you've got to turn those into points. Every single point will matter in this game against Washington.
Michigan lost that special teams battle to Alabama, yet they won the game somehow, some way. They've got to find a way to at least come to a draw and hopefully win it against a great Huskies team. Before we continue here on the pregame show, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Our pregame coverage continues with Roman Wilson. He's next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
Put it on the card. Put it in the bag. These 3 bags used to be 6. Seems like the only thing going up these days is your credit card balance. If only there were some place to turn. Just ask your home. It's got equity. And with Rocket mortgage, you can use it to get cash quickly for whatever you need. Visit justaskyurhome.com today. Call 1-800-863-4332 for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
We'll return to Houston for more national championship game coverage in 60 seconds. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Basketball season is here, but you still have some time to secure your seats to watch Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center. Single game tickets are on sale now, but hurry because tickets are running out for some of the season's marquee matchups and great promotions. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets now to lock in your seats. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center this season. mgoblue.com/tickets.
Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Headquartered in Brighton with 8 convenient locations across the state, including one just down the street from the Big House. Visit us at foguthfinancial.com. That's FOGUTH financial.com to find out more about us. As the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we can't wait to see you in Ann Arbor. Go Blue! Foguth Financial Group. Peace and purpose for your money.
And we continue on the pregame show, getting ready for the national championship game. It's Michigan and Washington. Great to be joined by one of the many stars from the Rose Bowl and all season long, Roman Wilson. First off, I say national championship game. Considering all that this program's dealt with this year, all you've done in your career, what does that mean to have this opportunity?
It's really just a dream come true. You know, a lot of dedication, the hard work over these last couple of years, and it's finally paying off.
Take us through a few key plays in the Rose Bowl. First, that slightly tipped catch. I mean, every inch of your body, your fingertips necessary for that. How did you experience that play?
Just like running off the ball and then watching JJ throw it and then watching how high that ball was going. It was unreal. And, I just took a leap of faith and, God kept me up there and I made a great catch.
They say it's a game of inches, right? And there are attempts all year long to try to just gain that little edge. Could you have made that catch this time last year? Did the work that you and this team put in maybe allow you to make that play when there were so many so close last year?
Me being my body last year, I'm gonna say I'm gonna make that catch too. But I just, you never know. I just put in a lot of work and a lot of dedication, a lot of stretching. I don't know, like maybe if I didn't roll out my lower body, I don't know if I would have been able to jump up there. So, it's a lot of key factors that led up to me being able to make that catch.
Certainly the touchdown you had from a necessity of athleticism isn't quite as highlight worthy, but you tied the game on that touchdown. It was an awesome play call. Go through it for our fans here.
We had that play in our call sheet for a while now. It's a nice curveball we like to have, and we have a lot of them in our arsenal. And, I think that a lot of the coaches, and not just Coach Moore, but a lot of the other coaches thought it would be a good play to call right there, too.
Lastly, how did you experience the final play, the defensive stop on 4th and goal? Were you watching it? Were you too nervous? How did it all go?
As soon as Blake had that run, I kind of knew we're going to be able to put the game away. Our defense is very clutch, and just having them out there, just the ultimate confidence for me, and just kind of celebrating a little early. But it was unbelievable to watch, and I was ready to go back out there if I had to.
Unique setup after almost a month to prep for Alabama. It's a regular 7-day window here getting ready for Washington. How quickly did this team kind of snap back after the emotions of the Rose Bowl, and how was the prep this week?
For me, it felt like we snapped back right away. We flew back right after the game, and then we got back so late that when I fell asleep, I woke up and it was dark outside. And then the next time I woke up, I was already back in the building watching film. So I felt like there was almost no turnaround because it just never stopped. But it does feel a little strange being back in Shem after the last 2 years of going to a bowl game and then not really coming back. And now we're back and we're back on track.
Tell us about Washington's defense. What stands out about this group?
I played with a couple of them in high school, or I at least knew about them. We played them back in 2021, and they're all just kind of remind me of our defense a little bit. Just a bunch of dudes who fly around the field and give it all they got and play with a lot of energy, and that's the reason they win games, is because not because of like a scheme or, who they are, because they want it more than other people.
Lastly, did the moment feel once the ball was kicked off in the Rose Bowl as normal as it could be? And do you anticipate that experience you've had making this, even though it is an even bigger stage, an easy transition once that kickoff happens?
Yeah, definitely for me, these games kind of feel a little bit normal because I just put in so much like preparation, so getting everyone else ready, getting myself ready, getting my mind right. And, by the time the game comes, I'm not really worried. You just let the pieces fall where they're going to end, just don't worry about it. Everything's going to be under control.
What would it mean to win?
Everything, potentially this being one of my last years, and the struggles and adversity you went through over all the other years, it would mean a lot to get this one.
Roman, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
There's Roman Wilson. Much more to do on the pregame show. Getting ready for Michigan and Washington from Houston. We'll continue after this. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to a campground or a campus tailgate, Club Citgo saves you 3 cents off every gallon every day. Plus 5 cents off on Fridays and 9 cents on Tuesdays once per month. And first-time Club Citgo users get an extra 20 cents off every gallon on their first purchase. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Download the Club Citgo app today. Savings good up to 30 gallons only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Wolverines, Huskies.
Mike Corum inside the 5. Mike Corum with an outstanding run. Touchdown, Wolverines.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
This winter, you gotta be ready for anything. And Toyota is ready when you are, with more all-wheel drive vehicles than anyone else. Like the best-selling RAV4. Now through January 31st, get 4.99 APR financing on any new 2024 RAV4. Or 5.99 on an electrified RAV4 hybrid. With approved credit through TFS. Excludes RAV4 Prime. Plus, every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Michigan, Washington. Welcome back to Houston in the national championship game. Once again, here's your host, Brian Bush.
And as we've done all season long here on the pregame show, we get the thoughts from Jason Avant down on the field and Jack Miller next to me, 2 proud Michigan alums, former Michigan Wolverines here at the national championship. So guys, let's just start here. Kickoff is at 35 minutes away at this juncture. Let's get the vibe check. We'll start down there with Jason Avant. Jason, what's going through your mind right now?
This is a surreal moment. All the work that these guys put them in this position, all the guys that came back, everyone talks about it on the sideline. The atmosphere is amazing. The stage is set. Now it's time to go out and play football. But both teams looked apart, the 2 best teams in the country. It's not like many years ago where it was Associated Press and this, thing. It's the national championship game, and both teams earned it. And so I'm excited about this game, and it's pretty lively here on the sideline.
How about for you, Jack? I know you've been taking in the scene pretty much the entire time you've been here.
I'm just proud. I'm just proud to be here, proud of this team, proud to be affiliated with the university. This stuff doesn't come around all that often. I don't care how good you are. There's a lot of good coaches and players throughout college football. that worked their tail off 365 to have the opportunity to be here. And we're fortunate enough as Michigan people to be in this spot. I don't know if I've been as excited to watch a football game as I am for this, to sit here and to watch these two teams go at it and to watch Michigan lay it all on the line for a chance to wear the crown and be number one again at the end of the season. It's special. It's remarkable. Like you said, I'm just trying to take it all in and enjoy this because it doesn't come around very often. Just really, really excited.
Jack, you've said that pretty much the entire 2 years you've been on the broadcast. Enjoy this, soak it up. And I know so many Wolverines are doing that here in Houston. It is a very strong maize and blue contingent. Jason, let's talk about this Washington wide receiver core. Romo Dunze wears number 1, averages 111 yards per game through the air. He leads the nation in catches of 10 or more yards. Number 2 is Jalen Polk, freshman All-American last year. He's got really good hands. And number 11, Jalen McMillan, injured against Michigan State Week 3, returned for their regular season finale. And in the last 2 games, Pac-12 title game, 9 grabs, 131 yards. And in the Sugar Bowl, 5 for 58 and a score. What makes these guys and the rest of the weapons so unique?
Well, they're special players. They're going to be drafted. These guys are the best you have in college football. Rome is more complete. He's a big guy that can run the entire route tree, and he's going to be the 50-50 ball that they throw it up to when the game is on the line or in critical situations. Jalen McMillan is their slot guy, but he can go outside as well. He's their deep threat. He's really twitchy as well. Jalen Polk is more of a possession-style receiver, but all of these guys can get down the field. They're special at the line of scrimmage. It'll be a tough day for our guys, but I think that they're up for the challenge. But we have to get pressure on Penix in order to limit these guys on the outside.
So, Jack, trying to get pressure. This is the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. They shipped that massive trophy from Ann Arbor to Seattle with a Huskies offensive line that has surrendered fewer than a sack a game. 11 sacks, 14 contests. Just how good is that group?
Yeah, it's a talented group up front, no doubt about it. But they haven't seen a defense like ours, and they have not seen a defensive line with the depth and the strength and the explosiveness that this Michigan defensive line plays with. We saw it last week against Alabama. If they bring that same kind of ferocity to the way they want to play tonight, they'll be able to get back there to Penix. They got great tackles in particular that are good at holding up, and Penix is a really good pocket passer. He knows when to get rid of the ball, so I think some of those stats are tailored a little bit to support that offensive line. It's a good group. It's going to be a collective effort defensively. Like Jason was talking about, you got to get pressure on them, and then they got to hold up in the back end. We have the talent. Will Johnson, he's as talented as anybody in the country. We can get this done as long as they're on the same page and communicating. From everything I've seen and from what I'm hearing, the boys are locked in. They understand what's at stake here. One more time, baby.
Jason, Jack, let's talk about the Washington defense. They bend but do not break. Washington has won 10 consecutive games by 10 points or less. They're about middle of the pack of the Pac-12 in terms of yards per game allowed, points per game allowed. You can score on them, and it'll be a fascinating matchup. I think most people, Jason, believe that Michigan's defense is the team strength and Washington's offense is the team strength. I'm fascinated about Michigan's O versus Washington's D.
Well, I'm fascinated by it too because Washington gives up a lot of yards in general on defense. We can run the ball against this team. However, Washington gives up more yards against spread offenses. So I want to see, will that be a wrinkle? Will they put in the game plan for this week in particular? Also, we can get anything that we want in the passing game, but I don't want to rely on the passing game. We have to establish the run, like Jack and everyone said earlier in the show, that we have to be able to limit some of these possessions for their offense. But I'm pretty intrigued to see if we're going to run the ball out of 12, 11, or we're going to spread it out or do it like we do it traditionally.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it on paper, we should be able to run the ball on these guys. Everybody knows it. Well, guess what? So does Washington. So they're going to throw in some wrinkles defensively. They're going to come, line up in some exotic looks, different blitzes. They're not going to sit still and let us block them. They're going to try to move up front, create chaos, create all sorts of difficult situations for the offensive line to pick up guys and make sure that we got a hat on a hat. It's going to be critical that our offensive line, in coordination with J.J. McCarthy, is communicating that they know where the blitzes are coming from, where the possible movement's going to come from, so they can pick it up. If they can do those things, they can run the ball effectively. If they run the ball effectively, They control the time of possession. Penix doesn't have the ball in his hands to make plays. Look, that's the recipe to win this game. See if the big fellas up front can get it done.
Yeah, we face elite pass rushers, these last 3 or 4 ball games. Yeah. This group is not elite, so I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do down the field as well.
That's the overview. We'll have Jason and Jack tell us what we'll be discussing in postgame. Hopefully in a maize and blue confetti-filled NRG Stadium as the Michigan marching band takes the field here in Texas. Pause for a break. More pregame next. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Pet Supplies Plus is a winning team, Ken. That's right, Trent. They crush the competition with solid fundamentals like everyday low prices, more selection, and a powerhouse lineup of fan favorites like Purina, Halo, and more.
With same-day delivery and auto ship, they're undefeated at home, but equally strong on the road, timing routes perfectly with curbside pickup.
They're balanced, too. Great for dogs and cats, sure, but tremendous special teams play. With food and supplies for fish, reptiles, they're the total package.
You heard it here, folks. Pet Supplies Plus is your MVP.
Most value for pets.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com. Your official home of the Maize and Blue, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Drive into the new year in the 2023 Ford F-150. With best-in-class towing capacity, the F-150 can help you get the job done. With a great in-stock selection, you're sure to find the perfect F-150 just for you. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,679 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist, $1,000 renewal, and $750 AXZD bonus cash. Offer ends January 31st, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Drive into the new year in a 2023 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Less than a half an hour away here in Houston, the Michigan marching band regaling the folks here, and this place is almost all the way packed, partly to do with a bunch of storms outside in Houston, but also because of the anticipation of a 14-0 versus 14-0 national championship game. All right, guys, we've done it all year. What are we going to be talking about in post-game? Jason, I'll start with you. How do the Wolverines get this thing done?
Well, I think we're going to talk about how well our offense is moving the football and taking away possessions from Washington. And another storyline will be this Michigan defense will go down as the best defense in Michigan history. And I think that this is a game to prove that. So those are the two storylines I have.
Yeah, Jason, I like that. And I kind of agree with you. I have a sneaky suspicion that there are going to be some things through the air with J.J. McCarthy today that impress some folks, and some big explosive plays from Michigan. Everyone keeps talking about Washington and their explosive offense, and no doubt that they have one, and Michigan's running game. Well, they're going to sell out to stop the run. They know that that's what Michigan wants to do, and they know that that is what they're going to have to stop in order to win this game. What does that open up? Maybe something in the back end. We didn't see any of the tight ends get used last week against Alabama. That was part of their game plan, was to shut those guys down. Maybe Colson Loveland comes out today and has a big-time performance, a couple touchdowns back the end zone, things like that. I think the defense is going to play really, really well. I think Mason Graham, Kenny G, guys in the middle there are going to cause chaos, not let Penix set up for those long developing plays to get back there. I think, Penix is going to get his. That's a good offense. They're going to make some plays, but they will limit the amount of points they're able to score. And the Michigan offense, I think, has their way today.
Go ahead, Jason.
Let me get back in there and just say this. Penix has to play an A- A- game in order to beat us. A B game will not win this game for them, and that's how good Michigan's team is. He's going to have to play Tom Brady style in order to beat us, and I don't think that's possible.
Man, he's crazy accurate, but yeah, it's going to be a tall assignment. It's a tall assignment for both these teams. I'll tell you what I'm expecting, what I'm going to call. January 1st, 1998, John Jansen and that Michigan team almost ran out the entirety of the fourth quarter clock. Against Ohio State this year, Michigan almost ran out the entirety of the clock. I say Michigan finishes this game not with a great defensive stand. I say they finish it in victory formation on a long drive. We'll see if Michigan can pull it off. It's the Wolverines and the Huskies in the national championship game. All year long, we've had great conversations with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, and our final one of the season is right now.
Now it's time for Michigan to take the national stage. And as we get ready for kickoff, let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Doug. I've been glad to be here all season long. And like all Michigan fans out there, I'm ready to cheer on our team to victory.
Andy, Michigan football connects millions of people across the state and around the world. Speaking of connections, we've talked about how Blue Cross is helping people connect with behavioral health services. And one way you're doing that is through your patient-centered medical home program.
That's right, Doug. When you think behavioral health care, you're thinking mental health care. And we've added behavioral health care services to the practices now of more than 200 primary care doctors who are part of Blue Cross's patient-centered medical home program. Now, those practices can support their patients' mental health with care teams that include a doctor as well as a care manager and a licensed psychiatrist.
As I recall, Andy, Blue Cross has the largest patient-centered medical home, not only in our state, but the country as well.
That's right. For more than 15 years, those practices have delivered high-quality, patient-focused care with better outcomes and lower overall costs.
Andy, what are some things we might notice when our doctor participates in Blue Cross's medical home program?
Doug, the practices are well organized around preventive care, which includes providing regular updates on vaccines like annual flu shots. Many provide same-day appointments or virtual appointments online so patients can avoid unnecessary trips to the ER. They've also extended their office hours and are available to answer questions by email or video chat.
These practices are making improvement behind the scenes too, right?
That's right. Working with Blue Cross, they're upgrading their medical record system so they get a real-time view of appointments that their patients need to be reminded of. They're also improving their check-in process for patients to ensure that kids, for example, don't miss their annual well child visits.
That's great to hear. Michigan fans can find out more by going to valuepartnerships.com/programs. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Doug. Go Blue.
Doug, Andy, thank you. We will have head coach Jim Harbaugh's thoughts coming up next. Michigan 3 years ago was 2-4 in the COVID-shortened season of 2020. Washington in 2021 went 4-8. Here these two teams are, the lone unbeatens remaining in college football, 14-0, moments away from playing in the national championship game. Doug and Coach Harbaugh next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
you can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen.
Fresh powder and still forests. The paradise of winter in northern Michigan is more than snowshoeing a new trail or ice skating under the stars. More than rolling vineyards draped in white, cross-country skiing, or the inviting warmth of the spa. More than a day of shopping or a night of chance at the casino. It's having all those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
kickoff approaching, let's hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Now, here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Counting you down to kickoff, Michigan and Washington play for the national championship. And as we get you set for this one, we bring in the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. And Coach, it's winding down. You're here. You made it. But let's start with a little bit of reflection. How much have you enjoyed coaching this group of players?
It's been a blast. Every single guy. I mean, it would take too long to name all the players, but I mean, you know them: JJ, Blake, Chris Jenkins, Mikey, Zinter and Keegs, Cornelius and Roman, and Jalen Harrell, Rod Moore, all the guys. I mean, getting to be around them, on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. It's been a blast.
Your whole family's here, including your dad, who won a national championship at Western Kentucky. Have you leaned on him at all as you prepare for a game of this magnitude?
It'd be hard to count how much I've leaned on him. In all ways, he's just the best. I consider him one of the greatest coaches of all time. He doesn't get that kind of acclaim, but we know it. I know it. My brother knows it, and so many that played for him know it. And it's constant.
You guys decide to fly back right after the Rose Bowl win to try and get back into your normal week routine. How have they responded to getting on a plane and getting back to Ann Arbor 6 in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, two very long flights, 3.5, 4 days apart. But I thought they responded really well. Just wanted to get as much rest as we possibly could, and really felt like that would give us, maybe another 15, 16 hours. And I thought it did. And I felt like we were really, back to ourselves, in rhythm.
All right, let's talk about this game. Washington, their pass offense going against your pass defense seems to be a marquee matchup of strength on strength. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a thorough team that Washington has, and so is ours. I mean, they're really good in the offensive line. We're really good in the offensive line. They're really active and productive in the secondary. We're really active and productive in the secondary. They have great receivers. We have great receivers. They have a great quarterback. We have a great quarterback. I mean, two quarterbacks that have the it factor and great talent, tremendous leadership ability. So it's not down to one thing. This is going to be a true test, including the kicking games. One which we really want to win that phase, but and we didn't have our best game in the Rose Bowl, and that's why I'm excited for this game. I think our guys are really going to respond in that phase.
Michael Penix, saw him at Indiana. You've obviously watched a ton of film leading into this one. What makes him special?
Well, I mean, anybody can really see it probably that knows football. He got great arm talent. He can put the ball into tight windows, tremendous vision, stature in the pocket, has a real clock in his head, smart, check the ball down if he's ever in trouble, and he's good out of the pocket as well. I mean, really, every phase, third down, red zone, 2 minute, between the 20s. I mean, he's a fantastic player.
We'll talk more about the Michigan offense when we continue. Jim Harbaugh, the head coach of the Wolverines. It's the Wolverines and the Huskies of Washington for the national championship. You're listening to Michigan football.
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for an exciting social media series this season. In the Vault, we'll recount classic Michigan moments from teams across the athletics campus using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Stay tuned to the Wolverines' social media platforms this season to catch episodes of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Imagine this, a
day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Let's continue our pregame conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Continuing with the coach prior to this one, national title on the line tonight. And coach, your offense, Blake Corum, it seems like when he's on his best and your running game's going, you're at your best. Talk about Blake in the run game.
Well, he's always on. So we're always at our best because he is always at his best. He's a tremendous football player, cerebral, tough, physical.
To book today. Restrictions may apply. Go Huskies.
Progressive knows we're all trying to save right now.
Our offensive line, as Donovan Edwards is, Khalil Mullins, I mean, it was a huge factor in the Rose Bowl. Blocking, running, catching. That'll be the case again. But in my opinion, Dono will have a big game. And you can always count on Blake too. He'll always go out there and give it his very best, which is always really good.
What stands out about Washington's defense on film?
Yeah, the secondary, the production there, they get a lot of interceptions, and they don't all come from the secondary. I mean, a lot of times it's the linebackers, and it's going to be really important for JJ to see the field, for our receivers to be at the right spot, be in the correct spacing. Everything has to go good in the pre-snap. We plan on shifting, motioning, what we do, and but he's gonna have to see the underneath coverage, and he's gonna have to see the secondary as well. But that's something he's really good at. As a defense, I mean, they're really good. They're good up front, big. It's going to be a huge challenge for our offense to move the ball, and for theirs to move the ball on our defense.
When you look at a game of this magnitude, what do you say to your team to get them to play their best, so they're not looking around and overwhelmed by the stage?
Just do you. We've been saying for a long time, do you. It's working. Want to get a little bit better at something, work a little bit harder at it, and whatever you do, don't get a big head. But I have no even thought of what I need to say to our team, because I know they're going to go out and play as hard as they can, as fast as they can, as long as they can. And don't worry, they're going to do those things. They're going to react. They're so well trained. Most of it's the preparation during the week, and getting them in the right mindset. Those hours, minutes, days, before the game. But once that ball's kicked off, boy, our guys they'll roll.
Final thing, we've reflected on this a couple times, but you had a lot of kids decide to come back pretty much literally to be here tonight. How gratifying is that for you as their leader?
Yeah, it's really gratifying. It's huge. I mean, guys that called their shot, they said, this is why I'm coming back. J.J. McCarthy even said he was coming back. And I had a reporter the other day say, J.J. said last year that he was left the stage at the TCU game and said, he'd be back and, whatever. I go, not whatever. He called his shot, and it wasn't just a resolution, it was repetition. It was every single day. And it was JJ, and it was each of our guys on our team and these great coaches. And it's not whatever, because had he not, been where he is, that would have been the first person to stand up there and say, well, why didn't he? Where did he, fall short? So we wouldn't be here without JJ. We wouldn't be here without, Blake and all those guys I mentioned, Mikey Samerstill, Trevor Keegan, Zach Zinter, Jalen Harrell, Chris Jenkins who came back, all the guys that came back. How huge is that? I mean, it's everything. We wouldn't be here we wouldn't have this opportunity without them.
Coach, best of luck.
Appreciate it.
Michigan and Washington for the national championship. Kickoff is next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Let's talk numbers. The money you pay to keep your home warm in cooler weather and the money you can save with a new heat pump from your local Ruud dealer. Give them a call and ask about the benefits of an energy-efficient, climate and budget-friendly heat pump system. Your family will stay comfortable and the numbers will look good when your utility bill arrives. Stay warm for less. Visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to find a dealer near you. Ruud. Rely on Ruud.
In a world full of empty promises, like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick. Isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to low to medium volume production parts and full assemblies, utilizing the latest manufacturing technologies and automation integration, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the number 3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
4!
I wish I was a better golfer.
4 is an odd word to yell.
Whoa, where'd you come from?
It's me, Flo.
And now, to perform our national anthem, joined by American Sign Language performer William Stokes, a 12th grade student from Houston's Region 4 Regional Day School Program for the Deaf. Please welcome Grammy Award-winning superstar and lead actress in Warner Brothers' The Color Purple, Fantasia Barrino Taylor.
Red, white, and blue fireworks indoors here at NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas, ahead of the national championship game between Washington and Michigan. Cam, here we go, baby. Here we go. Husky Nation, you have dreamt, you have waited for decades for this game. We are so honored to share it with you here tonight. Stadium half full of purple, half full of maize. For two of the iconic programs in college football history. The Huskies have won 2 national championships in its history, 1960 and 1991. 31 years between the first two. It's now been 32 years, Cam. The Dogs are a year off schedule. Meanwhile, the Michigan Wolverines, they claim 11 national champions, but they've only won one since 1950, and they haven't won one since 1997. And so you know that that's a program, the winningest program in the history of college football, with 1,003 wins in its history, that is very eager to claim another trophy.
Talk about history. 32 years ago, you mentioned it. Those that were around, there wasn't anybody on this team, these young men that are playing tonight, that were around, that were even the twinkle in a lot of eyes of parents. But there are a lot of people that built this program, that are a part of it, and then are here today. The 91 fellas, the people that were all a part of it, former players like myself, everyone that's in this building, you're all a part of it. And you, Husky Nation, sit back, because this is going to be one heck of a show these boys are going to put on.
Yellow pom-poms are waving here off to our right. And out of the far tunnel to the right come the Michigan Wolverines. Between flames and fireworks and decked out in maize and blue tops, blue bottoms, and those Michigan helmets, the winged maize across the blue helmet, and they make their way to the far sideline, Cam. As hail to the victors blares, and now it's Washington's turn. Jumping on the balls of their feet, Huskies are ready to come through. And here come the Washington Huskies. White tops, white bottoms, and the iconic gold helmet with the purple W on the side. The Huskies are 14-0, led by head coach Kalen DeBoer. 104 wins and only 11 losses in his time leading a program. And now, at the FBS level, leading the Washington Huskies to the biggest two-year turnaround in the history of the sport. For taking over a program that had a losing record, 25-2 is the best two-year record, turning around a program with a losing record in the history of college football. And he is 10-0 against top 25 teams. And the journey to get here included a win over USC in the Coliseum. That felt like such a huge step.
Wolverines hoping to dominate on the field as they did a week ago against Alabama.
And I challenged this crowd. I challenged these fans yesterday. You got to approach this game like you're
with Brady Gross's game winner before heading to the postseason, taking down the number 5 Ducks, the number 3 Texas Longhorns last week of the Sugar Bowl. And there's only one bowling pin left. The number 1 team in the nation, the Michigan Wolverines. Husky captains meeting around the 50-yard line. Rome Odunze, Michael Penix, Edefwan Ulafosio, and Braylon Trice. They lock hands, and they get ready to make their way to the 50-yard line. Iconic CFP logo opposite their Michigan counterparts. It is an ACC officiating crew today. We get ready for the coin toss for this game as there's still a bit of a haze after the fireworks. Kind of trapped in here with the roof closed, and Steve Entman is the road dog captain. He is out there with the Husky 4 captains for this year, and we turn it over to ACC referee Marcus Woods to officiate the coin toss here tonight. Man, Steve Entman is enormous.
All right, congratulations, Captain, on a fantastic season, and welcome to the College Football Playoff National Championship. My name is Marcus Woods, this is Danny Worrell, and we are here representing the Atlantic Coast Conference. Today's coin, 2024 will be heads. NRG Stadium will be tails. Washington, you will call the flip. What's your call? Tails. Tails is a call. It's tails, you win the toss.
Huskies win the toss.
You're going to defer, you want the ball, which way you want to kick? All right, move your backs there. You guys move down there.
The Huskies.
Washington has won the toss and elected to defer their choice in the second half. Michigan will receive.
We'll be kicking off from left to right here at NRG Stadium to open the national championship game. They elect to put their defense on the field, and they will elect to try to get that double touchdown late second quarter, early third quarter, the way they've done so many times in these 2 years under Kalen DeBoer. There ain't nothing left, Cam, except the opening kickoff. Here we go. The national championship game is here. Husky Nation, you've been waiting, you've been dreaming for 32 years at another crack at this thing, and you get it against the Michigan Wolverines. Chip it down to the pin seeker sidelines with Elise.
Well, guys, it is just so loud, deafening inside this stadium for the national championship, and so many famous dogs here in the house. Myles Gaskin, you mentioned Steve Entman, part of that 91 national championship. Mark Bruner and his son Carson, who came in wearing his dad's jersey from that Rose Bowl with the grass stain still on it. That is what he wore to warm up to come to the arena today. Right now, it is electric inside this stadium, guys.
You'd expect nothing less, Elise. It's time to set sail on today's game with the opening kickoff, brought to you by Holland America Line. Holland America. See more Alaska glaciers and wildlife than any other cruise line. Samaj Morgan, averaging 33 yards per return, is a yard deep in the Michigan end zone. Brady Gross, on scholarship now, the sophomore from Scottsdale, puts the ball on the tee at the 35-yard line. Houston, we have liftoff on the national championship game. An end-over-end kick taken to the 3-yard line by Morgan, brings it between the hash marks, and he gets decked into the 16-yard line. Gunning down on special teams, a big-time hit for the Washington Huskies will set up Michigan at its own 16-yard line.
You want to set a tone on special teams, folks? You hit like that.
Now comes J.J. McCarthy, 20.
as well. Now they shift. Not only Colston Loveland, but Roman Wilson to the right. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun with Blake Corum in the backfield. A handoff to Corum running left through a hole across the 20 and out to the 21-yard line. Good run for Blake Corum. Adafon Ulufosio on the tackle, the second leading tackler for this Husky defense. And Michigan looking at a second down.
Nice shot by Colston Loveland when he came back in motion to the left, double teaming with Ladarius Henderson, getting some movement at the point of attack, and then a move at the line of scrimmage by Blake Corum to pick up a nice 4-yard gain.
J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun on second down and 6. Now they jam everybody in tight. Blake Corum in the backfield. Roman Wilson goes in motion, back to passes. J.J. looking, fires over the middle. He's got his man, Cornelius Johnson, for a first down across the 25 and out to the 28-yard line. Move the change for the Wolverines.
That's something that this offense really wants to take advantage of, is some holes in the center of that Washington defense. Cornelius Johnson, the first beneficiary of that. A lot of eye candy pre-snap, a lot of motion, a lot of different looks. There's only been 2 so far, but that's what we're going to see throughout the course of this game. A lot of movement pre-snap.
Ulufosio on the tackle again for the Huskies. From the 28-yard line, the Wolverines have it, 1st and 10. Now they go full house backfield with Max Bredesen in there with J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. J.J. claps his hands. Handoff to Corum running left. He's got some room across the 30, out to the 33, pushing forward as the Wolverines get it out across the 35-yard line. Alfonso Tupatala on the tackle, and the Wolverines another good gain on first down.
Well, they put Max Bredesen in the fullback position, and he was the lead blocker on that. Unsung hero throughout the course of this season so many times. He has been the key to the success. They pulled both tackle and guard on the left side. Were able to get around, and Max Bredesen, I absolutely love it. It was one of my favorite Wolverines. Such a great block. Ended up losing his helmet at the end. Going to have to come out, but he is as aggressive a player as you're going to find.
The junior Bredesen out of Hartland, Wisconsin. Wolverines again with everybody jammed in tight. Blake Corum in the backfield, or is that Kalel Mullings? Back to passes. JJ, no, hand off to Mullings up the middle, and he's got the first down. Kalel Mullings gets his first carry out to the 39-yard line in a draw up the middle. And the Wolverines' second first down of the game. Tuli Nasanoa on the tackle for the Huskies.
Not often you're going to talk about offensive linemen as eye candy, but that was eye candy before the snap. Moving around, they brought in Miles Hinton, put him at tackle. They put Trente Jones in motion, and they created that big offensive line that we saw against Purdue. They're starting to use, against Penn State. They're using it here tonight.
Wolverines open up at 4 wide now, shift everybody back in tight again. Pistol formation with Blake Corum in the backfield. JJ takes the snap, back to pass, fires, and he's got his man, Cornelius Johnson, out near midfield as Cornelius goes to the ground and reels it in. Good catch with his hands, and the Wolverines with another first down to the 49-yard line.
Great body control by Cornelius Johnson. That ball was behind him. A little bit under duress was J.J. McCarthy, and that was simply because Washington thought it was a run play. They were attacking the running back. They found out he didn't have the ball, so they attacked J.J. Great job of buying a little extra time, of just taking one more step back and delivering it to Cornelius.
Gain of 10. Michigan at their own 49-yard line. Kalel Mullings back in the Michigan backfield. He's off the right hip of J.J. McCarthy. A.J. Barner goes in motion from left to right. And Michigan's going to go up the middle with Kalel Mullings. Makes a man miss. Now he breaks a tackle. Oh, he just gets tripped up inside the Washington 40. Down at the 37-yard line. Big Kalel Mullings flexing his muscle early in this game. 14 yards with a strong run, running through Husky defenders.
Great read on the pull by Trevor Keegan. They pinched everybody on the front side. A.J. Barner crashed that offensive line down, that defensive line down, and Trevor Keegan pulled around. Nice edge block. That's not easy to do and adjust on the run. It's a big man moving fast.
In this national championship game, the Wolverines have moved into Husky territory early. We are just underway and scoreless. Now J.J. will take a snap from under center. Blake Corum the lone setback. J.J. play action, back to pass, looking downfield. He's in trouble, and he will get sacked. Pocket collapses.
Well, that was a coverage sack. Nowhere for J.J. to throw the ball, and the best decision sometimes is, hey, it's not popular, but to take a sack in that position, you'd love for him to be able to throw the ball away, but it collapsed too quickly. Just take that sack and live to play second down.
MJ Ale on the sack for the Huskies. Second down and 14 for Michigan. Now JJ goes 3 wide. Everybody split to the right with the ball in the left hash. Donovan Edwards in the backfield for the first time. Tight end A.J. Barner to the right. JJ takes the snap, handoff to Edwards. Up the middle, bounces off a tackler. 35. Donovan Edwards down the sideline. Donovan Edwards in the clear. Touchdown, Wolverines. And Michigan takes the lead on a 41-yard touchdown run by number 7, Donovan Edwards. No flags.
Well, Donovan initially missed the hole. It was exactly where he ended up going, but the defensive lineman, MJ Ale, pinched across Trevor Keegan's face. Trevor took him down. Donovan ran into him, but then was able to bounce out and avoid the tackle. And at that point, it was such a huge hole. You could have drove a semi-truck through it, a lot of green, and he took all of it.
8 plays, 84 yards. JT is on for the extra point. Out of the hold of Tommy Doman. Snap is good. And the kick is up. And the kick is good. Michigan takes the opening drive. 84 yards. And they lead it here in Houston early. 7-0. That 41-yard touchdown run by Donovan Edwards, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Some things are just made for each other. Chips and dip, socks and shoes. YouTube TV and WOW Internet. It's the ultimate bundle. Super fast WOW Internet and an amazing live TV experience from YouTube TV. Watch 100 plus channels, live sports, and unlimited DVR space included. For a limited time, get super fast internet and YouTube TV starting at just $82.98 per month. Sign up for our fastest speed and get $300 on us. Wow. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and fees apply. Additional YouTube TV terms and conditions apply.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
you can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is what you need to listen to. We're talking conference and team previews, plus hear live games, news, and analysis from experts like Anthony Harris, Jake Butt, Mac McGloy, and Ben Hartsock. Go in-depth with your favorite team with coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. See your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app and start streaming.
7-0 Michigan early on in the national championship game. Our coverage is brought to you by University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com.
Doug, you want to talk about a guy that just all patience all season long. People asking, where has Donovan Edwards been? And he has always said, hey, I'm going to be there when called upon. Last year, 9 yards shy of 1,000. This year, only 393 yards coming into the game, and then he is doing what he has to do to help this team when called upon. You never know when your number is going to be called, but you got to be ready, and Donovan has been ready.
Well, yesterday at the pep rally we're at Rice University, our Jack Miller called it out, said he expects big things today from Donovan Edwards, and Donovan Edwards has showed up early with a 41-yard touchdown run. And here's something else about Donovan Edwards. All season long, the media has asked Donovan Edwards about him having a rough year, and he said, whoa, I'm not having a rough year. We're undefeated. And I love it when my brothers get in the end zone, and then he keeps getting asked about it. He goes, guys, I'm not tripping.
Yeah.
Which I think is something you say all the time.
Yeah, that's my vernacular.
And the kickoff from Tommy Doman will come down deep into the end zone, out of the back of the end zone, and we will see Michael Penix for the first time. He is an outstanding quarterback. Of course, we saw him at Indiana, 6-year senior out of Tampa, 4 years at Indiana, 4 different season-ending surgeries. He can fit the ball through a keyhole off his back foot from 35 yards. He's thrown for 4,648 yards, 69%, 35 touchdowns, 9 picks, and he will lead this Washington offense with outstanding wide receivers led by Rome Odunze. Michigan's defense will match up. Odunze on Mikey Sandristel on this first snap of the ball game. Will set the Michigan defense in a moment. Under center is Penix. Puts his tight end Culp in motion and goes toss sweep. It's Dylan Johnson running right. Gets through a hole out to the 28, 29, and brought down at the 31-yard line. Good game for the injured Dylan Johnson, who is coming off that injury a week ago against Texas, and now he will limp off the field. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Huskies. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass, fires. He's got his man McMillan across the 35, out to the 37, knocked out of bounds at the 42-yard line by Michigan's Josh Wallace.
Just a little rub road there by Romo Dunze, allowing McMillan to become open. This is a very effective passing attack. They find different ways, creative ways, to get wide receivers open in space.
1st and 10 Washington from the 42-yard line. Will Nixon in the backfield now. He's actually lined up at quarterback. Nope, check that. It's Penix. My bad. Penix now shifting guys all over the place. Seems to be some confusion. In a hurry with the play clock. Now Penix is ready to go. Takes the snap. It's a low snap. Back to pass. Rolling to his left. Penix is going to fire underneath, and he's got his running back. That is Nixon, and he is knocked out of bounds on the far sideline.
But nice job of Michigan adjusting to what seemed to be a disorganized offense, getting set up. Sometimes, that can be what catches you in a wrong position. Offense can be not set up, and all of a sudden, somebody comes open. Great job by Michigan for adjusting.
Gain of just 3, 2nd down and 7 for the Huskies from their own 45-yard line. Will Nixon continues in the backfield next to Penix, and it'll be a handoff to Nixon up the middle, and he runs right into the teeth of that Michigan defense. Not much room there. Give him a yard, maybe 2.
Hey, if you can limit this Washington offense to 3 yards on first down, they average over 7.5 yards on first down. It's unbelievable. And if you can keep them to 3 and now force a 3rd and 5, you got to steal a possession at some point. Why not make it the first possession?
Mason Graham on the tackle for Michigan. It's 3rd down and 5. Washington's offense 47th in the country. Check that, 14th in the country. 47% conversion rate on 3rd down. They got Sam Adams in there, RB4 for them. He's off the left hip of Michael Penix, who's back to pass on this 3rd down. Fires, Adams has it, and he breaks a tackle at the 50. Gets down the sideline with the 1st down. The Wolverines had him. It was Tybo Rogers on the completion, the freshman who's getting more playing time for them. And Wolverines had him short of a 1st down, but a broken tackle of Keon Sabb, 11 yards, 1st and 10 Washington from the 42.
This is an offense you don't want to give extra opportunities. Now the rest of this possession is an extra opportunity. That was an open field tackle, not an easy thing to do, but it was one that Keon Sabb should have made.
1st and 10 for the Huskies from the Michigan 42-yard line. Penix barking some commands at his offensive line. Got a bunch formation out to the right with the ball on the left hash. Back to pass is Penix. Here comes a blitzer, and he gets it out here. Rodgers incomplete.
Junior Colson, they brought him right off of the edge, and it was quick. He was right in Michael Penix's face, and this is what Michigan was able to do last week against Alabama. Get free runners on the quarterback. You never know if it's going to be Junior Colson coming off the edge, Mike Barrett up the middle, Mikey Sandristel. They attacked the quarterback in so many different ways, and that caused an early pass, early rush, and incompletion by Michael Penix.
2nd down and 10 for the Michigan 42-yard line. Penix in an empty backfield. Now he shifts Will Nixon back into the backfield with 3 receivers split to the right. Culp, the tight end, goes from right to left. Penix takes the snap. We got a flag down, and before the play is run, whistles blow. And we'll see what the ACC crew, led by Marcus Woods, says the call is.
Nobody lined up on the line of scrimmage right there. They did that twice, the 2nd time.
Legal formation?
That's what I believe it is.
Okay.
Legal formation. Washington called time out prior to the snap.
Okay.
Time out.
So Washington, the coaching staff over there saw it. And Kalen DeBoer takes a timeout. with Washington facing a 2nd and 10 and had lined up in an illegal formation. With 7:01 to go in the first quarter, Michigan leading 7-0. We'll take a break with them. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pet Supplies Plus is a winning team, Cat. That's right, Trent. They crush the competition with solid fundamentals like everyday low prices, more selection, and a powerhouse lineup of fan favorites like Purina, Halo, and more.
With same-day delivery and auto ship, they're undefeated at home, but equally strong on the road, timing routes perfectly with curbside pickup.
They're balanced, too. Great for dogs and cats, sure, but tremendous special teams play. With food and supplies for fish, reptiles, they're the total package.
You heard it here, folks. Pet Supplies Plus is your MVP.
Most value for pets.
Michigan, Washington.
Fires over the middle. He's got his man. That's Tyler Morris. First down. Tyler Morris down the sideline to the end zone.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Drive into the new year in the 2023 Ford F-150. With best-in-class towing capacity, the F-150 can help you get the job done. With a great in-stock selection, you're sure to find the perfect F-150 just for you. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,679 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist, $1,000 renewal, and $750 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends January 31st, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Drive into the new year in a 2023 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Wolverines leading at 7-0 here in Houston from NRG Stadium in the National Championship game. Today's broadcast brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Early storyline, Dylan Johnson, their 1,000-yard back, carried the ball on the first snap from scrimmage, came out of the game and hasn't returned. Watching him through warm-ups, his left leg was wrapped up heavily, and he seemed to have a little bit of hitch in his giddy up, but we'll keep our eye on that and see if he comes back in this game.
Yeah, from a Washington perspective, you got to love the way that he attacked the line of scrimmage. They picked up 7 yards on that play, and he attacked it like he wasn't hurt at all. Now coming to the sideline, all of a sudden, if you don't see him anymore in this possession, I would start to wonder if he's going to be back, because you don't want a guy like that sitting and getting stiff on the sidelines very long.
So following the Washington timeout to avoid the illegal formation, the Huskies are looking at a 2nd down and 10. They've moved the ball into Michigan territory down to the 42-yard line. This is a danger zone. Nobody takes more deep shots in the country than the Huskies. They're not an outstanding red zone team. They like to score from outside the red zone. Shotgun, Will Nixon in the backfield. Back to pass is Penix. Quick screen. He's got it to his man to the 40. Inside the 40, Roma Dunze. Inside the 30, where he is dragged down from behind by a host of Wolverines. Down at the 26-yard line. Roma Dunze has had the best season in Washington history from the wide receiver position. Picks up 16 yards.
Well-designed play. They're running it to the short side of the field, which allows their offensive linemen to get out and make some blocks. Just a well-designed play.
Will Johnson on the tackle for the Wolverines. Penix now back to pass, 1st and 10. Here comes the rush. He bails out of there to the left, fires behind his receiver, incomplete. It was intended for Will Nixon out of the backfield.
Yeah, it's a little bit unique when you are rushing a left-handed passer like Michael Penix. And, you know, it's generally you're used to coming off that right side and hitting the backside of the quarterback, and they escape the opposite way. Now you're pressuring him off the left, and he's going to be escaping to the left side of this defense.
Dylan Johnson back in a pistol formation directly behind Michael Penix. 2 receivers split to either side on 2nd down and 10. 6:27 to go, first quarter. Michigan on top. 7-0 here from NRG Stadium. Penix puts a man in motion, and they will go jet sweep. Running to the right's McMillan, 25-20, and knocked out of bounds at the Michigan 17-yard line. A gain of 9 on the run for Jalen McMillan.
Yeah, they're trying to use the speed that they have at receiver to attack the edges of Michigan's defense. And right there, they created a mismatch because of the motions that pre-snap. Both Michigan and Washington are doing it. They created a situation where Michael Barrett was manned up on one of the receivers that just couldn't keep up with him as he came across the formation.
All right, here we go. 3rd down and 1 for the Huskies from the Michigan 17-yard line. 3 receivers, bunch formation to the right. Dylan Johnson in the backfield. He will take the handoff up the middle. He's got the first down inside the 15, down to the 10. Where he is dragged down by the Wolverines there. It was Josiah Stewart on the tackle at the 10-yard line, and Washington will have it 1st and goal from the 10-yard line.
A little glimpse of why this was the Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line. They're taking really good steps. They're in good position. They're undersized against Michigan's defensive front.
5:27 to go, first quarter. Penix in a shotgun, takes the snap. Hand off to Dylan Johnson. He was met in the backfield, spins out of one tackle, but won't get away from another Wolverine who's there to bring him down. It's Junior Colson.
The linebackers are going to have to be so important. Their keys, their reads, being able to that closing speed that they do have. Ernest Hausman, Junior Colson, Mike Bear all have good speed, but they want to make sure that, hey, you keep them matched up on running backs and not on receivers.
Tybo Rogers back in the game. Everybody jammed in tight here for the Huskies. Ball on the right hash. Penix in a shotgun. 2nd and goal from the 10. Takes the snap. They're going to go reverse to the 10. And knocked out of bounds at the 8-yard line is Jalen Polk as the Michigan defense not fooled there, swarming to the football. A gain of 2, setting up 3rd down.
Yep, another situation where they're bringing Polk from the left side of the formation at the snap of the ball. He comes in front of Michael Penix. They hand him the ball, trying to attack the edge with their fastest players, knowing that Dylan Johnson's a little bit dinged up.
Josh Wallace and Will Johnson combined on the tackle there. 3rd and goal. Michigan leading 7-0, 4:18 to go, first quarter. But the Huskies knocking on the door. We talked about this now being an elite red zone team. Can Michigan get the stop here? Shotgun with 2 running backs in the backfield for Penix. 1 receiver split right, 2 to the left. Penix didn't like what he saw. He's going to call a timeout. And the Michigan fans down at this end, they love it.
Yeah, Jack Westover was lined up in the backfield there, and he was pointing to an overload that Michigan had on the right side of their defense, left offensive front, and Michael Penix saw it, called it. Now let's keep an eye on this. That's 2 timeouts early in this first half.
Wolverines took the opening kick, 184 yards for a touchdown. Washington has driven the ball down to the Michigan 8, where they're facing a 3rd and goal. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Aw, shucks, the game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Put it on the card. Put it in the bag. These 3 bags used to be 6. Seems like the only thing going up these days is your credit card balance. If only there were some place to turn. Just ask your home. It's got equity. And with Rocket Mortgage, you can use it to get cash quickly for whatever you need. Visit justaskyourhome.com today. Call 1-800-863-4332 for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Michigan is playing for its first national championship since 1997. Now, let's return to Houston for more of the action.
3rd down and goal for the Huskies from the Michigan 8-yard line. Before we run this play, let's go down to number 8, Jason Avant.
So to let you guys know Keon Sabb has been in most of the game, which is different from what we've seen the last few ball games. Makari Page has been in these situations. Makari Page came in, and then they subbed Keon Sabb back out once they called the timeout. Or they subbed them back in once they called the timeout.
Have you seen Quentin Johnson in the ball game for that
Quentin Johnson had been in the game. They're going with Keon Sabb for some reason. Normally Makari Page was in that situation before.
All right, here we go. Washington with a tight formation from the right hash. 3rd down and goal from the 8. Penix in a shotgun. Dylan Johnson in the backfield. Now Penix looks like he wants to change the play. This is right in front of where the bulk of the Michigan fans are, making a ton of noise down there. Penix ready to go, claps his hands, back to pass on 3rd and goal from the 8. Here comes the rush, steps up, fires, and overthrows his receiver in the end zone. Incomplete. And the Michigan defense gets the stop. It was Sabb in coverage against Rome Odunze.
That's the definition right there of short-term memory. A couple of missed tackles. He could have ended this drive at about the 40-yard line, a missed tackle by Keon Sabb, but he comes back when it matters most and makes a great play in the end zone.
The sophomore out of IMG Academy had a big play when the Wolverines blitzed last week, and he was one-on-one with Jermaine Burton and stopped him for no gain. Brady Gross on for a field goal attempt. This will be a 25-yard field goal attempt. Ball will be placed down, and the kick is up, and the kick is through for Grady Gross. And Washington is on the board with a 25-yard field goal by the walk-on turned scholarship player. 13 plays, 67 yards over 6 minutes and 15 seconds. And the lead for Michigan is 7-3.
I love the fact that anytime you're going to steal a possession, all right, if you can hold them to 3, that's just like stealing a possession. Don't let them into the end zone. Settle for 3. Now the offense is back out there after on the very first drive. They marched down the field without much resistance and scored. Yeah, that was a really good job by the secondary, ciphering through, trying to figure out how they're going to play bunches and stacks. The first couple of plays of that series, they played it poorly. That time, they were able to communicate. I saw both of the safeties and the nickels communicating how they will play it, and they did a great job on that last play.
Hey, Jason, seeing these Washington wide receivers up close and personal, are you impressed with their speed? Do they definitely look faster than what Alabama brought to the table last week?
Well, Alabama had all-world speed. They're not as fast as Alabama, but they have better playmakers. Yes, they have size. McMillan can take the top off. He's their speed guy, but Rome can run, and Jalen Pope can run as well. It's a special group. Our secondary is just as good.
Well, it's a great matchup tonight.
Yeah, and I'm not really surprised when using that speed, not just to get downfield, but we've already seen a number of wide receiver runs trying to get to the edge, trying to test the sides of this Michigan defense.
How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
As a matter of fact, that's what the Jansen household is doing currently.
Oh, yeah. Hey, John.
Yeah.
Braylon Trice got a lot of pressure on Ladarius Henderson in that first drive when they had the pass. He was back there pretty much all 3 times they passed it. I'm looking forward to see how that matchup plays out. Yeah, and what Ladarius Henderson's going to have to do is adjust some of his sets. He was setting a little bit short. Needs to, whether it's a pre-snap already step, or you're going to have to find a way to get some depth. But the thing that Braylon Trice does really well is change of direction. He can come inside, and that's, I think, right now what Ladarius Henderson is worried about. But he's going to have to find a way to set that edge a little bit better.
Trice, the edge rusher out of Phoenix, Arizona, their leader in sacks and tackles for loss. And he can be a problem. And that problem often needs to be addressed. Michigan will get the football back here. Donovan Edwards' 41-yard touchdown gave the Wolverines the lead. His previous long in the year was 22 yards on that 3rd and 11 for a score at Penn State. And he already has his 4th highest rushing total this season after 1 carry.
Yeah, at different times, guys are going to have to step up. We've seen Donovan Edwards do it. We saw Keon Sabb do it in the end zone. This is a game where it's going to be a lot of different guys. When we get to the end of the game, if we're talking about 7, 8, 9, 10 guys that have made plays, distinctive plays throughout the course of the game, now you're going to be talking about a possible national title for Michigan.
Well, here's another matchup as Samaj Morgan is deep. Washington's kick coverage team, Grady Gross It's about 50% of touchbacks on the year, but didn't have a touchback last week against Chicago, and the first one was fielded at the 3 by Samaj, but he only made it out to the 16. And he's standing on his own goal line as Grady Gross's kick comes down, and this one a little bit deeper. Samaj will take it 1 yard deep, and he'll bring it out to the 5, to the 10. Samaj Morgan gets hit as he gets to the 14-yard line, and that'll be it.
A little pause before he brought it out. I think he was thinking about taking a knee, probably should have, would have gained another 10 yards, but I'm okay with Samaj. I love the ball in his hands. I know that he cost him a possession last week, but he's a special athlete, a special player, and is just trying to make some plays.
Raylan Goforth on the tackle for the Huskies. So Michigan will take over, this time on their own 14-yard line, leading 7-3 with 3:50 to go first quarter. 3 receivers split to the left with the ball near the right hash. Cornelius Johnson, the lone line receiver, split wide right. Now they shift everybody back, including Max Bredesen, into a traditional I formation ahead of Blake Corum. JJ under center. Takes the snap, turns and hands it off to Corum up the middle. Breaks one tackle, tries to bounce it outside, but he's swarmed under by Husky defenders. Got 3 yards out to the 17-yard line before he was brought down.
Yeah, and he was really close to breaking that one on the edge. One more half a step, and he might have been able to get there. Good pursuit by that Washington defense, but we're starting to see this Michigan offensive line really start to fire off the football.
Elijah Jackson, the cornerback, on the tackle there for Washington. 2nd down and 7 for Michigan. 2 receivers split to the left. That's Cornelius and Roman. JJ in a shotgun with Blake Corum deep behind him. JJ takes the snap, play action, back to pass, looking, fires, and he's got Roman Wilson at the 40, down the far sideline. Roman Wilson into Washington territory, where he's chased out of bounds at the Washington 46-yard line. JJ McCarthy finds the senior wide receiver out of Honolulu, and Roman Wilson goes 37 yards on the play.
You want to talk about an accurate throw as we get a chance to see it again here. That one was absolutely dropped out of the sky into Roman Wilson. Good coverage, but a great route by Roman Wilson. That was run to a spot, I'm going to throw to a spot, and go get it.
J.J. McCarthy now in a shotgun, empty backfield as they shift Blake Corum out to the right. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right with the ball on the right hash. J.J. takes the snap, back to pass, fires quickly and incomplete. Looking for Samaj Morgan. He got a hand on it and tipped it, but it falls incomplete.
Looked like a miscommunication between JJ and Samaj there. Samaj wheeled inside. I think it looked like JJ thought he was going to go outside, and that caused the errant throw, the incompletion, and almost an interception.
Yeah, Elijah Jackson dove for that one after it went off Samaj's hand. Couldn't find it. Wolverines live to play another down. 2nd down and 10. Donovan Edwards in the backfield for Michigan here. 1 carry, 41-yard touchdown. Everybody jammed in tight. Pistol formation. JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Edwards, who will bounce it outside. Donovan 40, Donovan 30. Donovan Edwards is in the clear. He'll do it again. His 2nd touchdown run of the ball game. This time from 46 yards. And Michigan has taken a 13-3 lead on the 2nd touchdown of the night from the man who was not tripping.
An absolute thing of beauty. They put Trente Jones at the left wing, brought in Miles Hinton, put him at right tackle, and they ran right behind him. And guess who was there as well? A.J. Barner. He has been such an asset coming over from Indiana in the transfer portal. Is being able to set the edge. Trente Jones, Carson Barnhart, Miles Hinton, and A.J. Barner.
JT on for the extra point. The snap is clean. The hold is down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Michigan now leads it here 14-3. Late first quarter from Houston. That 46-yard touchdown run by Donovan Edwards brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
This Michigan team is locked in. They're overcoming negative plays and miscommunications. It's not a perfect game so far, but they're able to overcome because they're so focused. A workman-like mindset for this team on the sideline.
You know what? And sometimes it's the team that just doesn't make the big mistake. And so far, I mean, we saw it in the Rose Bowl. There were some big mistakes made early in special teams and also on offense. But right now, some of those small mistakes have caused a loss of 2 yards. Then all of a sudden, you come back and you get some great blocking up front. Well, how about the acceleration for Donovan Edwards? When he gets through that hole, he is absolutely burning on rocket fuel and gone.
He's averaging a healthy 43.5 yards per carry.
I like that. That's a good average. That'll win you some ball games.
That'll win you a lot of games there.
Yeah.
With 2:23 to go in the first quarter, Tommy Doman will kick off. And a fair catch signal for actually a touchback, as taking a knee back there for Washington is Daniel Ngata. Then Washington will take over after the early blitz from the Michigan offense. They lead it 14-3 with 2:23 to go. Now here's an interesting stat from our Brian Bush. First drive for Washington, they averaged 7.5 yards on first down this season. Their first drive on first down, they went 6-3, 0-0, and 1.
It's really hard to defend a team when they're always in 2nd and 2, 2nd and 3. If we can win on first down defensively, it makes it really hard on Washington.
Washington from the 25-yard line, trailing 14-3. Penix in a shotgun. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Dylan Johnson continues in the backfield. Penix standing on his own 20-yard line. Play clock down to 2. Claps his hands, gets the snap off. Back to pass. The lefty looking downfield, steps up in the pocket, gets tripped up, keeps his feet now, slides as he gets to the 30-yard line. Penix under duress there. Picks up 5 yards in a scramble on first down.
That's not at all anything that he's used to. He's only been sacked 10 times all season long. This offensive line only given up 11 sacks, and to be able to pressure him, get him out of his comfort zone, you want to disrupt the timing. A lot of their routes are timing routes.
There's 5 yards on first down for Washington to start this drive. Penix in a shotgun again, takes the snap, toss sweep to Dylan Johnson. Not much room, and he's swarmed under as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Mason Graham leading the Michigan tacklers, and no gain on second down for Dylan Johnson.
It was a great job of Will Johnson and Keon Sabb of setting the edge and turning everything back inside. They tried to get some of those big offensive linemen out on some small bodies. That's a big-time win for a corner.
They got to get the ball across the 35-yard line. The ball is spotted at the 30. 3rd and 5 for Washington. Bunch formation to the right. Penix in a shotgun. Play clock at 10. Penix claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Looking, fires, and it's caught short of the first down. And can he get away? McMillan can't from Mikey Sainristel, who drops McMillan at the 32-yard line. And Washington will be forced to punt, trailing 14-3.
There are some players that just refuse to be beat. Mikey Sainristel was not going to let go. We saw that by Keon Sabb, extended that first drive, ended in 3 points for Washington. That one by by Mikey Sainristel, 2-time captain, he was not going to let go.
Jack McAllister to punt. He averages 41 yards per punt. Samaj Morgan deep for Michigan, standing on his own 28-yard line. McAllister gets off a shank, and it's going to land and roll. Oh, you hate these 30, 25, and it's going to be a good result for Washington. A short punt that landed in front of Samaj and then rolls down to the 21-yard line, and that's where it is downed, and that's where Michigan will take over. A punt that ended up going 47 yards.
Yeah, bad punt, but I tell you what, it provides Michigan with their best field position today.
Ironically.
Well, look at that situation. On the first possession, the first series for Washington's offense, Keon Sabb misses a tackle on a critical third down. Then the captain, the senior, makes the tackle on the next possession. Just talk about the differences in players and being in the moment and knowing the situation.
Wolverines, just 2 Donovan Edwards runs away from the end zone here. We'll snap it for their own 21-yard line. Pistol formation, it's Blake Corum in the backfield. JJ eyes the defense, claps his hands, hands it off to Corum. Running right, he's got room across the 25. Blake Corum 30, Blake Corum 35, 40. Blake Corum down the sideline, 40, 35, cuts back inside and gets tracked down from behind at the Washington 20-yard line. The Michigan run game flexing its muscle. 57 yards for Blake Corum, and Michigan threatening again, as that will be the final play of quarter number 1.
An absolutely beautiful job by Drake Nugent. No one on top of him. He gets up on the middle linebacker, and anytime you can get that second level block, you're going to get chunk yardage plays. We've seen it with Donovan Edwards twice. Now we're seeing it with Blake Corum.
59 yards on the run for Blake Corum, as everybody eats in the run game tonight. 14-3, Michigan on top. We have second quarter action when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and auto. Save when you bundle. Get a quote at progressive.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride in a brand new Silverado from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. And with features like the most functional bed of any pickup or the available multi-flex tailgate, you'll always be Silverado strong. Whatever road you choose to travel, Silverado will take you there. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Washington, 8th in the RIP 12, allowing 137 rush yards per game. Not a strength. Michigan in the first quarter, 9 carries, 174 yards rushing. Donovan Edwards, 2 carries, 87 yards. Blake Corum, 4 carries, 73 yards. And look, we got to talk about the Michigan offensive line, not only blowing holes open, but the running backs finding them.
Well, they took that Moore war personally. Like the Jordan meme, they took it personally. This offensive line, I know John and Hutchinson down here on the sideline with me. I know you guys are happy to see this domination up front.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, when you can basically say we don't need to pull offensive linemen, we're going to put the smoke and mirrors behind us and just run downhill. It's mano a mano. And right now, that Michigan offensive line from Drake Nugent all the way out on both sides, including the tight ends, because you got Trente Jones now at the wingback again.
Michigan leading it 14-3, 1st and 10 now, as the Wolverines now going left to right. First play of the second quarter from the Washington 20. JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Blake Corum, running to his right. Wow, finds a small crease, slipped through it on a play that wasn't quite as well blocked, but is managing to get 3 yards anyway on that first down play.
This is where Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards know that there's going to be a big day for this running game. It's already been a big day, but they are running so aggressively and with so much confidence right now because they want to take every single yard that's possible, that's available, and right now it's looking really good.
2nd and 7 from the Washington 17-yard line. Khalil Mullings in the backfield now. Wolverines split 3 receivers to the right with the ball in the right hash. Cornelius Johnson manned up to the left. Handoff, Khalil Mullings up the middle across the 15. Powers his way down to the 14 where a host of Husky tacklers take him down. A gain of 3 for Khalil Mullings.
And you're running with 3 different backs because we saw on the first drive, Khalil Mullings with a big run, a 14-yard run. Right now, you've got 3 different styles of runners. Blake Corum a little bit different than Donovan, and then obviously Khalil, the battering ram. You're just attacking them with so many different styles. The Washington defense is not even sure what hit them so far.
3rd and 4 for Michigan. From the Washington 14-yard line, they got to get it across the 10. This is Michigan's first 3rd down play of the ball game. JJ doesn't like what he sees, and he's going to take a timeout. And they will talk it over.
Yeah, it's just taking too long to get set up. I think they were going to get Roman set up on the right, and then put somebody else in motion. And the play clock was down to 5 seconds. Just weren't going to have enough time to run it.
14-3, Michigan on top. 13:35 to go first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer on the Ann Arbor campus provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $75,000 who have less than $75,000 in assets. There is also tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Roots Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put in DNCY Chevy Drive to Motor City. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan facing a 3rd and 4 here for the Washington 14-yard line, leading at 14-3. John Jansen, what are you looking for here from the Wolverines?
I'm going to look for Colston Loveland down the middle, little seam route. I mentioned that this Washington defense will leave that middle open. We haven't seen the tight ends be a part of the offense in the pass game yet. I think this is the perfect time.
Jason Avant, what are you expecting?
I'm expecting an inside run. This is 4-down territory to get closer to the first down for next play.
I agree with John. I think this is Colston territory. However, what Jason said makes some sense considering the way the Wolverines are running the football. Ball's right in the middle of the field. And the Wolverines looking at this 3rd down and 4, trying to add to their 11-point lead. Blake Corum in the backfield off the left hip with J.J. McCarthy, 2 receivers split to either side. J.J. brings Cornelius Johnson in motion, and it's J.J. back to pass, looking, he's going to fire, and it's knocked away from Cornelius Johnson. And coverage down there, Jabbar Muhammad for the Huskies. Good defensive play. Cornelius got little separation, and that'll bring on James Turner to try a short field goal.
Yeah, and Michigan just wasn't able to get off the line of scrimmage. Colston Loveland got jammed. Cornelius got jammed. And a nice job of not taking an unnecessary risk by J.J. McCarthy. You've got points. You're in a comfortable field goal range. Try and fit the ball in, but don't put it where the Washington defense can make a play on it.
This will be a 32-yarder for J.T. Turner. And the snap is good. The hold is good. The kick is up. And the kick is also good. And James Turner is perfect from inside of 40 yards on the season. We have an injured Wolverine, it looks like.
I think it's just slow unpiling. Trente Jones is up and fine. But, 2-touchdown lead now. Just keep adding up the points.
5 plays, 65 yards over a minute 53. The big blow was a 59-yard run by Blake Corum. And Washington's defense has to leave the field feeling like that's a semblance of a win after giving up 2 touchdowns on Michigan's first 2 possessions. But let's keep in mind, this is one of the most explosive offenses in the country, the Huskies. And this is one of those games where it feels like we can safely say no lead is safe.
No lead is safe. And offensively, you got to keep your foot on the gas. You've got to continue to put pressure on the opponent in Washington Huskies. You got to keep putting points on the board. Every time you touch the ball, you need points. We've had 2 touchdowns and a field goal, no empty possessions, and now we've already seen Washington come away with just a field goal and a punt early on in the game.
Deep standing in the Washington end zone is Daniel Ngata. Will take the kickoff from Tommy Doman, who approaches the football, puts his right foot into it. And this one will not be returnable as Ngata lets it bounce 9 yards deep in the backfield. It'll go for a touchback. And Washington will get their first snap of this drive once again from the 25-yard line. Setting the Michigan defense, which we haven't done. The starters, Jalen Harrell, Chris Jenkins, Mason Graham, and Braden McGregor. The linebackers, Junior Colson and Mike Barrett. Will Johnson, Mikey Samristo, Rod Moore, Makari Page, and Josh Wallace make up the secondary, but we've seen a lot of Keon Sabb, who's in there again for the Michigan defense here in place of Makari Page, who left the Rose Bowl banged up. Perhaps a continuation of that. Ball on the left hash, 3 receivers split to the right. Dylan Johnson continues in the backfield, working on a injured foot. Penix claps his hands, back to pass, fires far side. He's got his man at the 30, out across the 31-yard line. Out there is Rome Odunze, and he's got first down yardage. They mark it right at the 35.
Well, they're keeping him wrapped up tight. And this is one of those games for Rome Odunze. You don't want to give up first downs, especially when it's a first to a first, but you don't want him to get behind you. He's a guy that can make a lot of plays. Will Johnson in coverage on him, but Mikey Sammer's still right there to help and trying to rip away at the ball. 1st and 10 for the Huskies from the 35-yard line. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Penix in a shotgun. Dylan Johnson continues in the backfield. Penix takes the snap, back to pass, rolling out to his left. Is going to fire, and he's got his man out near midfield, where Will Johnson, or check that, Josh Wallace is in coverage along with Junior Colson. They bring down Jalen Polk. A gain of 15 yards, 2 plays, and the Huskies have the ball to the midfield stripe. Yeah, they're going to try and pick up the tempo, change the tempo of this game, get right to the line of scrimmage. Michigan leading it 17-3. We're early second quarter. Penix in a shotgun. Takes the snap and hand off to Dylan Johnson, running right across the 50. Not much running room there. Junior Colson and Braden McGregor drop him after a short gain, give him a yard. Going to be second down for Washington. I had a chance to talk to Braden McGregor this week, and I asked him about the discipline that it takes to play the edge in this defense, especially with so many different styles of offenses. And he does as good of a job as you're going to see of playing his position and understanding what his keys are. And on that one, did a great job of standing up the offensive tackle, setting the edge, and making a play. Second down and 9 for the Huskies. 2 receivers split to the left, 2 to the right. Dylan Johnson in the backfield off the right hip of Michael Penix. Surveys the Michigan defense. Now we get a flag, takes the snap, and the play is blown dead. Everybody's pointing at Washington. Looks like we got an illegal procedure. False start.
Snap infraction. Offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Now he kind of double clutched it. That was Parker Brailsford. So far in this game, the opposing team center has not been a story.
Not yet. But I tell you what, when you've got Chris Jenkins, Cam Good, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant lining up over top of you, you're bound to have a nervous hand.
Second down and 14 now for the Huskies. Back them up to their own 46-yard line. 2 receivers split to either side. Penix in a shotgun. Will Nixon in the backfield. Michigan showing blitz. Now they back out of it. Back to pass is Penix. Here comes a pass rush. And he just gets it off. Looking for Polk. Incomplete. Downfield, Josh Wallace and Keon Sabb converging on Polk down the sideline at the Michigan 25-yard line. And I believe Wallace is going to get a pass breakup on that one.
Yeah, great job. They showed 6. They actually added a 7th with Mikey Sanders still, and then ended up dropping 3, only rushed 4. This was my number 1 key for this defense, is to be able to put pressure on Michael Penix by only rushing 4. So far, we've seen them do that a couple of times, and on that one, it rushed the pass, got him outside, and it forced the incompletion.
Washington empty backfield with the ball on their own 46. They got to get it across the Michigan 40. Penix in a shotgun. And now we get a flag again, and the Michigan defense is pointing at the Washington Joe Moore award-winning offensive line, and it looks like they're going to be backed up 5 more.
False start. Offense, number 77. 5-yard penalty, third down.
So we've had a snap infraction by the center. Right guard now with the false start.
That's Julius Bulow.
And it's, you've got to threaten them. And that time they brought up Junior Colson and Mike Barrett. threaten to rush 6, bring linebackers.
Michigan on top 17-3, and Washington looking at a third down in Tacoma. They got 3 receivers split to the left, 2 to the right. Penix in an empty backfield. Ball on their own 41-yard line. Back to pass is Penix. Looking, fires over the middle. He's got his man inside Michigan territory, and he's dropped right there. As coming in to make the tackle for Michigan is Keon Sabb. It was Jalen McMillan over the middle when will Washington leave the offense on the field, looking at a 4th down and about 7.
Yeah, it looks like they are. That was a great job of rushing forward. You got a long developing stunt to take place because you're dropping 7. You think it's going to take the quarterback a little bit longer to find out, but they're going to go for it.
Wow, big play here in this ball game. As Kalen DeBoer has been known to roll the dice on 4th down. Looks like he wants to do it here. Empty backfield. No, they've got Will Nixon back there for the Huskies. 2 receivers split to either side. Penix back to pass on 4th and 7. He's going to fire. He's got a man wide open, and he overthrew him at the Michigan 20-yard line. Roma Dunze was wide open. That could have been a touchdown, and Penix just missed him. And is Penix hurt, or did his shoe come off?
Came off. Wow.
Shoe came off on the pass rush. Michigan dodges a bullet there.
Oh, you said that was a great description because he was going to. That was a touchdown.
Blown coverage, and the Wolverines will take over with great field position on their own 47-yard line, leading 17-3 with 10:27 to go first half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
2 seconds left on the clock, third field goal range, and it looks like he's going to go with a 5-iron. No, wait. The quarterback is skating back on the ice. He's talking with his caddy. They're pulling the goalie. He skates off the fairway as the kicker lines up his putt. It's a breakaway. They bundled their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Touchdown savings, birdie goal.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Our Title Night coverage continues after this word from your local station. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Drive into the new year in the 2023 Ford F-150. With best-in-class towing capacity, the F-150 can help you get the job done. With a great in-stock selection, you're sure to find the perfect F-150 just for you. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,679 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist, $1,000 renewal, and $750 AXZD bonus cash. Offer ends January 31st, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Drive into the new year in a 2023 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Yeah, we got lucky on that last play. Michigan got a little cute, and they played a zero coverage, but they rotated late to a cover 2, and Rod Moore didn't get the coverage. It's really hard in a 3-by-1, but he got to get that call in that situation because that should have been a touchdown. The band should have been playing for Watson on that.
Right, yeah, 3-by-1, just real quick for people who don't know, is 3 receivers to one side and 1 to the other.
Yeah, and one to the other. You can also have 2 over there, but any 3-by-1 or 3-by-2 is hard because it causes the backside rotation to be a little bit tougher.
You've got more distance to cover.
Yeah.
And Rod Moore saw it late, and when you do that, you're probably going to give up a completion, but Rod Moore would get there late and make a play. Because he didn't get that communication, that one should have been gone for a touchdown. Michigan definitely dodged the bullet on that one.
The most stunning part of that is that Michael Penix missed an open receiver.
Yeah, I mean, well, hey, you put him under pressure. Now all of a sudden, he starts seeing things or feeling things that might not be there, and maybe he's throwing it a split second earlier than he really wanted to throw it, causing another incompletion.
Wolverines have had the football 3 times. They've scored 3 times. They lead at 17-3 here with 10:27 to go in the first half. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Michigan scrimmaging from their own 47-yard line. Roman Wilson in motion from left to right. JJ hands the ball off to Blake Corum. Not much room there as he gets tripped up. And that one's going to go in the books as a short loss on first down.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see who that was. Was that Carson Bruner that came up? I mean, he was shot out of a gun. If they're going to start being aggressive and coming up to stop the run, which they're going to have to do at some point, now all of a sudden that play action, some deep routes, we got to see JJ take a couple of shots. We got to have Sherrone Moore call him, but JJ's going to take a couple shots downfield.
Pistol formation, Donovan Edwards back in the ball game. 2nd down and 10 for Michigan from their own 47-yard line. JJ takes the snap. Play action, back to pass. JJ looking downfield. And nobody open. He's going to roll to his right. He's going to fire, and he's got Colston Loveland right in front of the Washington bench. But he couldn't hang on to it at the 36-yard line, incomplete.
Sorry, Doug. I was actually watching Colston. I thought he was going to break free. Good coverage. But then as JJ rolled out, we've seen this a number of different times. JJ rolls to his side. The deep receiver comes back to the ball, and Colston Loveland is a catch that Colston Loveland normally makes and should have made on that play.
JJ's been great on 3rd and 7+ this year. He's 34 of 46 for 535 yards, 27 first downs, and 6 touchdowns. He's facing a 3rd and 10 here, with 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. JJ takes the snap, back to pass. He's going to fire stop route over the head of Cornelius Johnson, incomplete, out of bounds. And Michigan will be forced to punt for the first time in the ballgame.
Yeah, JJ threw that one way too early. I know that there was a twist on the left side, but they did a good job. Ladarius Henderson passed off Braylon Trice to his guard, Trevor Keegan. They had it picked up. And I'm just not sure why he threw that one as quickly as he did. But it's incomplete, and we'll take a punt.
Tommy Doman on an outstanding year. Not the best game last week. We're not what we're accustomed to, has a chance to pin Washington deep, and he gets off a towering punt. This one's going to come down inside the 10 and land a yard deep in the end zone. And Washington will take over from the 20-yard line. 53 yards on the boot, bring it out to the 20. And with 9:29 to go in the first half, and Michigan leading 17-3, we'll take a break. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Let's talk numbers. The money you pay to keep your home warm in cooler weather, and the money you can save with a new heat pump from your local Ruud dealer. Give them a call and ask about the benefits of an energy-efficient, climate and budget-friendly heat pump system. Your family will stay comfortable, and the numbers will look good when your utility bill arrives. Stay warm for less. Visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to find a dealer near you. Ruud. Rely on Ruud.
Our cars, John Jansen here at NRG Stadium. Jason Avant down on the field. Bob Rossick and Brian Bush on stats. Bruce Motti is our spotter. Tony Butler, our engineer. Jack Miller, halftime and postgame. Rob Joyce back at our command center. Michigan leading 17-3 here in the second quarter. Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. First and 10 Washington, trailing 17-3. from their own 20-yard line. Dylan Johnson back in the game, their 1,000-yard back, who's giving it a go on a bad foot tonight. Penix in a shotgun. 3 receivers split to the left. Penix takes the snap, back to pass. Looking downfield, here comes a pass rush. Penix corralled and dropped inside the 10. Kenneth Grant leading the Michigan tacklers, and they will spot him at the 8-yard line. Huge negative play, loss of 12 on first down for the Huskies as Kenneth Grant broke through the interior of that Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line.
And if you can win with 4 and drop 7, and they only rushed 4, you're going to have to get wins inside. The tackles for Washington are their best 2 offensive linemen. If you can win some one-on-one matchups, what Kenneth Grant was able to do, Mason Graham was right behind him, that poses big problems for Washington.
Ball on their own 8-yard line. Penix in a shotgun. They got to get it across the 30 on second down. Penix back to pass in his own end zone. Steps up, fires, and is it caught or was it short? Incomplete. They're going to say it was incomplete. Jalen McMillan out at the 28-yard line went to the ground and caught it on the hop. And Washington will be looking at a third down and forever.
Yep, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham again applying pressure up the middle. And I tell you what, these 2 guys right now are owning the interior of that offensive line, and Michael Penix is starting to feel the pressure. We've already seen some quick throws, some incompletions, that one to Romo Dunze. They're going to have to try and get that ball out of his hands a little bit quicker.
8:37 to go in a half. It's third down and 21 for Washington. Penix in a shotgun bunch formation to the right. 1 receiver split left. Wolverines rolling the coverage off deep. Back to pass is Penix in his end zone. Fires underneath. He's got his running back 15-20. Met at the 21. And a swarm of Michigan tacklers, including Michael Barrett and Keon Sabb, bring him down 7 yards shy of the first down. And with this field position on 4th and 7, Kalen DeBoer will be forced to punt after the gain of 14.
Yeah, when you're used to getting 7.5 yards on first down, but you're ending up early on with 6-3-0, and now you start off with a sack, minus 12. This offense is out of sorts right now. They're not really sure what to do when they're so far behind the sticks.
The dangerous Samaj Morgan standing on his own 35-yard line. Catch the ball first. Jack McAllister inside his 10 will punt. He averages 41 yards per punt. Snap is good. McAllister's got it. Puts his right foot into it, and it's another low punt. It's going to bounce in front of Samaj, and another one of these rolls inside the 35, and will roll out of bounds at the Michigan 32-yard line. It's 2 short punts, but they got the roll, did the Huskies, and that one will be credited with 44 yards, and Michigan will take over on their own 33.
Yeah, I think they're trying to shoot some of those low ones that may bounce and roll because they do feel the threat of Samaj and the return game.
Yeah, he has to get his confidence back. Some of these balls, he could have come up and maybe fielded that, and you have to be confident at that position. You can't think about what happened before or the hesitation on the kickoff return, those things. A young player, he has to step up in this situation.
They might be trying to bait him after the fumble last week on a short punt. Wolverines from their own 32-yard line. Blake Corum off the right hip of J.J. McCarthy, who brings Tyler Morris in motion. And now it's a handoff to McCorum up the middle. Blake Corum across the 35 out to the 40. And at the 41-yard line, he is dragged down right up the middle. Taking his time was Blake Corum, weaving through tacklers, give him 7 yards.
Yeah, and those tacklers are getting destroyed by Trevor Keegan coming around. He pulled from that left guard position, and I love it when you have a number 77 and a number 52 that are 15 yards downfield, still blocking their down linemen.
Alfonso Tupatala on the tackle. Wolverines shift everybody out to the right. 3 receivers there on second down and 2. Khalil Mullings in the backfield, who will actually Alex Orji on a quarterback run right. He's got room across the 50 and steps out of bounds at the 46-yard line. Alex Orji checked into the game. And the Wolverines' running threat at the quarterback spot goes for 13 yards on second down. Move the chains as Michigan is into Washington territory.
Well, a great job going trips right. They had all of their skilled players on the right. They pulled left guard, left tackle, Trevor Keegan, and Ladarius Henderson. There was absolutely nobody backside. And Braylon Trice broke outside contain, lack of discipline, and that's why Michigan was able to pick that one up.
Alex Orji continuing at quarterback for Michigan. Now they're shifting people all over the place. Edwards and Mullings flank to either side of Alex Orji. Now they bring Roman Wilson in motion. They'll go zone read. Orji up the middle, puts his head down, gets what he can inside the 45 down to the 44-yard line. Gain of 2 by Alex Orji.
Yeah, the read option, I think the better option on that one would have been to hand the ball off to Donovan Edwards. A little bit aggressive by Alex Orji. As soon as you see that linebacker declare and come in, you want to be able to hand that ball off.
6:04 to go first half. Michigan leading 17-3, looking at a 2nd down and 8. They break the huddle quickly. J.J. McCarthy back into quarterback. Pistol formation with Blake Corum behind him. Hand off to Corum, bounces outside, met by a tackler as he gets to the line of scrimmage and undercut. And he's dropped right there by Jabbar Muhammad, and we have an injured Husky, and that might be Muhammad.
Yeah, I think his something happened, looked like a shoulder as he tripped up Blake Corum. Blake Corum's not easy to bring down.
He got hurt late in the Sugar Bowl, did Muhammad, in a key situation on Texas's last drive. They had to bring in Thaddeus Dixon. And Michigan will be looking at a 3rd down and 8. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. (17-3), Wolverines on top, 5:45 to go. Muhammad still on the field. He is getting addressed by the Washington trainers. We'll take a break. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
And we pause for a word over this, the very maize and blue Michigan Football Network.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Basketball season is here, but you still have some time to secure your seats to watch Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center. Single game tickets are on sale now, but hurry because tickets are running out for some of the season's marquee matchups and great promotions. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets now to lock in your seats. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center this season. mgoblue.com/tickets.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the midsize SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Michigan leading Washington 17-3 here with 5:45 to go in the first half, and the Wolverines looking at a 3rd down and 8. The injured Husky, Jabbar Muhammad, came off the field and went straight to the injury tent. They were looking at his right shoulder or upper arm, and that means more run for Thaddeus Dixon, who's played plenty for them, a transfer from Long Beach Community College. He has 6 pass breakups on the year, and he played in a critical situation last week against Texas, and the Longhorns had the ball and a chance to win.
That's a big loss for them because that's the only player in the secondary that has like a late draftable grade. And he's a good player, so let's see.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see them attack Thaddeus Dixon.
Second team all Pac-12 was Jabbar Muhammad, and he's still in the 10. They're calling it 3rd and 7 for Michigan. They got to get it across the Washington 36-yard line. JJ in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to the left, 2 to the right. Donovan Edwards in the backfield off the left hip with J.J. McCarthy. Washington showing blitz. Now they back everybody off as J.J. surveys the defense. Now looks like he might want to change the play. He's got, play clock hasn't even started. All kinds of time. J.J. brings Colston Loveland in motion, and they'll go inside handoff Donovan Edwards, and he'll power forward to the 40, inside the 40, down to the 39-yard line, setting up a 4th down and 3.
Yeah, I think this is one where Jim Harbaugh is going to go for it. I don't know. The punt team's gathering, but you're not going to gain much.
Keegan's telling them we want to go for it.
Are they going to?
A.J. Ale, credit him with the tackle.
Wow.
They're going to line up in punt formation.
This one's going to have to go straight up and straight down.
Watch for some shenanigans here. Maybe a a shift to try and get Washington special teams to jump off sides. And we got a whistle and a timeout. Jim Harbaugh wants to think about it. Do you think he's going to change his mind, John Jansen?
I think he might. That ball punted away, landed right on the goal line.
Michigan, their second of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
I just don't know. I mean, if it goes into the end zone, right now the ball is at the, what we call that, the 39?
Yeah.
And you're only going to pick up, 14 yards? I'm not sure I see the point of not going for it.
In this situation, this is a great time to use some of those routes that we used against Alabama where guys are crossing the formation, going behind the line of scrimmage, because they're going to be in man-to-man in this situation. And the last time we were in man-to-man, they were able to get their hands on our receivers. But if you do the motion and do crossing routes, it plays to an advantage for us.
Yeah, and the other thing I like is, hey, we've shown run on third down. We've shown run in situations like this. Let's keep the ball in JJ's hand and let him pick up the first. Use him as a threat in the run game.
Here comes the Michigan offense. So Jim Harbaugh sent the punt unit on and then changed his mind.
They're going to need a whole lot more guys out there.
Yeah, a couple of offensive linemen checking in late with Arius Henderson and Trevor Keegan. Play clock hasn't even started, so they got all kinds of time. From the Washington 39-yard line, they got to get it across the 36. 4th down and 3. They shift everybody in tight. Blake Corum in the backfield. JJ at a shotgun. 4th and 3. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Fires and tipped away from Roman Wilson. Try to quick out to Roman Wilson, and it's batted away by Washington. And the Huskies will take over on downs as that play was made by Adafon Ulafosio in coverage.
That's a little bit too predictable. We've run a lot of out routes and stop routes, individual routes backside. It's a little bit predictable, and I think Washington knew that as well.
Yeah, nice to know the protection was there. He would have had a little bit more time, but all the routes were designed basically to pick up one extra yard than they needed. A quick hookup by A.J. Barner, close to Loveland on the opposite side, and 2 outs on both on the outsides.
17-3, Michigan on top, 4:43 to go first half. Washington with the football from the 39-yard line. Shotgun. Penix takes the snap, goes handoff Dylan Johnson across the 40 out to the 45-yard line where Michael Barrett gets on his back and rides him to the ground.
Well, that's what this offense is designed to do on first down. They want to split everybody out and then take some shots inside. We've seen pressure by the middle of this Michigan defense. We need to see some run stops.
45-yard line, empty backfield for Michael Penix. Clock running, 4:18 to go first half. Penix claps his hands, back to pass. Fires quickly, he's got his tight end. That's Westover into Michigan territory. Down to the 45-yard line, that's where they'll mark him. Jalen Harrell brings him to the ground. First down for the Huskies. Remember, they get the ball to start the third quarter, so they have an opportunity here to try and piece together 2 straight possessions. They go quickly with a sweep to Dylan Johnson. Not much running room there as he gets across the 45. Putting his head down is Michael Barrett, dropping him to the ground right there. A gain of 2 on first down.
Nice job of recognition by Mike Barrett, getting outside, and you mentioned putting his head down, but getting his body across the body.
Second down and 8, 3:30 to go. Washington with 3 receivers to the right. Will Nixon now in the backfield. Penix in a shotgun. They put Nixon in motion. Back to pass is Penix. Here comes the rush. Fires underneath. He's got one of his receivers at the 40 to the 35. It's Roma Dunze down to the 34. Good for the first down with 3:15 to go in the first half. Washington trying to claw their way back into this one. Michigan has dominated the first half. They lead at 17-3. Well, this is one of the most explosive offenses in the country. From the 34-yard line, again, the Huskies going fast. Nixon continues in the backfield. 3 receivers split to the right. Penix surveys the defense. Now he'll take his time. Plenty of time on the play clock. Now he's got the snap back to pass. Fires underneath. Westover 30, 25. And Michael Barrett amongst the Michigan tacklers. They drop him right there along with Junior Colson. Good for another first down to the Michigan 23-yard line. A lot of short stuff. A little too easy here.
Well, they're trying to threaten downfield with Romo Dunze and McMillan, and right now they're just hitting all the short routes underneath. Michigan's backing off just a little bit too much, giving too much credit to that outside pass game.
1st and 10 from the Michigan 23. Penix, play action, back to pass, fires quickly, incomplete. Looking for his running back out of the backfield. Makari Page there in coverage. Check that. That was Polk, the intended receiver. Incomplete. 2nd down, stopping the clock with 2:17 to go. And the Wolverines with a 14-point lead.
Good discipline. That was that RPO that we've seen Washington run a few times, especially in the last couple of games against Texas. And you got to be able to be disciplined, tackle the running back, and be able to cover that receiver. Nice job by the Michigan defense.
2nd and 10 for the Huskies. Empty backfield for Penix. Barks some commands at his offensive line. Now he's ready to go. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Wolverines bring a blitzer. They're going to fire far side. There's some contact down there. Incomplete into the end zone. No flag. It looked like the receiver out there, Odunze, ran into Josh Wallace. At least that's what I'm assuming happened, why there was no flag.
No, Rome Odunze stumbled off the line of scrimmage because Josh Harris played him tight and then back up. So he was anticipating getting hit, and he stumbled by himself.
All right, well, Husky fans didn't like it. Now their team's looking at a 3rd down and 10. 2:13 to go in the half. Michigan up 17-3. 3 receivers split to the right. Penix in a shotgun. Big play here. Claps his hands. Back to pass is Michael Penix looking. Going to fire over the middle. Looking for his receiver. Incomplete. Inside the numbers, and this time we do have a flag. Mikey Sainer still doesn't like the call. Jalen McMillan was the intended receiver, and they're going to get a 1st down on a defensive pass interference.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 0. 15-yard penalty. 1st down.
Mikey held him unnecessarily because that ball was out of reach. I don't think he was able to get to that ball, so he panicked and held.
That moves the ball inside the Michigan 10-yard line down to the 8. 1st and goal for the Huskies. 2:08 to go in the first half.
Yeah, you don't want to get out of position. You also don't want to be in a position to make a panic play like that.
Bunch formation to the left. Now they shift everybody to the right. Dylan Johnson in the backfield. From the 8, 1st and goal, Penix in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap, inside handoff to Dylan Johnson. That in the backfield, breaks 1 tackle, and gets down to the 5-yard line. Mikey Barrett had him dead to rights in the backfield, but Johnson, limping back to the huddle, escaped that tackle, put his head down, and got down to the 5. 2nd and goal, clock running, minute 53 to go in the half.
I tell you what, Dylan Johnson's a tough running back. He's hard to bring down, and when he runs with good leverage, you're not going to tackle him with an arm tackle. We saw some sure-handed tacklers there, like a Junior Colson and Mike Barrett, come away empty.
Now Penix will take a snap from under center. Goes toss sweep to Dylan Johnson running right. Hit as he gets to the 5-yard line and dropped right there. And Jim Harbaugh races to the official to call a timeout with a minute 29 to go. No gain on the run. It's going to be 3rd and goal from the 5 for the Huskies.
I tell you what, Makari Page did a great job. We've seen this early on in the game where Washington wants to pull their offensive linemen. They're athletic offensive linemen. They want to get them out in space and get them on safeties, get them on corners. And Makari Page did a great job of dipping out and around and then getting back into his rush lane to be able to make that play.
That was a special football play. It happened right in front of me. I just knew that was a walk-in touchdown. Makari Page right there was more physical to the attack, defeated the blocker, and delivered a shot to him. It was amazing.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was Julius Boilo, their right guard. And a nice job of just avoiding the block, avoiding the blow, and being able to make a tackle.
So here we go. Washington back on the field, trailing 17-3, looking at a 3rd and 5 with a minute 31 to go in the half. They break the huddle quickly. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Michael Penix in a shotgun with Dylan Johnson in the backfield. Penix claps his hands, takes the snap, going to go quarterback run right. And the Wolverines swarm him at the 5-yard line and drop him at the 3. Chris Jenkins was out there. Will Johnson, Mike Barrett. And it'll be 4th and goal, and we'll see what Kalen DeBoer decides to do. Does he take the points knowing he gets the football to start the second half? Or does he go for it and try to get some momentum into the halftime locker room.
Well, I think he's going to take this play clock down as far as he possibly can.
As
Jim
he
Harbaugh
should.
doesn't have any more timeouts left.
Washington breaks the huddle on 4th and 3. Huge play here. Penix in a shotgun. One receiver split to the right, two to the left. Penix surveys the Michigan defense, takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the rush. Penix fires over the middle, clock, touchdown. Flag is down. Flag is down. We'll see what it is. It's Jalen McMillan in the back of the end zone.
Chris Jenkins was signaling. Oh, it looks like they're going to get Michigan for some type of infraction in the secondary.
Well, if that's the case, then the touchdown stands, and Washington has a chance to make this a 7-point game with 42 seconds to go in the half.
Holding, defense, number 2. That penalty decline. He's over the play for touchdown.
So Jalen McMillan with the touchdown. He scored last week in the Sugar Bowl. Now adds a touchdown here. 11 plays, 61 yards, over 4 minutes. And Washington has cut the Michigan lead to 17-10. Brady Gross on for the extra point. Snap is low, fielded cleanly, and put down for Gross. Kick is up and kick is good. So the Huskies have fought back. And now with 42 seconds to go, and as we've mentioned several times, Washington getting the opening kickoff of the second half could be a huge swing in momentum. Michigan did not convert their 4th and 3. Washington did.
Yep, and you got to find a way to extend your possessions. Don't come in this game. You can't trade score for score or empty possession for empty possession. When Washington has empty possession, even if it's a field goal, you've got to be able to put points on the board. You got to keep adding them up because this Washington team can score points in a hurry, and they can score a lot of them.
I'm sure the Wolverines would love to get the ball into James Turner field goal range. He was good out to 52. It's the deepest he tried in pregame warm-ups. They also got to get J.J. McCarthy going. He's just 3 of 8 for 55 yards right now.
Yeah, and a couple of low percentage throws on those 4th down throws, the 3rd and short throws. I'd really like to see them get the tight ends more involved in the offense.
Brady Gross will kick off. Samaj Morgan standing on his own goal line. And will signal for a fair catch and make it at the 3, and Michigan will take over at the 25-yard line. Wolverines had some huge runs earlier in this game. Blake Corum went 59 yards. Donovan Edwards 46 and 41 yards. Michigan has 4 ball carriers, all in more than 10 yards rushing, including Kalel Mullings. He's got 14 yards, and Alex Orji, check that, 21 yards for Kalel Mullings. Alex Orji has 15 yards rushing. But do they try and throw it here? They're going to go 4 wide with Donovan Edwards in the backfield from the 25-yard line. Again, 42 seconds to go in the half. Michigan leading 17-10. J.J. McCarthy claps his hands, back to pass. J.J. fires over the middle. Colston Loveland, 35, 40, down the middle of the field. Colston Loveland out to the 44-yard line. That's where he's jumped. Stop the clock on the first down with 37 seconds to go in the half.
Just about hustle. Got to get up, get set. Nice route by Colston Loveland. Little out route. Come back inside. Easy pitch and catch.
19 yards on the play. J.J. in a shotgun. They start the clock. Back to pass is J.J. Fires far side. He's got his man there, and it's Cornelius Johnson who doesn't get out of bounds. He could have stepped out of bounds. Now the clock is running. Michigan again out of timeout.
Yeah, as a senior, you got to know, hey, when you're that close, yeah, you got to get out of bounds.
19 seconds to go in the half. J.J., you're going to spike it with 16 seconds to go. That's just not a mistake you can make.
That's a critical error. You got to know what the situation is, where you are on the field. It's not about trying to get that extra yard in this situation. It's about saving seconds on the clock. Got to get out of bounds.
Yeah, that's not the Michigan way right there. I didn't like that. That was a mindless play.
3rd down and 3 for Michigan from the Washington 49-yard line. 16 seconds to go in the half. Wolverines on top, 17-10. They got to get it across the 46. J.J. in a shotgun with a bunch formation to the right. Back to pass is J.J. Fires downfield and overthrows Cornelius Johnson and out of bounds. Does Jim Harbaugh dare take a chance here on 4th and 3?
Kick it away. Kick it away because...
I don't know, because with just 12 seconds to go...
Washington has a timeout.
I know, but a play would take 3-4 seconds off the clock. It would give Washington maybe just one play.
Yeah, but you're within throwing range of the end zone. If you punt, you're going to take that same 3-4 seconds off the clock.
Well, it looks like Jim Harbaugh agrees with me. He's left the offense on the field, but the play clock's down to 8, so I don't know.
Nothing's going to happen here.
Put it down. They're going to take the flag on the delay of game.
So delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Fourth down.
A couple of good throws from JJ that drive, but really killed them, though, was the 10-15 seconds they lost when Cornelius Johnson didn't step out of bounds. And then they had to waste it down, spiking it. It'd be third down right now if he just stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, but I tell you what, that's not a bad penalty there to just go ahead and take it because you got such a good leg in Tommy Doman. You don't want to kick this one into the end zone. You want to try and pin him somewhere inside the 15, ideally inside the 10.
Tommy Doman, one of the best in the country in terms of hang time, takes the snap and puts his right foot into it. And Jeremy Bernard is going to let it bounce, and it is going to be inside the 10. It's going to roll down to the 2-yard line, and that's where Michigan will down it with 3 seconds to go in the half. But Washington could just take a knee and get to the locker room after the 52-yard punt from Tommy Doman. While the Michigan offense scored their first 3 possessions, and they haven't done much since.
No, they've got to find a way to get their mojo back. It is simply the confidence that they were playing with. Everything seemed to be working. Washington made some adjustments. They started moving that line, and they're bringing up a safety. They're bringing in extra linebackers to try and stop the run. And right now, with JJ being 5 of 11, there's really not much of a threat that they're going to threaten you deep or go for a big play, an explosive play in the pass game.
Huskies in a victory formation. Looks like they'll just have Penix take a knee at the 1-yard line, and that's exactly what they do. And we'll head to the halftime locker room with Michigan on top, 17-10. So you like the lead. You like the way the run game's been performing. But if there's such a thing as momentum in football, it feels like it's in this Husky locker room.
Well, it is. But, hey, you got to, when Michigan gets into the locker room, the coach has got to settle them down and say, hey, you're still up by a touchdown. They're going to get the ball. You got to find a way to go out there and reset the tone. Jim Harbaugh talks about tone setters all the time, whether it's Jalen Harrell, Mason Graham, Bakari Page, Rob Moore, Mikey Samuelson. They've got a lot of guys that can set the tone defensively in the second half. You've got to be able to come out in that first possession and do it.
Wolverines on top 17-10 here at halftime. We'll have analysis from Jack Miller and Jason Avant. Jim Harbaugh, his thoughts from inside the Michigan locker room as his team is 30 minutes away from a national championship and they've got a 7-point lead. Stick with us. Halftime activities next. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
That ball is intercepted. Michigan wins the football game.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Drive into the new year in the 2023 Ford F-150. With best-in-class towing capacity, the F-150 can help you get the job done. With a great in-stock selection, you're sure to find the perfect F-150 just for you. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,679 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist, $1,000 renewal, and $750 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends January 31st, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Drive into the new year in a 2023 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the halftime show. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rod Joyce.
Halftime from Houston. Michigan leads Washington in the national championship game 17-10 as we recap the opening 30 minutes with the first half highlights. Washington won the toss, deferred to the second half, so Michigan with the ball first, and it was a fast start for the Maize and Blue offense. Gains of 8, 7, 10, and 14. Within a half dozen plays, the ball's across midfield. A Husky sack of J.J. McCarthy turned out to be a mere footnote on an otherwise perfect start.
Second down and 14 for Michigan. Now J.J. goes 3 wide. Everybody split to the right with the ball in the left hash. Donovan Edwards in the backfield for the first time. Tight end A.J. Barner to the right. J.J. takes the snap, handoff to Edwards. Up the middle, bounces off a tackler. 35. Donovan Edwards down the sideline. Donovan Edwards in the clear. Touchdown, Wolverines. And Michigan takes the lead on a 41-yard touchdown run by number 7, Donovan Edwards. No flags.
One touchdown all year for Donovan Edwards. He opens the national title game with a bang. 41 yards to the house, 8 plays, 84 yards, 5 minutes in. It's 7-0 Michigan. The high-powered Washington offense in an immediate hole. They, too, are quick into plus territory. Just 5 plays. 10 plays into the drive. UW makes it 1st and goal. The Michigan defense bends, but doesn't break. A 13-play drive stalls at the 8. A chip shot gets Washington on the board. 11 minutes into the ballgame, it's 7-3 Wolverines. Long break for the Michigan offense, over 6 minutes off the field, but it picked up right where it left off on drive number 2. Second play, J.J. McCarthy finds Roman Wilson for 37 yards into Husky territory. 2 plays later, Dono does it again.
Donovan Edwards in the backfield for Michigan here. 1 carry, 41-yard touchdown. Everybody jammed in tight. Pistol formation, J.J. takes the snap, hands it off to Edwards, who will bounce it outside. Donovan 40, Donovan 30, Donovan Edwards is in the clear. He'll do it again. His second touchdown run of the ballgame, this time for 46 yards. And Michigan has taken a 13-3 lead on the second touchdown of the night from the man who was not tripping.
In the first 14 games this year, Donovan Edwards' season-long rush was 22 yards. His first 2 carries tonight, 41-yard touchdown, 46-yard touchdown. The latter came with 2:30 left in the quarter. The defense then forces the first 3 and out by either side tonight. It would give the Wolverines the ball back up 14-3 with enough time for 1 more play in the first. And after the Donovan Edwards start, well, don't forget about Blake Corum.
Wolverines just 2 Donovan Edwards runs away from the end zone here. Will snap it from their own 21-yard line. Pistol formation, it's Blake Corum in the backfield. J.J. eyes the defense, claps his hands it off to Corum. Running right, he's got room across the 25. Blake Corum 30, Blake Corum 35, 40. Blake Corum down the sideline, 40, 35, cuts back inside and gets tracked down from behind at the Washington 20-yard line.
59 yards officially for Corum to end the quarter, to which Michigan rushed for 174 yards. Would start the second inside the red zone, up 14-3. This time would not turn into a touchdown. Instead, James Turner, a 32-yard field goal, pushes the lead to 17-3. A semblance of a win for Washington, still only down 2 scores. And for a brief second, it looked like the Huskies would have their deficit early in the second quarter. Would cross midfield, face a 4th and 7. Kalen DeBoer rolls the dice, goes for it. Michael Penix has Rome Odunze open downfield. Would have been a walk-in touchdown had Penix not overthrown Odunze. Instead, it's a turnover on downs, 10 minutes to halftime. Nothing would come of it as Michigan gets the ball back, would get stopped for the first time tonight. In fact, the 2 teams would trade 3 and outs, giving the Wolverines the ball back midway through the second, facing a 4th down of its own near the Washington 40. The offense would go for it, failed to convert. 5 minutes to halftime, still 17-3, and then the Huskies start to go on the move. Efficient chunks of yardage, gets the ball inside the Michigan 30. A 3rd down pass interference penalty makes it 1st and goal late. 3 straight runs drive it down to the 3-yard line. Under a minute to go in the half. On 4th and goal, Washington again opts to keep the offense on the field.
Washington breaks the huddle on 4th and 3. Huge play here. Penix in a shotgun. 1 receiver split to the right, 2 to the left. Penix surveys the Michigan defense, takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the rush. Penix fires over the middle, caught, touchdown, flag is down. Flag is down. We'll see what it is. It's Jalen McMillan in the back of the end zone.
There was a defensive penalty, so the touchdown by McMillan stands. 11 plays, 61 yards. That makes it 17-10 with 42 seconds to halftime. No timeouts. U of M would make one last push, but the drive stalls near midfield. And despite that home run start, it is a one-score game at the break. 17-10 Michigan. Washington will get the ball to start the third quarter. We'll take a timeout, come back, run through the first half numbers as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Wolverines, Huskies.
He's got Roman Wilson, who will walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcast.
At the half, Michigan leads Washington in the national championship game 17-10 as you look at some of the first half numbers. A lot of the numbers going the way of the Maize and Blue. Total yards, Michigan outgaining Washington by over 100 yards, 290 to 160. So a 130-yard advantage for Michigan offensively. That includes 209 yards on the ground on just 17 carries. That's an average of 12 yards per carry. A little bit misleading. The first quarter, Michigan had 9 carries for 174 yards. Second quarter, bit of a different story. 8 carries, 35 yards for Michigan in that second quarter. Passing numbers for Michigan, J.J. McCarthy, 5 of 11 passing for 81 yards. He, too, struggled in the second quarter, just 2 of 8 passing for 26 yards in the second frame. Michigan had 2 penalties for 20 yards, and both teams had 10 first downs in that first half. Washington, meanwhile, Michael Penix Jr., 13 of 21 passing for 128 yards and a touchdown. Leading the way for Washington rushing-wise is Dylan Johnson, 9 for 26. And then Jalen McMillan leads the Huskies in receiving, 4 receptions, 28 yards, and that score. Michigan led in rushing by Donovan Edwards, 3 carries, 93 yards, touchdowns of 41 and 46 yards. Blake Corum with 8 carries for 84 yards as well. And Cornelius Johnson, Michigan's leading receiver in the first half, he had 3 grabs for 25 yards. Michigan with a 17-10 lead at the half over Washington. Brian Bush, Jack Miller, and Jason Vaught will break down the first half, give you the keys to half number 2 as Michigan trying to be 30 minutes away from a national championship. Up by a touchdown, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to a campground or a campus tailgate, Club Citgo saves you 3 cents off every gallon every day. Plus 5 cents off on Fridays and 9 cents on Tuesdays once per month. And first-time Club Citgo users get an extra 20 cents off every gallon on their first purchase. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Download the Club Citgo app today. Savings get up to 30 gallons only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Michigan, Washington.
Back to pass is Milrow. Here comes the blitz, and down he goes. Michael Barrett shot out of a cannon.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions and Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, we'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Michigan dominated the first half early. Washington has rallied with a late touchdown to pull within 7. Wolverines 17, Huskies 10. We are at halftime of the national championship game. Ryan Bush and Jack Miller back high atop NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas. Jason Avant down on that sideline. Let's start with the running game, guys. I mean, tremendous work from these offensive linemen from the running attack. I mean, Michigan has had 4 different ball carries, all have at least one run of 10-plus yards. Jack, you called Donovan Edwards earlier this week, and to see him get going with his 2 longest runs of the season, pretty tremendous.
Yeah, awesome to see. I mean, Donovan's style is to get into the open space and then just outrun everybody. He's not as shifty as Blake, can't get downhill quite the way that Blake does or Khalil Mullins, but when there's a seam, when there's a gap, he's going to find it and nobody's going to catch him. And credit the offensive line and the tight ends and wide receivers for just some stellar blocking to start this game, displacing defenders, moving guys around, and that's all Donovan needs. It's just a little seam and he's gone.
Jason, what have you seen from that Michigan offensive line?
Oh, they've been the most dominant group, especially in their first quarter, on the field for sure. And I think that has to do with the first 15 plays when it comes to Sharon Moore and this play calling. I believe that we were well prepared for this game starting off. And I would like to see more Donovan Edwards in there. We haven't seen him later in that second quarter, so I would like to see him ride the hot hand. The other thing I'll say about the offensive line is that they have to be able to control it going outside as well. They're starting to stack the box inside. We have to be able to get the ball on the edges coming up in the second half so we can get the ball on tosses, sweeps outside in order to keep them at bay.
Yeah, you mentioned Donovan Edwards. He just has 3 carries today, 41, 46, and then a 6-yarder late stages of the second quarter. As we get into today's halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, certainly some missed opportunities for Michigan in that second quarter. First 3 drives, Wolverines averaged 14 yards a play, with those big runs being a key catalyst to that. But Jason, the 3rd and 4 on the Huskies 14 was a PBU for Washington. Then you didn't like that 4th and 3 attempt to Roman Wilson inside the 40. What must Michigan change, whether it's play calling, execution, in terms of that passing game getting going?
Well, that comes down to play calling. I believe that we are a sticks team. So when a defense looks at us, that means that on 3rd downs, we try to go right for the sticks, get right past it, and pick up the 3rd down. And that becomes very predictable. So we need to see some double moves, some shots down the field. And JJ has to realize that he's a better athlete than he gives himself credit for. When you're a confident athlete, knowing that you can get out of a situation, there should be a peace about your game. And in these situations, he's frantic, seeing pressure a little bit too fast and getting off his read a little bit too quickly. And I would like to see him be more patient in the pocket.
Yeah, Jason, I agree. Save for that 1 sack that he took on the first drive that actually ended up being a touchdown the next play, the offensive line's protected pretty well. I do think he's a little skittish back there for some reason. If they're able to create some double moves, some route concepts that are going to allow guys to get open later in the play than otherwise that we've seen in the first half, I think that opens up a lot more of this offense. Running the ball should and will continue, I think, to be a pretty easy thing for for Michigan. They just got to get in the flow of it the right way. Like Sharon was doing in the first few series there. He had a hot hand. He knew when to run it. Then he got a play action behind it, something like that. We're still running the ball fairly effectively, and I think we'll be able to the rest of the game. From a passing perspective, I agree. You can't be so predictable. Throwing out routes on the 3rd and short and the 4th and short. Get these guys down the middle of the field. Roman Wilson in the middle of the field. Colson Loveland in the middle of the field. Whatever the play dictates, don't force anything, but there's got to be a way to get more creative. The offensive line is giving JJ that time.
Yeah, 100%. Man-to-man is what we're going to see from Washington, and 8 people in the box in order to stop our run. That's the game on the receivers and the quarterback and the tight ends, the pass catchers. So we have to go out and make them pay for playing tight coverage against our offense.
Today's first half adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Guys, defensive observations from that final Washington drive. They had just 99 yards on their first 4 drives, 11 plays, 61 yards in 4 minutes to pull to within 7. Seemed like, Jason, they were starting to dump it down and kind of settle for some shorter completions after Penix and this offense tried to air it out a lot against Michigan's great secondary early on.
Yeah, they're being patient with the ball, and Penix is checking it down, and Michigan was just playing back deep, not letting them get behind them. And I'll tell you this, Jalen McMillan is a problem because he's their speediest receiver, and he's also their quickest receiver. So Mikey Sanders still in him. That matchup is pretty special, and I like to see what's going to happen this second half.
Yeah, even though we were letting them kind of dunk and dive their way down the field, you'd rather have that than letting those guys get behind you. So you're going to take those things. Penix and these receivers are going to get yards. They're going to be able to connect. We talked about it early in the game. I still think it's true. Make them earn it. Make them go the length of the field. Make them have a 10-play drive to score points. You do not want to let an explosive team like this jump ahead, get points that they shouldn't have because of one big play. The defensive line's got to continue to get pressure. When Penix feels panicked, he can't sit back there. Jason, you called it before the game. These are long developing routes from Washington. If he doesn't have the time to sit back there and let these things open up with time, he can't get it done. If the defensive line can continue to get pressure with 4, we should be all right. Keep playing your butt. 10 points to Washington in the first half. You take that coming into this game if I told you that was what was going to happen. So they're doing all right.
Michael Penix Jr., 13 of 21, 128 yards. His longest completion today, 16 yards. Very acceptable. Now, they missed the Roma Dunze 4th down. That was a key break for Michigan, Correct. But it has worked defensively so far. Those are some thoughts from Jason and Jack. We've got another couple minutes before the second half begins. Michigan 17, Washington 10. The national championship game's second half is moments away, so stay tuned. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you the action. Wolverines looking for their first national title since 1997. They have a 7-point lead at the break. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
This winter, you gotta be ready for anything, and Toyota is ready when you are, with more all-wheel drive vehicles than anyone else, like the family-size Highlander. Now through January 31st, get any new gas-powered 2024 Highlander with 4.99 APR financing, or get up to $1,000 APR cash on the new Grand Highlander, depending on model, when financed with approved credit through TFS. Plus, you get 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get details at buyattoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Foguet Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Headquartered in Brighton with 8 convenient locations across the state, including one just down the street from the Big House. Visit us at FoguetFinancial.com. That's FOGUTH Financial.com to find out more about us. As the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we can't wait to see you in Ann Arbor. Go Blue! Foguet Financial Group. Peace and purpose for your money.
The second half of the national championship game is moments away. Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Michigan is 14-0 and 30 minutes away from a national championship. They lead it 17-10 here at the half. Down in Houston, second half action coming up. Jim Harbaugh just addressed his team in the Michigan locker room. Jason Avant has the coach's thoughts.
Coach Harbaugh would like the team, let the team know, needs to get the ball back for offense, need to get the ball back and get back in rhythm. Continue to smash up front. We can run the ball inside, look for cutback lanes. We're going to run the ball, and we're going to do everything. We're going to give everything we have in this half. Defense, constant communication. Defense gets set. There's a lot of guys talking to me right now. Sorry about that.
It's quite all right.
Let's tackle in space, no cheap yards. Let's get the momentum back. Let's play our best half of football, be aggressive, physical, and get the energy up in the second half.
We know that Jason is very popular down there, and interesting, he said that Jim Harbaugh emphasized run the ball in the second half.
Yeah, and that's what was working for him in the first quarter. They got away from him in the second. Here's a couple of numbers for you. 13 plays, 229 yards of offense in the first quarter. 16 plays, 61 yards in the second quarter. A dramatic difference.
Tommy Doman puts his right foot into it and sails it through the back of the end zone, and Daniel Ngata will let it go, and Washington will take over. Down by 7 from the 25-yard line, and we'll see if the Michigan defense actually played pretty well. The 10 points allowed by Michigan's defense, the second fewest Washington has scored in the first half all year. They had 3 against Arizona State.
Yeah, and obviously Michigan's defense has been the consistent part of this team the entire season. They played well in the first half. Offense has to continue to be consistent and support them throughout the course of the rest of the game.
Washington will move right to left here in the third quarter. Tybo Rogers in the backfield shifts out of there as Penix is back to pass on first down. Pump fakes, now is firing in, and it's intercepted. No, dropped. Oh, Will Johnson, did he catch it?
Yeah, he did.
Did he catch it? He did. Will Johnson comes up with an interception right in front of the Washington bench. He bobbled it and then plucked it right off the turf. We're going to have to see a replay to see if he did indeed secure it before it hit the ground, but the official right there, right on top of it.
Yeah, I think he got it. The concern is, did he stay in bounds? And I think he did.
We're going to have to see a replay if indeed he went to the ground with the football at the Washington 32-yard line, and there couldn't be a better start to the half than that.
That was great defense by the Washington receiver to try to break up the pass, and also a great pass rush by the defensive line that made Penix feel uncomfortable and throw that ball up in the air like that.
We're going to see an end zone view of this one. Penix got hit. It was Mason Graham forcing his man back into Penix. I think he's in bounds, and I think he caught it based upon the replay from the end zone. Here we go. Here's a tight shot.
Oh, yeah, I think he's got it.
Very close.
There's no more confident player than Will Johnson. He already has the buffs on.
Well, it's Michigan football. They're holding up play. I think it's going to stand, and Michigan has it at the Washington 32. What a huge play to start the second half. First turnover of the ball game. Michigan has it 1st and 10 from the 32. It's Blake Corum up the middle, makes a man miss in the backfield across the 30 down to the 29, where he's swarmed under by a number of Washington tacklers.
Yeah, nice job of making the guy miss in the backfield, picking up what he could.
Elijah Jackson leading the way.
You know, I'm going to go back to that interception real quick. That was created because Mason Graham put pressure on Michael Penix, got him off his mark, threw it off his back foot. He was just trying to throw it out of bounds, and Will Johnson made a great play on the ball.
Gain of 3 for Blake Corum on first down. 2nd down and 7 from the Washington 29. J.J. McCarthy shifts Corum from right to left. Now he'll go up the middle. Blake Corum, big hole, 20. Tripped up across the 20, down to the 16-yard line. First down, Elijah Jackson again on the tackle. Moved the chains, a gain of 13 yards from the senior running back.
That was as explosive a play. I mean, as soon as Blake Corum had that ball, right off of the right guard's butt, Carson Barnhart, and in between Trente Jones, I mean, he hit that hole with a vengeance.
And Elijah Jackson saved the touchdown. From the 16-yard line, pistol formation. Roman Wilson split to the right, Cornelius Johnson wide left. And we get false start. Movement on Michigan up front. That'll set them back 5 yards. By the way, Jabbar Muhammad is back out there for the Huskies, the injured.
False start. Offense. Everyone but the center. 5-yard penalty.
So what that means is Drake Nugent didn't snap the ball.
That's what he blames everybody but the guy who's probably most guilty.
Yeah. but you can't have moments like that. A big play by Big Corum, big first down. You're inside the 20-yard line, and now all of a sudden, hey, you're sitting at 1st and 15, now outside the 20 again.
Get you behind the sticks here. JJ's in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to either side. Blake Corum in the backfield. Washington showing a 4-man front. Colston Loveland comes in motion. JJ takes the snap, hand off to Corum up the middle across the 20 down to the 19, gain of 2 on 1st and 15.
Well, it was a gain of 2.
Ulafoscio on the tackle for the Huskies.
On the first one there, and then Blake Corum ripped off a big run. It'd be nice to see a nice second down run here again by Blake, but I really think at some point, because they're playing so tight to the line of scrimmage, the Washington safeties, they're going to have to test that secondary and go downtown a little bit.
Donovan Edwards in the backfield, and now we get another whistle, and did the Wolverines move again?
Yep. I think that was Trevor Keegan.
Shooting themselves in the foot.
False start. Offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty, second down.
Darius Henderson.
Yep, a little flinch, and you're not going to get away with that one. So now you're sitting at, 2nd and 19.
Ball's on the 24-yard line. They got to get it across the 6. JJ in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. They bring Colston Loveland in motion from right to left. JJ back to pass. Look, he's going to fire, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Ball's on the ground. They're saying incomplete. It's going to make it 3rd and long.
So what Washington is trying to do with those 2, procedure penalties is they're trying to time out Michigan's snap, and they're moving that defensive front right before Michigan snaps the ball, causing Darius Henderson on that last one to flinch just a split second early. So they got to find a way to get something in the middle of the field.
3rd down and 18 from the 24-yard line. JJ in an empty backfield. Got to hurry here. 7 on the play clock. They shift Donovan Edwards into the backfield. JJ back to pass. Looking downfield. It's going to fire crossing route. Colston Loveland has it at the 20, but he's dropped right away. Well short of the sticks as he is dragged down by Mish Powell and Elijah Jackson. And that'll bring on James Turner to try a field goal from the left hash.
They just haven't been able to capitalize on some of the big plays. Whether it was the interception by Will Johnson, now you might settle for just 3. It was that big, 54-yard run by Blake Corum. 59-yard run, and they had to settle for 3 on that one, too.
38 yards here for James Turner to try and extend Michigan's lead here early 3rd quarter. Snap is clean, ball set down. Turner's kick is on the way, and Turner's kick is good. So they do get something out of it, a 38-yard field goal. James Turner still perfect on the year from inside of 40. Michigan leads it 20-10 with 11:55 to go in the 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Put it on the card. Put it in the bag. These 3 bags used to be 6. Seems like the only thing going up these days is your credit card balance. If only there were some place to turn. Just ask your home. It's got equity. And with Rocket Mortgage, you can use it to get cash quickly for whatever you need. Visit justaskyourhome.com today. Call 1-800-863-4332 for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for an exciting social media series this season. In the Vault, we'll recount classic Michigan moments from teams across the athletics campus using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Stay tuned to the Wolverines' social media platforms this season to catch episodes of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
What am I going to watch? What food am I going to order? Who am I going to unfollow? The internet is full of tough choices, but picking an internet provider isn't one of them. You gotta have good internet. Like super fast, extra reliable Internet 1 gig from WOW for just $50 a month. Choose your perfect plan today at Wowway.com. And for a limited time, get a free modem for a year and $200 on us. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and data limits apply. Taxes and fees extra.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Jason about down on the field. Today's broadcast is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Michigan, well, the overall turn of events there to start the third quarter. A net positive. Michigan gets an interception on the first play of the third quarter by Will Johnson, and then a 38-yard field goal from James Turner, and Michigan extends its lead to 20-10 here in the national championship game. And John, I know you're disappointed. You want 7 every time they have the ball, but overall, good start to the second half.
Yeah, and I mean, you made a good point where if you had told me before Michigan came out that it would be an interception and a field goal, yeah, I would have been happy. But this ball, I mean, they had the ball at the 11-yard line in this drive, the 16-yard line, and it was penalty after penalty. That's what's frustrating, is that it wasn't because Washington stopped them. Michigan simply stopped themselves.
So Washington will get the football back. Wolverines hoping to give them the length of the field to go, and with the way Tommy Doman's been kicking tonight, I say they may as well put the ball at the 25-yard line, but Doman puts his right foot into this one, and Ngata is back there. He's kind of ornamental as he lets it go over his head and deep into the end zone. Touchback, and Washington will take over at the 25-yard line.
Another opportunity for Michigan's defense to continue to set the tone here in the second half. Obviously, that interception, it was set up by the pressure by Mason Graham, but there are two guys right now that are dominating at the line of scrimmage. It is 55 Mason Graham and 78 Kenneth Graham. Both of those guys are just playing with the interior of that Washington offensive line.
Washington breaks the huddle, goes empty backfield here for Penix. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Now they'll shift Dylan Johnson into the backfield off the left hip with Penix. Surveys the defense, claps his hands, takes the snap. Inside handoff, Dylan Johnson hesitates, finds a hole on the right side, puts his head down and drives forward to the 29-yard line, where he is stopped right there in the pile. Showed some patience. Kenneth Grant at the bottom of the pile for Michigan.
They did a good job of setting that one up because Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, good at the point of attack. Linebackers just guessed wrong.
Washington going quickly to the line of scrimmage. Bunch formation to the left. Penix takes the snap. He's going to fire that way to McMillan. 30, 35, and knocked out of bounds. Correction, that's a Dunze at the 37-yard line. Good for a first down for Roma Dunze.
That's about as quick of a flip from a quarterback as you're going to see. That ball was in and out of his hands. I mean, he didn't even take a step. His feet were cemented into the ground, and he just flipped that ball out to Roma Dunze. That's why Michael Penix could be real dangerous.
Keon Sabb on the tackle for Michigan.
He's got such a strong arm, and for the most part, other than that miss to Roma Dunze, he is extremely accurate.
Wolverines sub late. They hustle Mike Sanger still on and get Keon Sabb off. First and 10 Washington. Penix back to pass, play action fake, fires underneath. He's got his running back, 40, 45, breaks his tackle, puts his head down at the 50. That's Culp, the tight end, and he is dropped right there and driven out of bounds, and now we got a flag. I'm going to say the Wolverines are a little too aggressive once he was in the white area, and that tack on 15 more as Washington's moved the ball into Michigan territory. 14 yards on the catch to Culp. Tight end 2 for them.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 7, 15-yard penalty, first down.
Bakari Page, the guilty party.
Well, again, it's self-inflicted wounds, and you can't be too aggressive. You've got to maintain your composure throughout 60 minutes of this football game. They're gifting Washington opportunities here.
From the 34-yard line, Penix in a shotgun. One receiver split left, 2 to the right. Penix takes the snap. Back to pass, fires over the middle. It's tapped up in the air and falls incomplete. Looks like Kenneth Grant got his hand up there and batted that pass up in the air, and it falls right in the middle of the Michigan defense with a bunch of Wolverines closing in. It'll be second down after the incompletion.
Nice job of pressing the interior of that pocket. And if you're not going to get home, I mean, nobody with a longer wingspan right now than Kenneth Grant up front.
Tybo Rogers, the freshman in the backfield. And he will take a handoff. The hole closes quickly, and he is dropped as he gets just across the line of scrimmage. Josiah Stewart leading the Michigan tacklers. There was some space there, but Stewart, Mason Graham getting the job done. Kenneth Grant in there as well.
And Josiah Stewart did a really nice job of shedding the block. Last week we saw him do it against big offensive linemen. This time it was against the tight end.
3rd down and 8 for Washington. Penix in a shotgun from the Michigan 32-yard line. Big play here. Might be 4-down territory. Now they go empty set. Penix looks over the Michigan defense who've overloaded to the right side. Penix takes the snap back to pass. Here comes a free runner. Toss over the middle. It's caught by Westover, and he's dropped immediately right there, short of the first down. And was it Josiah Stewart on the tackle? Indeed it was. It'll be 4th down, and it looks like Grady Gross will come on and try and get Washington 3 points closer.
But it's nice that the Michigan's defense was finally able to take a stand. And again, it really centers around being able to be effective on 1st down. This is an offense that is used to being at 2nd and short. You force them into 2nd and long situations, followed by a 3rd and long, and it's really hard for them to operate.
Ball's right in the middle of the field for Gross. This will be a 45-yard attempt. Michigan leading 20-10, trying to cut into the lead. Snap is good. Gross puts his foot into it. The kick is on the way, and the kick is good from Grady Gross, his 2nd field goal of the game. And Michigan's lead is chopped back to 7, 20-13.
All of Washington's scoring opportunities were aided by Michigan mistakes. Keon Sapp missed tackle, Mikey Sanders still holding, and then a penalty on the sideline that possession.
That did move them into field goal range. Wolverines lead it 20-13 with 8:58 to go, 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
We'll return to Houston for more national championship game coverage in 60 seconds. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride with a brand new truck or SUV from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Whether you're north, south, east, or west, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are in your neighborhood. From their impressive family of SUVs to the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers will put you in the driver's seat. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant back in Houston. Michigan leading Washington 20-13 midway through quarter number 3, and the Wolverines set to get the football back. Wolverines and Huskies playing for the 15th time here in the national championship game. They will play for the 16th time on October 5th in Seattle, a Big Ten game.
Yes, it's nice to be able to welcome new members to the Big Ten here in the national championship game. And you know what, Doug, you and I talk about history in football all the time, especially in college football where it really is important. This is an opportunity. It's one data point, one mark, but it's an opportunity to create a little history for a new member of the Big Ten.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Grady Gross has the ball on the tee at the 35-yard line. Samaj Morgan standing with his heels on the Michigan goal line. Every kick has been returnable, although this one might not be, as Samaj will let it sail over his head and into the end zone, and Michigan will take over at the 25-yard line. Our coverage is brought to you by University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com.
Well, I'd like to see a little more creativity with the offense. They've found some success at times and some big plays running between the tackles, but I'd like to see them try and get to the edge. Maybe be a little creative, get back to some of that pre-snap motion that we saw earlier in the game, try and confuse the defense, but the passing attack has been pretty much non-existent tonight.
Third formation here. It's a double pistol. JJ in a shotgun with both Mullings and Edwards directly behind him. And now they split them to either side. JJ claps his hands, takes the snap, hands it to Edwards running right, hesitates, tries to bounce it outside, turns the corner at the 25, out to the 29-yard line where he's shoved out of bounds. A gain of 4 on first down. He had Khalil Mullings as his lead blocker. Good game.
There you go. Show that you can get to the edge. It's a nice 5-yard pickup. Get outside, loosen up this defense a little bit, and then you can always counter back inside with another inside run. Try and get another big play.
He put a move on Tule Tuitele with a little hesitation move, did Donovan. 2nd down and 6. JJ in a shotgun. Motions Colston Loveland from left to right. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Now Roman Wilson comes in motion. Check that. That's Tyler Morris. Yo-yo's in and out. Handoff up the middle. Donovan Edwards across the 30 with a burst. Gets out to the 32 where Dominic Hampton comes up from his safety spot to knock him down. They give him the 33. Michigan 0 for 5 on 3rd down, so a big play here. Washington trailing by 7. 8:03 to go, 3rd quarter.
Yeah, this is where you don't have to get fancy, but I'd like to see something off tackle, maybe right off Trente Jones' backside. He's been a good job. He's done a really good job of controlling Braylon Ice.
Snap, shotgun, handoff. Blake Corum running right, nothing there. He gets swarmed under. Carson Bruner leading the tacklers for Washington. His dad, Mark, played for Washington and scored 2 touchdowns against Michigan in the 92 and 93 Rose Bowls, and now his son has come up with a big 3rd down stop, a loss of 1, and Washington's going to get the football back.
Yeah, when you're running double teams at the point of attack, you got to get off on the linebacker. You got to stay square. You get your shoulders turned, you create a crease, and you're never able to get off on the linebacker.
Tommy Doman will punt for Michigan, and it's Jeremy Bernard standing on his own 21-yard line. Doman gets off a high spiral. Bernard signals for a fair catch. Ball comes down, and he makes it at the 26-yard line. Bernard, was that Giles Jackson back there? Bernard's a normal punt returner, but Giles Jackson, the Michigan transfer, fielded that 42-yard punt, and Washington gets the ball back at their own 26-yard line, down 20-13 with 6:58 to go, 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
The national championship game is on the air. Let's head back to the broadcast booth in Houston for the Wolverines and the Washington Huskies.
Washington football trailing by 7 here, third quarter from Houston, NRG Stadium, headquartered in Brighton with 8 convenient locations across the state. Fogel Financial Group is a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Visit FogelFinancial.com to learn more. That's Fogel Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. By John Jansen, the Michigan defense played very well against Michael Penix and this high-powered offense, and they are asking the defense to protect the 7-point lead here.
Yeah, and they've basically been in that bend, don't break. We've had some quick passes from Michael Penix, gained some yards, but nothing deep. The one opportunity they had was an incompletion to Romo Dunze. He was wide open, but for the most part, this secondary has done a good job of shutting down the passing attack of Washington.
Shotgun for Penix with Dylan Jackson in the backfield. Dylan Johnson, puts a man in motion. Penix overseeing the defense, now takes the snap back to pass, fires to his tight end. He's got it at the 30-yard line and dropped immediately as Jack Westover. Keon Sabb, Ernest Hausman out there as well. A gain of 5 on first down.
It's like that slow drip out of your faucet. They're just going to keep trying to nickel and dime you down the field until there's a breakdown. And when you got a guy like Michael Penix, he's going to notice that breakdown. It's his 6th year. He's as experienced as you're going to be. He's a smart quarterback, and he'll take that shot. You got to be disciplined in the secondary.
Washington with 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Johnson in the backfield. Penix in a shotgun. Takes the snap back to pass, fires. He's got Polk 30, 35, Polk to the 40. Polk dropped at the 42-yard line by Rod Moore coming up from the safety spot. Another one of those quick passes.
Yep, wide receiver screen. You get the right guard, right tackle out in the blocking scheme. And it's really hard to defend with so many white shirts and white bodies flying around out there. Got to find a way to shut that one down.
12 yards for Polk. Ball at the Washington 42-yard line. Penix in a shotgun. We got the tight end and 3 receivers to the left. Tybo Rogers in the backfield. Now they motion McMillan. Penix play action back to pass. They fired at McMillan, who was dumped by Jalen Harrell. The intended receiver was laying on the ground. It falls incomplete. McMillan a little slow getting up. It'll be second down for Washington as the Wolverines blew up that screen pass.
Yeah, Jalen Harrell was just rushing upfield, and I think he just ran into Polk as he was coming across the formation.
Yeah, he undercut. It was McMillan. He undercut.
Yeah, McMillan, yeah.
That looked uncomfortable for McMillan. All right, now they go empty backfield on 2nd and 10. Michigan on top, 20-13, 5:37 to go, third quarter. Empty backfield for Penix. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Penix back to pass. Wolverines not getting through. Deep ball to Polk. Overthrows him at the Michigan 10-yard line as he took a shot. Running in phase down there, Josh Wallace, who's having an outstanding year, the transfer from UMass. Keon Sabb was coming over from the safety spot. And incomplete, setting up a 3rd and 10 for Washington.
Yeah, I was a little concerned because they had Junior Colson out here lined up one-on-one with the running back, and I thought that's where Michael Penix was initially going to go. I'm not sure he recognized it.
3rd and 10 for the Huskies. 2 receivers split to either side. Dylan Johnson in the backfield. Penix brings a man in motion. Now he shifts a man out wide to the left. Wolverines showing blitz on this 3rd down. And they back off. Now we get flags all over the place.
Left guard moved.
And back up Washington 5 yards. Nate Caleppo.
Prior to the snap, false start. Offense number 71. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Caleppo might have set a record. He gained 12 pounds on Washington's trip to the Sugar Bowl.
Really? I'd like to know how he did that.
That food in New Orleans can get you.
Oh, man, that's a lot of jambalaya, some beignets. That sounds like a great trip. Maybe a little bananas Foster.
3rd and 15 now for Washington. Ball on the 37-yard line. Bunch formation to the left with 3 receivers. 1 receiver split wide right. Big play here for the Michigan defense, trying to get off the field. Penix surveys the Michigan defense. Wolverines back out of a blitz. Penix back to pass. Going to fire deep down the far sideline. Up for it is Adunze. Does he come down with it? He might, but he's out of bounds, they say, on the far side. Then Washington will be forced to punt.
There's really no opportunity for him to be able to come down with that ball inbounds.
That's an offensive pass interference that they just got away with.
He pushed off Will Johnson, did Adunze?
Yeah, it was great coverage by Will Johnson, but definitely pushed him in order to get that last-minute separation.
You see the replay, he didn't come down with it either, so incomplete. And Jake Thaw now to return this Michigan punt, standing on the 21-yard line. McAllister back to punt. Puts his right foot into it. Gets off a short punt again. This one will land at the 30 and roll inside the 20. Here we go again. Inside the 10, down to the 9, to the 7-yard line. And this has been the story all night. McAllister with these ugly rollers, but that one went for 56 yards. You have to wonder if you put somebody else up short to field that punt.
It's a hard punt to catch because you'd have to be in the exact right spot. You're not going to run and catch it, and it's a dirty looking punt.
Well, bad field position for Michigan's offense with a 20-13 lead and 5:11 to go third quarter. Hey, when you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app.
Doug, I'm trying to get you to switch your thinking just a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, some may say poor field position. Some may also say that you have an opportunity to add 93 yards to your offensive total. Michigan has shown, the first 2 drives started inside the 15-yard line, and they were able to methodically go down the field, and then it finished with a couple of big Donovan Edwards runs. If they can get back to that same rim, and at some point, there's 2 things that need to happen. You're going to have to be able to get your tight ends involved and attack the center of the field. The other thing is, at some point here in the second half, J.J. McCarthy is going to have to be a factor in the run game. That read option. You can't just bring Orji in all the time and try and run it with the quarterback. We saw it in the fourth quarter in the Rose Bowl, 16 yards. I thought we were going to see more of that today, and I think that would help loosen some things up on the inside.
Well, I agree with you. Another thing that we can do in this situation is to start to air the ball out on first down.
Yep.
That's one of those things that would be a tendency breaker for our team, and we have to come up with a little bit more creativity. It's time for a double move, like a stop route and go, or out and up, some of those things in order to get back off this defense.
Well, Michigan opened this game in dominant fashion by rushing for 174 yards in the first quarter on 9 carries. Michigan outgained Washington in the first quarter 229-74. But in the second quarter and so far in the third quarter, it's been Washington with the yardage advantage, 134-90. But Michigan has the football with a 7-point lead, which going into the game, third quarter, we would take. And the Michigan defense has done a great job on this prolific Washington offense.
And if you're sitting here going, okay, 134-90, yeah, it's not great for Michigan being under 100 yards in that length of time, but being able to hold Michael Penix and this offense to 134 yards, and quite honestly, so far, 208 in the game, that is, the defense right now is playing at an extremely high level.
Michigan has a pair of 100-yard rushers, Blake Corum and Dominic Edwards, each of them with 101 yards rushing. It feels like most, if not all of that, was early.
Yep.
And now the Wolverines with an opportunity here to add to their yardage total.
That's my man right there.
Their own 7-yard line. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Blake Corum in the backfield. First and 10, Wolverines. J.J. takes the snap. Hands it off to Corum. Tries to bounce it outside, and he gets swarmed under as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Nothing there. Dominic Hampton comes up from his safety spot and gets the stop. It'll be second down for Michigan.
That's another opportunity there where Blake Corum is running to the open side. You've got nobody else out there. You got trips right. You got another receiver outside for JJ to run the read option, fake the handoff to Blake Corum, and then bring it back around where all your blockers are. But just to show the threat of J.J. running the football.
Two receivers split to the right, one to the left. J.J. in a shotgun, takes the snap, hands it off. Corum up the middle. Not much running room there. It's a yard, maybe two.
It feels like Michigan came out in the first quarter with the idea that, hey, we're going to attack this Washington defense. And since then, it's let's get the lead with the attack, and then let's just hold on.
Zion Tapulo, Fatui, and Braylon Trice combined on that tackle. 3rd down and 8, Michigan. From their own 9-yard line, they got to get it across the 17. 3 receivers will split out wide to the right, one to the left. J.J. in a shotgun. Back to passes, J.J. Here comes the rush, steps up, he's going to run. 10, 15, J.J. 20, still going, 25, and gets hit as he gets across the 30. First down, J.J. McCarthy. There's the QB run as he outran the Washington defense and moves the chains. Dominique Hampton on the tackle, 22 yards for number 9.
I don't care if it's a design run or it's a broken pass protection. You see the effect that a quarterback that is mobile, that can go and pick up first downs. Washington thought that they had Michigan pinned deep and we're going to get the ball back. J.J. said, not so fast.
Huge run there for J.J., who takes the snap. Goes quarterback run left. J.J. 30, 35, cuts upfield, 40. J.J. first down, knocked out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench at the 42-yard line. You called for it, and you got it, John Jansen.
And when you show that threat, now, hey, I'm not saying go away from it, but now all of a sudden, this Washington defense, who had them 3rd and long inside the 5-yard line, all of a sudden 2 runs by J.J. McCarthy, and you're almost back out to midfield.
In late 3rd quarter, 2:47 to go, clock running. Michigan with a 20-13 lead, and the football on their own 43-yard line after back-to-back J.J. McCarthy runs. He'll take this snap from under center. Donovan Edwards is deep. J.J. takes the snap, toss sweep. Edwards running left, cuts upfield, 45, puts his head down, gets what he can, out to the 46-yard line. Good run there for Donovan Edwards on first down.
Nice, tough 3-yard run. And again, attacking the edges of this Washington defense.
And it's big, John, because our defense has played most of this half and most of the second quarter, so getting them a break with sustaining these drives are huge for the rest of the game.
Yeah, right now, Washington leads time of possession by about 4 minutes.
Jacob Bandez on the tackle for Washington that last play. 2nd down, Blake Corum back in the backfield. 4 receivers split wide right. JJ's going to go quick pass to Samaj Morgan, who's drilled immediately and dropped right there. It's Cameron Fabiculanen on the tackle. Samaj caught it, but is dropped immediately for no gain. It'll be 3rd down for Michigan.
I tell you what, a great job by Samaj holding onto that football. As soon as he caught it and turned around, he was hit, and that ball could have popped out.
Fabiculanen lost his helmet. He'll have to check out of the ball game. And Michigan's looking at another 3rd down and long. JJ's been very good on 3rd and long all year, but Michigan with just 1 3rd down conversion in this ball game, I believe. JJ looks like he wants to change the play. Washington fans making noise. Plenty of time on the play clock. JJ takes the snap. They go wide receiver screen. Far side, Roman Wilson. He's got a blocker. Tries to turn upfield. He gets undercut as he gets to the 50. 1 block away from springing it was Roman Wilson. And Jim Harbaugh probably will have to punt this one as he is about 6 yards shy of the first down. Asa Turner, great job beating the block and making the tackle. Colston Loveland was a man out there.
Yeah, and quite honestly, if Roman, as he's heading to the sideline there, if he just sticks his foot in the ground and comes back, he might be able to get enough to at least make it a 4th and short or pick up the first.
Tommy Doman will punt. Giles Jackson inside the 10. Clean snap. Doman straight up the elevator shaft. Jackson's going to let it bounce inside the 5. It checks up perfectly, and Michigan will down it at the 11-yard line. That ball hit at the 6 or the 5 and came backwards. Got a huge bounce. Good pitching wedge there, 39 yards, and Washington is backed up in the shadows of their own goalposts here with 39 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter.
Now, they didn't get that 93 yards that I was hoping for, but what that drive did was flip the field. They got that ball on the 6-yard line. Now, all of a sudden, because Tommy Doman was able to get off a great punt. You had a couple of runs by JJ. Now all of a sudden the tails have turned because you've got now Washington back inside their own red zone.
Here come the Michigan fans making noise. Empty backfield for Michael Penix. Now he shifts Dylan Johnson from a wide receiver spot back into the backfield off his left hip. 1st and 10 Washington from the 11-yard line. Back to pass is Penix. Hesitates, fires far side, overthrows his receiver at the 30-yard line. It was Jalen Polk who was just coming open. Penix missed it.
Nice job of Rod Moore of pulling off that hit. I know that he wanted to put a hurting on him. He had the opportunity, but as soon as that ball sailed, he could pull off, and he did, or else that could have been one of those unnecessary penalties.
2nd down and 10 for the Huskies. Empty backfield for Michael Penix. McMillan motions from left to right. Penix takes the snap, back to pass. Quickly fires, got his tight end Westover, makes a move at the 15, 20, 24-yard line, and he's dropped right there. Washington 1st down. Short pass underneath, and then Westover showed a little shake and got away from a Michigan tackler. That's a guy who only played 2 high school football games.
Yeah.
As a basketball player, decided to play football, got hurt. Washington liked him at their camp and offered him a walk-on spot. Now he's a scholarship tight end, maybe their best tight end.
And it looked like Michigan is on skates there.
Washington looks like they're going to let the clock run out here on the 3rd quarter. And we'll move to quarter number 4. 15 minutes to go to a national championship, and Michigan protecting a 7-point lead. But the Huskies, with the football, looking to tie on their own 23. Stick with us. Drama ahead. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan has realized its destiny and won the national championship in the Rose Bowl.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Drive into the new year in the 2023 Ford F-150. With best-in-class towing capacity, the F-150 can help you get the job done. With a great in-stock selection, you're sure to find the perfect F-150 just for you. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,679 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist, $1,000 renewal, and $750 AXZD bonus cash. Offer ends January 31st, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Drive into the new year in a 2023 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan leading the Washington Huskies 20-13 as we go to the fourth quarter. Wolverines with a season high on the ground, 273 yards, but 174 of it came in the first quarter, and it's been tough sledding since.
Yeah, Michigan's offense has to find a way to attack the secondary of this Washington defense. Now, you don't want to be taking unnecessary risks, but the safeties, linebackers, corners, they're all charging the line of scrimmage. They're lining up close within 8-9 yards of the line of scrimmage. They're attacking the line of scrimmage at the snap. There is absolutely nothing that this Washington defense is concerned with in regards to Michigan taking a shot downfield.
Meanwhile, the Michigan defense, while getting the job done on the scoreboard, Washington is just dinking and dunking down the field. And if you told me going to the fourth quarter, Washington would have 13 points, oh, it's something to be happy about. But it's kind of a frustrating way to play. But if it's working, you stick with it. Jesse Minter is letting them take those short passes underneath. Washington, they love the deep shot and have had very little success today with that. Penix in a shotgun, 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line, fourth quarter, first play. Takes the snap, handoff Dylan Johnson, running left, and he's dragged down as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Falls forward for a gain of 2. Mason Graham, the Michigan tackler.
Great job of taking on the block of Nate Kalepo and making a play at the same time. Extends his hands, shuffles down the line of scrimmage, and is able to make the play basically at the line of scrimmage.
2nd down and 7 for the Huskies. Will Nixon in the backfield, off the left hip of Michael Penix. Wolverines with a 4-man front. Penix surveys the Michigan defense. Now Michigan shows blitz, and here they come. Back to pass. Penix quickly gets it out. He's got his receiver. That's McMillan. Dropped immediately. Good open field tackle from Will Johnson. Short gain from McMillan out to the 29-yard line. Then it'll be 3rd down and medium for the Huskies.
That's a huge risk and reward. And the reward was, hey, you got Will Johnson one-on-one the tight end, and you're able to make a play. You also put pressure on your quarterback.
3rd down and 5. Ball on the 29-yard line. They got to get it across the 34. Big play here for the Michigan defense to get off the field, protecting a 7-point lead, fourth quarter. Penix sends a man in motion out to the left. Now he's quickly going to throw it to his running back, and he drops it out of the backfield.
Wow.
Will Nixon had some room in front of him. Junior Colson was coming over, and maybe he heard footsteps, but that's going to force a Washington punt.
Footsteps, or he was just looking ahead before he caught the ball. Whatever had happened, that's a big stop for this Michigan defense.
Michigan will get the football back. Jake Foss standing on his own 36-yard line to field the punt from Jack McAllister.
Oh, they did put somebody up short.
They got 2 guys there, Now they're going to motion Samaj Morgan off the field. Michigan has too many men on the field, and this is going to be a Washington first down unless Samaj got off. Short punt. Thaw lets it go over his head. It bounces inside the 30 and rolls out of bounds at the 18-yard line. And I'm not sure that was too many men. I think Samaj ran off maybe when he didn't need to.
Yeah, there's only 10 guys on the field.
Some confusion there. They sent Samaj and Jake Thaw out to protect against the short punt. 54 yards again. Still a mistake if Samaj is back there on that one. He ran off the field unnecessarily.
Yeah, I don't know what the communication was there, but obviously as they discuss things on the sidelines, got to figure it out.
Wolverines have the football, 13:28 to go, fourth quarter. They lead it 20-13. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
It's 40 love here in the third set. And there's the bell. She's coming off the bench hot, looking for a quick knockdown. But wait, she's driving to the hoop. Oh, down goes the champ. Now that's another double fault. She'll be shooting too. The serve is up. And here comes the left hook. She's bundled her home and auto insurance with Progressive. Swish, Ace, Savings, TKO.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student-athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student-athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student-athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to a seasoned workforce of manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexities and compressed timing, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Following the punt, that was down at the Michigan 16-yard line. The Wolverines will take over. A miscommunication on special teams there. But nonetheless, Michigan with a 7-point lead, 20-13 with 13:29 to go here in the fourth quarter as we start to enter a portion of the football game in the national championship that can only be defined as terrifying.
Well, it's an opportunity for this offense right now to regain that attack mentality. You're getting the ball at the 16-yard line, and you got 84 yards that you're looking at. And yeah, it could look like a long way to go, but if you just consistently move the ball downfield, every once in a while attack the middle of the field. JJ, use his legs to pick up first downs.
JJ in a shotgun, Blake Corum in the backfield. Puts Colston Loveland in motion from left to right. JJ play action, rolls to the right, looking downfield, fires. He's got Cornelius Johnson, and he dropped it. He was coming open at the 25-yard line, and like he had some open field in front of him as well. That'll be second down.
Yeah, that's frustrating when you finally get something that you've wanted and that you've needed. The ball gets put right on his hands, and he drops it.
Yeah, we talked about that first down throw. They did it, that situation, I thought. CJ felt the pressure right there of those defenders around him.
2nd and 10 for Michigan. 2 receivers split to either side. JJ in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap, handoff, Blake Corum running left. Cuts upfield, gets to the 18-yard line, and is wrangled to the ground as he gets to the 20. Is Blake Corum 4-yard gain there on second down for the Wolverines senior running back out of Marshall, Virginia. Tuli Nanasanoa on the tackle there for the Huskies.
Yeah, now it's time. Michigan does have some options here. I mean, you're 3rd and 6, not ideal, but it's manageable. I'd really like to see Colston Loveland somewhere right down the middle.
They split him out wide right. JJ in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Bail out of there to the right, looking downfield, keeps his head up, gets tripped up, 20, 21-yard line, and that's where he goes down. In the backfield, he got tripped up there trying to outrun the pass rush. And Bowie Tunuufo on the tackle, and Michigan will go 3 and out. Well, it's starting to feel like Michigan is going to have to try and milk this 7-point lead.
Well, that's a risky business going against this type of offense.
You aren't kidding. I'm sure they don't want to. After the first 3 possessions, Michigan's offense, their only scoring drive is when they took over on the interception deep in Washington territory. Tommy Doman will punt. And back to field it is Giles Jackson. He'll take it at the 34. Makes one man miss and then gets drilled. A pair of Wolverine defenders drop him right there at the 33-yard line. And that's where Washington will take over, trailing 20-13 following the 46-yard punt. 11:52 to go in the ballgame. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
More from the college football playoff is a minute away, right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Basketball season is here, but you still have some time to secure your seats to watch Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center. Single game tickets are on sale now, but hurry because tickets are running out for some of the season's marquee matchups and great promotions. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets now to lock in your seats. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center this season. mgoblue.com/tickets.
Coach John Jansen, Jason Avant back at NRG Stadium in Houston. Michigan leading Washington 20-13 with 11:52 to go in the ball game, and Washington will have their second best starting field position of the game at their own 33-yard line, their best to their own 39. That came late in the first half when they actually converted their only touchdown of the game right before the halftime break. Today's broadcast is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. But John, like I said, it's not by design. I'm sure they want to do more offensively, but can the Michigan defense make this 7-point lead stand? They've done an outstanding job. Jesse Minter staying patient, the Michigan defensive coordinator.
Well, and I think that's the key right now. This Michigan defense has been patient all game long. They've taken a couple of chances, and we've seen guys make some good plays on the edge. Will Johnson on that last drive with a nice tackle, but at some point, the offense has to step up and do their part.
Shotgun for Penix. 1st and 10 from his own 33-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, ball on the left hash. Penix takes the snap, back to pass. The lefty looking downfield. He's going to fire crossing route. He's got his man at the 45, and it's knocked away. Good defense. Rod Moore, who knocked it away from Jalen Polk.
Nice job of closing speed and then getting the hand in there just at the right time to be able to knock that ball away. That's a beautiful. Yeah, that was beautiful.
2nd down and 10 for the Huskies. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Penix back to pass. Here comes a pass rush. He's going to take a deep shot. He's got a man out there. It's a Dunze, and he's got it. Inside the 40, he steps out of bounds at the Michigan 35-yard line. A Dunze beat. Will Johnson looks like a double move. And what do we got?
They're not moving.
Holding. Offense, number 73.
That was Roger Rosengarten, the right tackle, who held Braden McGregor coming off the edge. Oh, what a big call there. Back up Washington 10 yards. McGregor went down awkwardly right at Penix's feet. We'll have to look at a replay.
It looks like maybe, when I saw it happen, like he was just jerked down to the ground.
Here come the Michigan fans. 11:28 to go in the ballgame. Michigan up 20-13. 2nd and 20 for the Huskies. Penix inside his 20-yard line. 4 wide receivers. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Penix over the middle's got his man, and he's met right there at the 25-yard line and dropped by Mikey Sainristil for a short gain. Mikey Sainristil dropped Jalen McMillan, very dangerous receiver. Looked like a middle screen being set up, but Sainristil, a sticky tackler. With a big tackle there, it's going to be 3rd down and 18 for the Huskies.
This Washington offense likes to try and get their alignment either outside on some of those screens or some of those quick passes across the middle. Try and get them downfield to block as well. And Mikey just beat the center, Brailsford.
3rd and 18. 2 receivers split to either side. Penix back to pass. Looking downfield, going to fire underneath. He's got his man at the 30 and dropped immediately by Michael Barrett. Back at the original line of scrimmage is Dylan Johnson, the running back. It'll be 4th down. And Kalen DeBoer is not at the point in the ball game where I suspect he will go for it with 10:14 to go.
No, especially with the way his defense is playing. They didn't gain much, obviously 1 yard on that possession, but they're basically going to just trade punts at this point.
And the Wolverines are indeed putting 2 punt returners. One up close is Jake Thaw at the 31, Samaj Morgan deep at the 21. To field this punt from Jack McAllister, who's been hitting short punts that roll all night long. Takes the snap, puts his foot into it, and this one will be deep. Fair catch signaled for by Jake Thaw, and he makes it at the 29-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over with 9:44 to go in the ballgame, leading 20-13 after a 37-yard punt. Everybody breathe. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to a campground or a campus tailgate, Club Citgo saves you 3 cents off every gallon every day. Plus 5 cents off on Fridays and 9 cents on Tuesdays once per month. And first-time Club Citgo users get an extra 20 cents off every gallon on their first purchase. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Download the Club Citgo app today. Savings good up to 30 gallons only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
We're live in Houston for the national championship game. For more second half action, let's return to Doug and John.
Well, the Wolverines lead it by 7 and get the football back midway through the fourth quarter here. Having not done much in the third quarter, just like a week ago at the Rose Bowl, is a time to put together a very important drive. 9:44 to go in the ball game. Wolverines come off the sideline, split 4 wide, 2 to either side. Blake Corum in the backfield, facing a 4-man front. JJ in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Play action, fires over the middle. Colston Loveland at the 40, the 50. Colston Loveland, 45, 40. Down to the 30 and dragged down there. Michigan's big tight end out of Gooding, Idaho, with a huge play. And the Wolverines are knocking on the door. Dominique Hampton with the tackle downfield for the Huskies.
Great job, great catch, nice throw, getting over top of the linebackers. Colston Loveland goes up and gets it. He's so good in the middle of the field.
43 yards, the Wolverines go quickly. Handoff Blake Corum up the middle, inside the 30, down to the 27-yard line. A gain of 3 for Blake Corum. And it was Carson Bruner and Mish Powell combining on the tackle for the Huskies.
Wow. I mean, a great job of pass protection. Broke down right at the end. Trente Jones giving up a little bit of pressure on that, but a great pass and an even better catch by Colston. That's what you got to do. And here's the important part now is you don't want to settle for 3, but if you only get 3, it's a 2-possession game.
No negative plays right now.
Yeah.
They're in field goal range. Kalel Mullings in the backfield off the right hip of J.J. McCarthy. Now he shifts from right to left. J.J. takes the snap. Fakes a pitch, now rolls to his right. Looking downfield, fires underneath. Roman Wilson, 25 to the sideline, up the sideline, inside the 20, and stepping out of bounds at the Washington 16-yard line. Check that, the 15. First down, Michigan, after the misdirection play and Roman Wilson underneath. And the Wolverines are knocking on the door with a 7-point lead and 8 minutes and 17 seconds to go in the national championship game.
They put the defensive end in conflict. He was trying to stretch out Roman Wilson, not covering him, but then had to come up to get J.J. McCarthy. If he hadn't, J.J.'d pick up the first down.
Shotgun for McCarthy. Everybody bunched to the left. Split wide left, Cornelius Johnson. Handoff up the middle. Blake Corum, burst of speed inside the 15, down to the 12-yard line, and that's where he is dropped. 7:45 to go in the ballgame. Second down and 7. Ball on the Washington 12.
They just brought Max Bredesen back in the game. Watch for him to be one of those guys that in the backfield is a lead blocker down here in the red zone. It's happened so many different times. But this is where decision-making by JJ becomes so important.
All three tight ends to the right now. All three of them shift to the left. Blake Corum off the left hip of J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Snap. Blake running right. Cuts upfield at the 10. Breaks a tackle to the 5. Blake Corum to the goal line. To the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. Blake Corum with the touchdown run from 12 yards out, and Michigan extends the lead to 26-13 here midway through the fourth quarter.
Hey, John, that formation has been deadly today. When they've had four people strong and run it back to the weak side, it's been there the entire game.
Yeah, and they were able to pull Trevor Keegan around. Carson Barnhart got up in the second level.
James Turner on for the extra point. Will Wagner's snap is good. Tommy Doman puts it down. Turner's kick is up, and it is good.
It bangs that one home.
Did that one
it
bang
went off the
upright?
left upright. It was a little more exciting than it needed to be.
By rule, it still counts.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
That 12-yard Blake Corum touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
He did split the uprights, just not down the middle.
The Wolverines, after the bank shot extra point, take a 27-13 lead. Here in Houston in the national championship game with 7:09 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Drive into the new year in the 2023 Ford F-150. With best-in-class towing capacity, the F-150 can help you get the job done. With a great in-stock selection, you're sure to find the perfect F-150 just for you. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,679 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist, $1,000 renewal, and $750 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends January 31st, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Drive into the new year in a 2023 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our varsity burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Wolverines on top of Washington, 27-13 with 7:09 to go in the ball game. I just got a text from a good friend of mine growing up, Tom Hafner, who just texted me, "Are you watching this?"
I just happened to be. Got some pretty good seats.
I also got a text from cousin Todd in Seattle, who texted me, "There's blood in the water. Blue is just out playing him." This is about as explosive an offense as there is in the country. And while Michigan's defense has done the job through 3.5 quarters, Michael Penix down 14 points.
And we've seen two game-changing plays not go Washington's way. It was a fourth down call that was incomplete to Rome Odunze in the first half. Just a miss by Michael Penix. And we've also saw one here. It was a big gainer that was complete to Rome, but it was called back because of a holding call. And I say that because this offense for Washington, they can get chunk yardage plays. They can score quickly. I mean, with 7:09 left to go in the fourth quarter here, they are, two scores is not unheard of.
Tommy Doman will put his right foot into this one. And deep for the Huskies, and letting it go into the end zone for another touchback is their kick returner, Inge.
Well, and here's where Michigan needs to start adjusting their defensive play, knowing that Washington is going to start taking some shots downfield. They can still dink and dunk down the field. Make sure you still keep everything in front of you. Don't take any risks. No chances.
Make them take their time, right?
Yeah.
Tick-tock. Michigan up 27-13, 7:09 to go. Penix in a shotgun in an empty backfield. Back to pass. Surveys the Michigan defense. Fires. Got his man Polk on a comeback route at the 30. And the Wolverines swarm him. Keon Sabb eventually the man along with Rod Moore and Josh Wallace to bring him down. A gain of 4 on first down for Polk.
And I'm okay with that. They didn't even try and go deep. That was the deepest route run. What they're going to try and do is pick up the tempo. Make sure that they get set, get snaps.
2nd down and 6 for the Huskies. Inside 7 minutes to go. Wolverines up 14. Penix looking at a 5-man front for Michigan. Takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the Wolverine pass rush. Penix just gets it off, and he's got a man wide open. Roma Dunze at the 40, inside the 40 for Michigan, down to the 30 of the Wolverines. Mikey Sammer still caught up to him. Dunze came wide open. Penix found him, put the ball on the Michigan 27-yard line with 6:14 to go. Washington not dead yet.
No,
44 yards.
About 4 different shifts, and Michigan just got confused. That was Mikey Sammerstill's man, and just he lost track of where he was.
Washington with just 1 touchdown so far tonight, trailing by 14 from the Michigan 27-yard line. And we get movement up front. It looks like Washington jumped, and all that's going to do is make the Michigan fans down at this end even louder.
Full start. Offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty. Touchdown.
In these situations, it's all about the second level of our defense. They have to do 7-on-7 drops and sink underneath some of these deeper passing plays so they can check the ball down. It's all about that second level of the defense.
Back up Washington 5 yards to the 32-yard line. And they're looking at 2nd down and 15. 5:45 to go in the game. Clock running. Penix takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes a pass rush, steps up in the pocket, fires underneath, and overthrows his wide receiver, whether it was Westover over the middle, or maybe he was looking for McMillan down the right sideline. It falls incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 15 for the Huskies.
Well, Kenneth Grant was applying pressure, and then Derek Moore came around on a loop and was able to put a nice lick on Michael Penix. Oh, it was actually Kenneth Grant that put a hit on him.
That was a pretty scary throw there. He didn't want that contact.
3 receivers split to the right. Now they motion to Dunze from right to left. Penix in a shotgun. Now they motion the running back out of the backfield to the right. That's the short side of the field with the ball in the right hash. Penix claps his hands and back to pass. Looked like movement, steps up in the pocket, fires underneath to McMillan, who's got it at the 30, but he goes to a knee right there. I'm surprised it wasn't a flag. Just 2 yards on that crossing route as McMillan was down where he caught it. It's going to be 3rd and long for the Huskies, who are clearly in 4-down territory with 5:20 to go in the ballgame, clock running, and Michigan up 2 scores.
Well, and Josiah Stewart's making sure the official knows that you were right. I do think that the tackles moved a little bit quickly.
3rd down and 13 for Washington. Penix in a shotgun. 3 receivers in a bunch formation to the right, 1 to the left. Big play here. Penix back to pass. Michigan brings 4. Penix fires down the sideline looking for McMillan, and it's incomplete inside the Michigan 5. Mikey Samristel in phase there downfield, and it's 4th down for Washington. And with 4:53 to go, Kalen DeBoer has no choice but to go for it. A lot of talk there with Samristel and McMillan back to the huddle.
Yeah, they got to make sure they're on the same page. You're going to see a lot of motions again. They're going to try and get Rome singled up. Michigan's not matching up very well right now.
Washington with 5 wide, empty backfield. 4th down and 13, and we get a whistle, and I think Jim Harbaugh and Jesse Minter want to take a timeout and talk about this one. You were talking about matchups. There might not have been the matchup that they wanted.
No, they had Rome in the slot, and they didn't want the matchup they've had. In fact, they didn't have really anybody on them, so a nice time to take a timeout, reset, make sure you check all the boxes in the huddle, make sure everybody understands. Now, I expect Washington, when they come out, because the play clock's going to reset at 25, you're probably going to see a combination of 4 or even 5 different motions before this ball is snapped, and people moving around trying to confuse this Michigan defense.
Wolverine fans trying to create chaos down there for this Washington offense. Jason Avant's been pretty loud, hasn't it?
It's been unbelievably loud, especially since Michigan scored the last touchdown. These fans came alive. We needed that score, and now the defense is trying to get off the field.
4th and 13 for the Huskies. They trail by 14 with 4:52 to go in the ballgame. 2 receivers split to either side. Dylan Johnson in the backfield. Penix in a shotgun on his own 35. They got to get it inside the 17. Back to pass is Penix. Pass rush coming. He's under duress. Flag is down. Fires downfield. Incomplete. Incomplete at the 5-yard line. We wait to see what the flag is.
There's
2 flags. There's one downfield where the ball fell incomplete and one in the backfield.
There's a holding on the Washington offensive line. I didn't catch the guilty party, but then there's going to be pass interference downfield, so they'll replay the down.
Michigan was in the backfield right off the snap on that.
There are fouls by both teams. Holding, offense, number 73. Pass interference, defense, number 2. The foul's offset. 4th down.
That's such a tough play for any defensive back when the ball is extremely short like that. The receiver is taught to go through the cornerback and therefore draw a defensive pass interference call.
Penix was under duress from the moment he caught that snap. And we'll do it again on 4th down and 13 for the Huskies.
He took a big shot right when he threw that ball, too, and got up a little bit slow.
Washington breaks the huddle with 3 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left.
Jesse Minter just called an all-out blitz.
Wolverines have 4 at the line of scrimmage. Penix in a shotgun. Puts Westover in motion towards his own sideline. Wolverines, here comes the pressure. Penix fires over the middle, and it is intercepted. Mikey St. Bristol going the other way. 20, 25, 30. Mikey St. Bristol to the 40, to the 50. Mikey St. Bristol down the field. Inside the 20. Cuts back inside at the 10. And is dragged down at the Washington 6-yard line.
The legend of Mike Sanderstill continues to grow.
85 yards on the interception return. And the senior, with his 6th interception of the season, takes it inside the Washington 10-yard line, and Michigan will have it with 4:29 to go, leading this game 27-13.
Seniors in big moments. Seniors in big moments.
Yep. Just something about those guys. So many of them have been able to step up throughout the course of the season, but Mikey Sanderstill has done it time and time again.
From the 8-yard line, J.J. McCarthy under center, Blake Corum, Malone running back, takes the handoff, hesitates, weaves through traffic inside the 5 towards the goal line. We await the call. They're going to call him down inside the 1-yard line with 4:20 to go and the clock running. Michigan looking for a kill shot. They will take their time. 7-yard gain on 1st down for Blake Corum. It's 2nd and goal from inside the 1.
Now, you mentioned you got a text where somebody smelled blood in the water, and this is exactly it. This offensive line knows they can put a nail in the coffin right now.
Traditional I formation with Max Bredesen. Check that. Yeah, Max Bredesen, the up man. And Blake Corum deep. JJ under center. Brings a tight end in motion. Handoff Blake Corum up the middle. Touchdown. Wolverines find the left side of the offensive line. And Michigan extends the lead to 33-13 with 3:37 to go in the ball game.
Max Bredesen is a war daddy. He's the guy like Braveheart that goes into the battle and slays everybody. Bredesen is a butt kicker up front, boy.
And that was the tight end in motion was big number 58, Giovanni El Hadi. He was the one that was leading the pack, followed by Max Bredesen. Couldn't be happier for him to get in there and get that opportunity.
James Turner on for the extra point. Snap is good. Tommy Doman puts this one down, and Turner fires it through without even hitting an upright this time. And Michigan's lead is 21 with 3:37 to go.
Oh, boy. What a moment for Mikey Sanders-Still. What a moment for this team. I mean, the defense has stood up all day long. Can you imagine if I told you with 3.5 minutes to go in the game that Washington would only have 13 points? It would almost be unbelievable.
Funny story today. I was on a phone call with Chris Carter from Ohio State, the legend. And I said, listen, this game can go two ways. I was like, one way that I think is Michigan probably could blow this team out. And he fought back and said, you know what? Washington is the only team that can blow Michigan out. I was like, dude, you're insane. Michigan can control the clock with the run game, and our defense can stop them.
What do you expect from a Buckeye?
Yeah, go figure. A Michigan guy and Ohio State guy didn't get along?
For sure.
They didn't see things the same way. Tommy Doman sends this one deep to Ngata, and he will bring it out from the goal line to the 10, to the 15. Ngata gets to about the 16-yard line, and he is swarmed under by a host of Michigan tacklers, and that's where Washington will take over. Danny Hughes or Micah Pollard, one of the 37s on the tackle, credit them. And that's where Washington will scrimmage down 21 points with 3:31 to go. Wow, how about Mikey Sanders-Still? We've gotten to know him over the years. Great kid, 85-yard interception return. I'm sure he wanted to get to the house, but I don't think he particularly cares.
Nope, he doesn't. If there's anybody on this team that doesn't care, it's just the fact that play is helping Michigan beat an opponent.
3:31 to go, Michigan up 21. Penix in a shotgun. Two receivers to the left, one to the right. Now he motions one of the receivers from left to right. Back to pass is Michael Penix. Fires over the middle, crossing route. He's got his man underneath. That's Polk, 20. Tries to cut up field at the 22. Junior Colson brings him down, and we got a flag. And we might get a targeting call here, unfortunately.
Well, I hope Will Johnson
don't need that.
Doesn't have to miss the last 3:22 of the game.
That's just a terrible call.
Yeah, they're looking.
Personal foul, targeting, defense, number 2. The previous play is under further review.
Well, I guess we'll find out if it's a terrible call because this one will be under review. Meanwhile, we're watching the TV replay. Michael Penix is holding his right side.
Well, remember that, I forget which play it was, but he took a shot when he threw the ball, and he got up slow. I think he's obviously he's not used to getting hit. He's only been sacked 10 times throughout the course of this year, and I'm hoping that they show a replay of the hit.
While we await that, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Bring up the speed here on a couple of things. First of all,
after further review, there is no foul for targeting. Number 2 may remain in the game. Second down.
Goes in the books of a gain of 6 for McMillan on the crossing route. As I was saying, Michigan's 304 yards rushing. That is a new college football playoff championship game record. And Corum and Edwards are the first teammates with 100-plus rushing yards in a college football title game here in its 10th year. Second down and 4 from the 24-yard line for the Huskies. Clock running, 3:12 to go. Michigan up by 3 touchdowns. Penix in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Looking downfield and gets it away. It's tipped in the air and falls incomplete.
Tips and overthrows, you got to get those.
Yep. Kari Page was the man eyeing that one. He'll check out of the ball game, and Keon Sabb will come back in.
Well, right now, this Michigan front 4 is pinning their ears back. Just saw a spin by Mason Graham. I mean, this offensive line, it's a good offensive line, don't get me wrong, but Michigan's defensive front, especially the 2 sophomores that have to be back next year, have absolutely owned this Washington front.
2:58 to go in the ball game. 34-13, Michigan on top. 3rd and 3. Penix back to pass. Fires over the middle. He's got his man, and it's dropping short of the first down as Will Nixon, the running back. He gets marked a yard short of the first down on a crossing route. It's going to be 4th down for the Huskies. And this is their last final gasp. With the clock running at 2:37 to go, 4th down and 1 from their own 26-yard line. Penix in a shotgun, bunch formation to the left. Takes the snap, hands it off, up the middle, 1st down for Nixon, puts his head down and drives across the 30 out to the 32-yard line. Washington will move the chains with 2:15 to go and the clock running. Junior Colson credited with the tackle there. From the 31, Penix back to pass. Fires over the middle, and he's got his man, and it's immediately dislodged. As arriving at the same time of the ball was Keon Sabb.
Well, that was a very big play. Obviously, Michigan was not able to get the substitutions that they wanted, trying to get guys off, get back on. They weren't ready for the snap of the ball. And Washington didn't have to let them because they didn't sub anybody.
Josh Cuevas couldn't hang on to that one for the Huskies. 2nd down and 10 for Washington, 2:04 to go. Three receivers to the right, one to the left. Shotgun for Penix. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Looking downfield, here comes the rush, fires underneath, and it is almost intercepted. Junior Colson went high to try and get it, and then it bounced in front of Will Johnson. Incomplete. 3rd and 10 for Washington with 1:59 to go.
I wonder at what point Kalen DeBoer is going to protect his quarterback, because he's now taken some unnecessary shots. You're down 3 touchdowns. I know that you never want to wave the white flag, but boy, his quarterback is taking a beating.
3rd down and 10 for the Huskies. Penix in a shotgun. Two receivers left, 2 to the right. Back to pass. Wolverines bring a blitz. Penix lets it go. As he hits it, he just throws it away into the Washington bench. Michael Barrett with the man who delivered the hit, and Penix very slow getting up.
It was actually, they brought Will Johnson and Michael Barrett. Running back picked up Mike Barrett, and Will Johnson was the one that put the hit on Michael Penix. And, I mean, Michael Penix right now is just simply trying to throw the ball, get rid of it to protect himself.
4th down and 10. Washington's last gasp effort from the 31-yard line. 2 receivers split to either side. Now they motion a man from right to left. Penix in a shotgun. Here we go, and we get a whistle and a timeout, and it's Jim Harbaugh who wants to talk it over before this critical 4th and 10. Although the Wolverines, even if they give up the 1st down, the score and the clock heavily in their favor.
They're 2nd of the half, 30-second timeout.
2 turnovers for Washington here in the 2nd half. An interception by Will Johnson, an interception by Mikey Samristel. And that has really set up Michigan's offense. Twice with short fields that led directly to 10 points. And then Michigan's offense came up with a massive 4th quarter drive for the 2nd consecutive week in one of these college football playoff games to take a 7-point lead to 14 points.
Well, this has been a team obviously led by the defense. The offense has always been able to do enough throughout the course of 4 quarters to score enough to win games, but the defense has been remarkable all season long. We saw it with what they did last week against Alabama in the Rose Bowl. Now in the national championship game here in Houston, they have stood tall.
Washington's last chance. Bunch formation to the right, 1 receiver split to the left. Penix in a shotgun on 4th and 10 from his own 31. Takes the snap, back to pass. Wolverines bring a blitz, fires, and it is incomplete. Incomplete. And the Michigan defense calls game.
What a moment for all of these players, the coaches, the fans that have traveled to Houston en masse to take over the city of Houston. All weekend long, we've been talking about the great representation the Michigan fans have had to come down here to support their team, whether it was out in California for the Rose Bowl, here in Texas for the national championship game. It's been an unbelievable run for this team. And J.J. McCarthy, as a starting quarterback, will now go 27-1, put 2 Big Ten championships under his hat, as well as a national title.
Hand off to Blake Corum, running right into the scrum, and just across the line of scrimmage down to the 30-yard line, and that's where he is stopped. Clock running, 1:38 to go. Washington with all 3 timeouts, and it doesn't look like Kalen DeBoer is going to prolong this any longer than he needs to. Michigan fans on their feet, making all kinds of noise here in Houston. Wolverines 2 snaps away from a national championship. And John, you call this the best formation in football. And Michigan, it looks like, will assume the victory formation. J.J. McCarthy under center. Will take the snap and take the knee with 1:02 to go.
And Jim Harbaugh will again be in the happiest place on earth. And that's a winning locker room, a winning sideline. And they will complete the first 15-0 regular season for a Michigan football team.
Jim Harbaugh just avoided the Gatorade dump on the Michigan sideline. Looked like Michael Barrett got the worst of it as J.J. takes the snap, flips the ball to Roman Wilson after he takes a knee, and Michigan, the Wolverines, have won a national championship. Wolverine players, Wolverine alums, Michigan fans everywhere, Jim Harbaugh and your staff, your team is the #1 team in America as the clock ticks down and Michigan completes a 15-0 national championship season here in Houston.
And they're going to get a chance to hear the same words that we heard back in '97. Team 144, you have just won a national championship.
Tony, let's go down to Jason Avant on the field.
I am down on the sideline on the field with Chris Jenkins. How does it feel to be the best team in the country?
It feels amazing, man. All the hard work we done put in, and we said we were going to do it, but all that hard work we put in from winter training cycle to now, man, it's an unbelievable feeling, man, that the work paid off. And I'm just so proud of this team and my brothers. I'm so proud to be a part of this team, man. I've never been a part of a team like this, so this is amazing to me, man.
One last question. Everyone doubted you guys, scandals, this Washington team, the best offense in the country, to have a defense come out and to hold this team down like this and win a national championship on defense. What does that say about this defense?
I've been saying, man, it starts with Coach Mitter, Coach Herb, all the coaches. We've been practicing the pillars after we saw the TCU game last year. And that's the foundation we built. And from that foundation, and we continue to push ourselves. That's what brought us here. And we bought in, we took that shit seriously. And now we here, man. It's amazing.
Go and celebrate with your teammates.
Jason, don't go anywhere. I'm sure there'll be a lot of Wolverines that you could talk to down below as Michigan is celebrating its first national championship since the 1997 team, led by Lloyd Carr and my broadcast partner, John Jansen, ran the table, beat Washington State in the Rose Bowl to secure a national title. Coach Carr is here tonight. Watching this one as the confetti rains down on the Wolverines at the center of the field. A bunch of Michigan players ran to the locker room, and I'm thinking they went to get their cell phones so they can record the moment as the Wolverines are gathering at the middle of the field, and they're setting up the stage for the trophy presentation as the Michigan Wolverines have completed a perfect season, 15-0, beating Alabama in the Rose Bowl last week and following it up with a dominant 34-13 win here in Houston to win the national championship. What a sight from here above NRG Stadium. The Michigan fans are going nowhere. And the Husky fans are filing out as we have a post-game ceremony to come to celebrate this team. Our Wolverines laying on the field down below. We'll catch up with Jim Harbaugh as John Jansen's making his way down to the field. We'll send Jason into the Michigan locker room to celebrate this national championship as Michigan has won a national title here in Houston. Lots of post-game coverage to come. Stick with us. You're listening to Michigan National Championship football from Learfield.
Pet Supplies Plus is a winning team, Cat. That's right, Trent. They crush the competition with solid fundamentals like everyday low prices, more selection, and a powerhouse lineup of fan favorites like Purina, Halo, and more.
With same-day delivery and auto ship, they're undefeated at home, but equally strong on the road, timing routes perfectly with curbside pickup.
They're balanced, too. Great for dogs and cats? Sure. But tremendous special teams play. With food and supplies for fish, reptiles, they're the total package.
You heard it here, folks. Pet Supplies Plus is your MVP.
Most value for pets.
Burgers and chicken sandwiches are taking over at Big Boy. Check out our new favorites like our pretzel bacon cheeseburger and Bob's hot chicken, our classics like our best cheeseburger on the planet and the Dolly chicken sandwich. Don't forget to upgrade your regular fries for one of our loaded fry options. And save room for dessert because we have a treat for you. Indulge in our Reese's chocolate peanut butter thunder cake or satisfy your sweet tooth with our funnel cake fries. Load up on all your favorites today at Big Boy.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
Top of the seventh looks like a pitching change as they've set up for a corner kick. The two black belts have entered the mat, and the slider is low and away. He heads the ball to midfield. This is quite a kumite. Here comes the roundhouse. Has it got enough gas to get out of here? Unbelievable! They've bundled their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Kick savings pitch karate.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Welcome to the SeatGeek Postgame Show. SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan athletics. Our coverage is also brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's game, listen back to the key highlights, and take you inside the Michigan locker room. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
For the first time since 1997, Michigan football is the national champion, and for the first time ever, Michigan football is the 15-0 national champion. Wolverines take down the second-ranked, formerly unbeaten Washington Huskies 34-13 here today in Houston. We've got a ton to do for you here on this SeatGeek postgame show. Reaction from the field, analysis from our crew, all the highlights, and all the emotion of Michigan's national championship conclusion. They are preparing the postgame trophy celebration, which we will bring to you live. But first, we talk with the man who called it, Doug Karsh. Doug, you grew up a fan of this program. Now you are here calling these games. What does this mean to you?
Well, it means so much to not just me and John Jansen and Jack Miller and Jason Avant and everybody in our crew, including yourself, who we have adopted and love very much. But I think of Jim Brandstatter and Dan Deerdorf. I'm guessing right now those guys are weeping. I think of Frank Beckman, who helped adopt me years ago as a member of the crew, and the years I did sidelines. And I think of all the former players that came close, that are feeling a great sense of pride. You know, Jim Harbaugh said something about this team. There's not a lot of me guys, and he credited the parents. I think of the parents of the kids that stuck with this program. And you think about Trevor Keegan coming back, and Blake Corum coming back, and Mikey Sainristil coming back, and some of the important plays they made tonight. They came back for this moment right here. And what can you say? When you set a goal, you make it clear what your goal is, and you accomplish that goal, and it comes on the backbone of hard work. And congratulations to this Michigan team.
Of course, every team dreams of getting to this point and winning. There are those programs that set it as a realistic goal, and there are a handful plus every year that expect it. Michigan expected it. They called their shot, as Jim Harbaugh said in your pregame conversation with him. And when you put that on yourself, when you dedicate an entire year, a year where, hey, we all know that college football is different these days now. There is NIL. There are opportunities to profit off of this. But this group bought in to what this program means, what this opportunity means, and they held off in a lot of cases. I mean, Michigan had some guys who would have been probably prepping for the NFL playoffs this week, and yet here they are with a maize and blue confetti shower in Houston, Texas.
And, J.J. McCarthy sent out that tweet when he was still in high school after the loss to Wisconsin during the COVID season, and just asked Michigan fans to take some deep breaths and relax. There was panic. Everybody hated it in that time, how that team was struggling, and asked the fans to support. He said, what the kids need now more than anything is your support. And 3 years later, J.J. McCarthy is wearing the crown as the quarterback of a national championship football team. And what can you say about this kid? 27-1 as a starter. He has been near flawless, and not always the greatest game statistically, but how huge when Michigan's offense was spinning its wheels was his scramble up the middle, followed by a 12-yard run to get the Michigan offense going. And then they slammed the door at the end of this game with some spectacular plays, both offensively and defensively. The Mikey Sainristil 85-yard interception return, which really started to slam the door on the Huskies, is a play that will live in Michigan history. Yeah, it was McCarthy's season-high tying a long run of 22 yards, and part of that tweet from November 15th, 2020, quote, I want all Michigan fans to do this. Take 3 deep breaths and have faith that every single coach, player, employee in that building is doing everything they possibly can to be great. Later, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Take 3 deep breaths, and now 3 Big Ten titles, 3 trips to the college football playoff, and the third time was finally the charm in terms of winning a national championship. But what more can you say, Doug, about this defensive effort? This team played its best defensive game of the season, and that is quite high praise for a defense that was, let's face it, they were the nation's best this season. Well, Michigan won the yardage battle, 443 to 301. Held Washington to 46 yards rushing and 255 yards passing. And if we said before the game that Washington was only going to score 13 points, you would say that is going to be a Michigan victory. I picked this one 24 to 17 Michigan because I really thought the Michigan defense was not only going to do the job, I thought the Michigan offense would be able to grind the clock a little bit, limit the possessions for the Huskies. And I'm not really sure that they did that, but it doesn't really matter because they got the job done, and nobody really cares who gets the credit. They are just in every way a team. This group is in every way a team, and what a great job by Jim Harbaugh, obviously holding them together, saying to me at one point during the season, I want to take all the heat, so none of it goes on my coaches and my kids. Then you've got the players who just kept talking about one-track mind. Maybe it's easier when you're 18, 19, 20, 21 years old to not pay attention to what people are saying about you because you're worried where the party's at Saturday night after the game. But they had that one-track mind, and now they're on top of the college football world. So what can you say about this group of Wolverines? The leadership, the seniors, the juniors that weren't captains, kids like J.J. McCarthy and Donovan Edwards. Donovan Edwards, when asked time and time and time again about his rough season, his quote, I ain't tripping. And what did he do? He went for over 100 yards and 2 long touchdown runs tonight. The first 2 times he touched the football. And so similar to those 2 touchdown runs in Columbus last season, where he went back-to-back. Pretty darn remarkable. When you mentioned Jim Harbaugh, in terms of his desire to have all of the heat coming to him, and that obviously happened a great deal, yet when he was asked this week about what a national championship would mean to him, he kept saying it's not about what it means to him. It's about what it would mean to these players, to the parents,
to the siblings, to the family members, to the friends of the players to say, yes, my son, my brother is a national champion. I mean, that's pretty darn well done.
Well, I got 2 kids at the University of Michigan, and I am fired up for them who made the trip down here. And certainly they have a lot to celebrate tonight and beyond.
So let's go down to the podium. ESPN's Reese Davis has the trophy presentation.
Congratulate not only the victors valiant, but also congratulate Washington on a wonderful season, hard-fought game, one befitting of a title match that we had tonight. Before we present this trophy, which has been the ultimate goal, we want to talk to the players of the game first. The offensive player of the game tonight from Michigan is Blake Corum. Blake, you guys were able to set the tone early. You ran for more yards in the first half than Washington had given up in a game all season. How do you think that set the tone for the rest of the night?
We knew we needed to set it early. The offensive line, shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to the tight ends and receivers. Y'all really killed it today. Michigan, we did this for you.
You were coming back off an injury, didn't get a chance to do the things you wanted to do a year ago, and you guys had a singular focus all year. Now that this moment's been realized, how does it compare to what you imagined it would be?
This is everything I imagined. When we said to come back, it was a lot of us. We said we had unfinished business. So I'll leave y'all with this. Business is finished.
The business was indeed finished. Over 100 yards tonight, found his way to the end zone repeatedly as he has throughout his career. The defensive player of the game tonight really turned things around early in the second half. The great defensive back, Will Johnson, both wearing number 2, by the way. Number 2 is a good night for teams that are going to be number 1. Will, tell me about the play. Washington gained a little momentum late in the first half, but you came out and made a play along the sideline with just a spectacular interception.
Man, that's all credit to Coach Minner. The D-line up front, they made that play for me, and I just capitalized on it.
You guys seem to have this prolific passing attack, and particularly Michael Penix, who's a great quarterback, but you had him off rhythm and uncomfortable all night. How did you go about doing that?
First of all, I just want to give credit to those guys. Those coaches over there, they did a great job all season in this game too. But like I said, preparation, Coach Minner, Coach Herb, Coach Harbaugh, they had us in the right position this game.
Why has this team been able and been so good at avoiding distractions?
Just faith in God. We just thank God for where we are. He had our back all year. We had faith in him all year through all the ups and downs, and that's what got us here today.
Will, congratulations. Will Johnson, a defensive player of the game. And now let's talk, if I can find him, the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Hey, Jim, congratulations.
Thank you.
I heard you tell Holly Rowe that each one of these pieces of confetti had a story. What story are these confetti pieces telling right now?
It was a journey, a spiritual journey. Just took counsel from God, the Holy Spirit, this team, everybody, unanimous support for each other. I ain't got a question, but my dad does.
Jack Harbaugh, what's your question?
I have a question. A question, if I might. Who has us? No.
What does this mean, Jim, to be able to share this? Those look good on you, pal. Those look good on you.
Will Johnson, too. Will Johnson, too.
What does it mean to be able to share this with your dad, your brother John here, and to reach this pinnacle for a university in a place you love?
Yeah, I just want to say to my 2 great loves, my family at work, this team, and my family at home, I love you. I love you. Congratulations.
Jim, when you think about what your mission was when you came back to Michigan, a Michigan man, which you says means so much to you, what does this mean for Michigan football big picture in the modern era, the first undisputed championship?
15-0. This is a spectacular team, and I would just say there are over 100 Michigan men that are on this team in uniform tonight, and what they've done for the last 372 days is amazing. They're champions, simply known as national champions. Pull it down! Pull it down! We did that! We did that!
Did it indeed, and to the victor, the spoils, Bill Hancock. Present, Jim, you might want to stick around for this part. Bill Hancock, the executive director of the college football playoff, to present the national championship trophy to Michigan.
Thank you, Reese. Tonight, with this awesome crowd in this wonderful building, was a fitting conclusion to the 10th college football playoff. And I'm here tonight on behalf of the conferences and schools that administer the playoff to present the national championship trophy to Coach Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines.
There it is.
Jim Harbaugh hoisting that college football playoff national championship trophy in the air as more confetti spills onto the field here at NRG Stadium. You heard that quote from Jim Harbaugh. Each one of these pieces of confetti has a story, and that confetti machine could keep going all night, and that would probably still indeed be the case as Michigan wins the national championship 34-13 over the Washington Huskies. I mean, Doug Karsh, Jack Harbaugh just unfortunately cut out a little bit there, and that was not on our expert engineer Tony Butler. That was the ESPN microphone. I think Jack might have shorted that thing out.
Yeah, well, look, this is his saying. It's apparently something that was said in the Harbaugh car when they were going on vacation, when the Harbaugh boys were young. It was kind of a family saying, and it's been adopted by the Michigan family, the "who's got it better than us" mantra. And this is the time where the answer clearly is nobody. And I want to just take a time to shout out Zach Zinter, one of the all-time greats at Michigan, who was lost in the Ohio State game, but he's down there holding the trophy up right now. And what a great kid, and stuck with this team, been walking around as he's off crutches now. And Rashawn Benny, who was the honorary captain, was lost in the Rose Bowl, promising young player. And any of the Wolverines that were hurt and couldn't go tonight. But they overcame that. The offensive line got the job done in this game with over 300 yards rushing, a championship game record. And I credit Jack Miller calling it out at the pep rally yesterday, part of our pregame, halftime, and post, saying he expected big things in this one from Donovan Edwards. And Jack, you nailed it, buddy, with 2 touchdown runs. And you compared it to the 2 Ohio State runs, you're right on. You are right on.
And Will Johnson, defensive player of the game. To me, I think the biggest play in this game was that interception, not just in terms of context, but also in difficulty, because, boy, that was an uneasy 22-minute halftime for all of us in the booth, all the folks listening, Michigan Nation all throughout following this game. And for Will Johnson to do that, I know it only resulted in a field goal. You were trying to help John Jansen bounce back a little bit. He was frustrated it wasn't a touchdown.
Sure.
But if I'd have told you Michigan was going to outscore Washington in the first handful of minutes of the third quarter, 3-0, you'd wonder, well, how the heck did that happen? Washington's getting the football.
Yeah, so disappointment in the touchdown, but the bright side being the points.
Oh, the bright
and making
side.
It a 2-score game.
Nice.
Making it a 2-score game in that moment. Look, Washington had the football a couple times in the second half of this game with a chance to tie the football game, and Michigan's defense stepped up time and time again. I really don't think the final score reflects how close this football game was. Michigan really with a couple of roundhouse punches late, whether it be offensively or defensively, but they got the job done in this 34-13 win in the national championship game. And, you know, you think of the things that happened throughout this season. I find out every week, James McCarthy, I didn't get a chance to tell this on the air. James McCarthy, JJ's dad, keeps me up to speed. JJ takes his NIL money and he donates it to local children's hospitals in the towns that they play in. And he did it again here for Texas Children's Hospital in Houston. And it's just a unbelievably unselfish and gracious gesture by J.J. McCarthy, who's led his Michigan football team, Brian Bush, to a 15-0 record and a national championship.
So much more to do on the SeatGeek postgame show. I'm pretty sure Jim Harbaugh is inviting basically anyone around the podium that he knows up to that stage. We'll catch up with him hopefully in a little bit. More from Jack Miller, John Jansen, Jason Avant. Michigan wins the national championship 34-13 over Washington. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
you can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Pet Supplies Plus is a winning team, Cat.
That's right, Trent. They crush the competition with solid fundamentals like everyday low prices, more selection, and a powerhouse lineup of fan favorites like Purina, Halo, and more.
With same-day delivery and auto ship, they're undefeated at home, but equally strong on the road, timing routes perfectly with curbside pickup.
They're balanced, too. Great for dogs and cats? Sure. But tremendous special teams play. With food and supplies for fish, reptiles, they're the total package.
You heard it here, folks. Pet Supplies Plus is your MVP.
Most value for pets.
Back here in Houston, Michigan 34, Washington 13. The Wolverines win the national championship, and they finish the year at 15-0. SeatGeek is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan athletics. Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek, so Wolverines fans can fan. So the Wolverines get the job done. They win it by 21. Defense outstanding. It's interesting because, boy, it felt uneasy at times in the second and third quarter, yet you look down and Michigan racks up 443 yards of total offense. And remember that last touchdown drive, they had a goal to go because of the Mikey Sainristil long return inside the 10-yard line. But I'll tell you, maybe it's the curse of the Joe Moore Award, because for the third consecutive year, a team that won that award got outplayed by the opposition's offensive line. Wolverines on that offensive front, outstanding without the first-team All-American and Zach Zinner again.
Well, let me tell you something. The Michigan defense, and you talked about it, Jesse Minter and his staff, Steve Klinkscale in the secondary, and Rick Minter, Jesse's dad, who took over linebacker duties, Mike Elston up front, who said that he's got so much talent, they come at you at waves. He spent 12 years at Notre Dame, his second year at Michigan. The former Wolverine, number 5, said that this is part of the best defense he's ever coached. It's definitely the best defense he's ever coached. And what did they do? They shut down Michael Penix. They held him to 3 points in the second half. The Michigan defense, time and time again, came up with big stops, and they stayed patient throughout, right? They stayed very patient throughout in letting Michael Penix complete passes underneath, and then just bided their time until they could make a big negative play and put Washington behind the sticks, and it worked. It worked to perfection. And there were times where it felt a little bit frustrating, but you have to stay patient if that's the style of defense you're going to play, and that's what Michigan did, and they executed. The secondary was outstanding. Keon Sabb, after an early broken tackle, played very well the remainder of the way. You've got Mikey Sainristil with the play, Will Johnson with an interception, Rod Moore with a bunch of big plays in the secondary. The list goes on. And the guys up front, it's hard to rush the passer when they snap and throw right away, but that was Michigan's game plan. Give up the short stuff. Nobody took more deep shots this season, and nobody had more success with deep shots than Michael Penix and the Washington offense. And while they got a couple over the top, nothing to the house. And holding them to one touchdown they scored is absolutely remarkable.
Boy, what a moment. And we are moments away from hearing from head coach Jim Harbaugh. I mean, the scene is just remarkable. The Wolverines have basically been shuttling players on and off that stage set up between the 5 and the 10-yard line on the Washington end zone side of the field. Hugs, high fives, I'm sure plenty of tears down on that field after the Wolverines get the victory here today, 34-13 over the Washington Huskies, as Michigan celebrates a national championship. And it looks like Jim Harbaugh is approaching John Jansen. He has been, again, ushering so many folks up toward the stage around him as the Wolverines celebrate here in Houston. We are getting ready for John Jansen. Here he is with Coach Harbaugh.
Hey, the UMCU Postgame Coaches Interview is brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Coach, how does it feel to be called a national champion?
Feels great. Feels very glorious. And just so happy for our players, our coaches. Sharon Moore, Jesse Minter. And what a game. Our players, I mean, for their legacy, I mean, this is so tremendous. Families to be known as simply champions.
All right, how about the 2 interceptions? You had, obviously, Will Johnson coming out of halftime and Mikey Samerson with the big return. What did it mean, and the impact of both of those and the timing?
Man, it's just these guys. I mean, you know there's just nothing they can't overcome inside of a stadium. And coming out of halftime, I said, we got to get that momentum back. We got to get it back as fast as we can. And first play of the second half, Will Johnson comes up with that interception. Yeah, that 4th and 13, that was the play of the game. Mike Sanford still comes up with the interception, return. Just so much tremendous play. Mason Graham had a great game. Penix is an elite quarterback. Mark D. Line, our front seven, really made it tough for him. He made great plays. His receivers made great plays. Jesse called a great game. But yeah, all credit to the players and coaches. They did a fabulous job.
How about at the beginning of the game, Donovan Edwards with 2 huge touchdown runs?
He's back. You know, he's a big play guy. He breaks off big runs, and that was my thought too. I mean, he's back.
How about Corum?
Blake Corum. I mean, he had the run for the history books last week. Put a couple more up tonight. You know, one of the goats of Michigan football. One of them. You know, it's just so beautiful. It's beautiful. It's glorious.
Coach, enjoy the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Today's postgame coaches interview has been brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Visit umcu.org for all your financial needs. I'm going to throw this one back up top to Brian, and let's keep this party rolling.
Let's, John. Great stuff with Jim Harbaugh. Doug, a couple more questions before I let you get down there and celebrate a little bit. I'm going to ask you to do what J.J. McCarthy asked Michigan fans to do back in November 2020. Take 3 deep breaths. Okay. All right. I'm going to give you a chance to compose yourself. Blake Corum. I know how much he means to you. Yep. You've told the story several times, and here he is. It was interesting talking to Sharon Moore this week, and he discussed that touchdown run in overtime against Alabama and how he, for one of the first times in his career, really showed emotion and that cockiness that he doesn't show ever, but he has the ability and the personality on and off the field where he could do it all the time and people would understand. But he doesn't show it much. He is as humble as they come. And I think he was one of the guys who really led the charge, not just the whole program, but of the guys who came back, right? He had the injury. We all know what he went through in that less than a year, 9 months to get back to this point. Such a special young man. And you heard it from Jim Harbaugh, one of the GOATs for Michigan football.
Well, yeah. I mean, I lost my sister to cancer, and Blake sent her some messages and asked me how she was doing. Told me he was praying for her in chapel, unprompted, and I just can't say enough about what he meant, giving her some moments in her fight. And so I've always been a huge fan, and it wasn't just him. Cade McNamara did it as well back then, and Blake Corum. We know how generous he is with his NIL earnings to every year give away hundreds of turkeys to needy families, always deflecting attention. And you mentioned it. You think about him laying on the field, that Illinois game, losing a fumble late in the first half, and you're just so concerned about such a critical player and a quality young man. And you think about where he was at that time, some 14 months ago, and to have what happened after that, and him making the decision to not go to the league and come back. They all said it. Guys said it in the locker room. We didn't talk about it much on the air, to be honest with you. They kept mentioning January 8th. They weren't talking about getting past Ohio State or winning the Big Ten championship. They knew that was part of the climb to the top. But I heard them mention January 8th on a number of occasions, which of course is today's date, and they have their eyes on this prize specifically. And tonight, as Blake put it, the business is finished.
Well, let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer. Parade, maybe? I hear there's some snow coming back home this weekend, which would be fitting because, we talk about starting points for all of this, and one of the starting points was the maze-out game September 11th, 2021 against Washington, and Washington that year finished 4-8. It's a remarkable renaissance for that program that got them here to the number 2 spot in the country, and certainly a worthy opponent for this stage, this moment, this opportunity. Another one of those moments that you mark on the timeline was that snowy Saturday in Ann Arbor, the game in 2021. So maybe it would be fitting to have a parade with a bunch of snow coming down.
I got no problem with it. I grew up in Ann Arbor. I'm used to it. I love the wintertime. I love the snow. And so bring it on. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow with a parade through the streets of Ann Arbor. I was there the last time. And when John Jansen and the boys were up on the stage at Chrysler, and I don't think anybody would have any problem. There's rumors of when it might be this weekend, maybe Saturday. So keep your ear to the ground. Because this is something that you have to celebrate. It's a national championship, people, and 15-0, a team that had a flawless record coming in to this game, and they were able to put the first loss on Washington's record, and Michigan is a national champion.
Our preview of the upcoming schedule, again, very tentative. I don't know if there's going to be a parade. I don't know when it's going to be, but Michigan is eligible for a parade. There is eligibility sometime between now and September where there could be a parade.
It's probably literally being planned right now.
Yes, correct. And it's brought to you by, not the parade, this segment, which is, again, all speculation, brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. All right, Doug, congratulations, and we'll talk soon.
You as well. Great job.
Michigan 34, Washington 13. Much more to do. Some reaction from the field. Jack Miller's thoughts next here on the SeatGeek postgame show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you interested in a career in metals? Join the Alro team. We have over 3,000 teammates at over 75 locations and across 16 states. Our core values since 1948 include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. Careers at Alro begin with training for all levels. We offer competitive pay and excellent benefits. Apply today at alro.com/careers. That's alro.com/careers.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to a campground or a campus tailgate, Club Citgo saves you 3 cents off every gallon every day. Plus 5 cents off on Fridays and 9 cents on Tuesdays once per month. And first-time Club Citgo users get an extra 20 cents off every gallon on their first purchase. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Download the Club Citgo app today. Savings get up to 30 gallons only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $750 on average. Call or click today and find out if we could save you hundreds on your car insurance. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
The Wolverines are national champions for the first time since 1997. Michigan wins it 34-13 over the formerly unbeaten Washington Huskies. John Jansen, there is now a 12th national champion in the history of Michigan football. You and that 97 team passed the baton. What's this moment mean to you?
Hey, we got some company, and it's about damn time. I tell you what, it is an unbelievable moment for my team to be able to pass that baton to another team, to welcome them to the group 12 now for the University of Michigan. And hey, let's not, I mean, we could talk about 13, 14, 15. This team is built for success, but this was an unbelievable run with so many obstacles for these individuals, for these kids to overcome. And if you think back to like training camp and the heartbreak from last year, losing to TCU, and the guys that made the decision to forgo a dream, put it off for a year, come back for unfinished business. How many times on the podcast did we say and talk about the guys, the 6, 7, 8 guys that made that proclamation? We're coming back for unfinished business. To have that opportunity to come through, so many things have to go right. You've got to have a limited number of injuries, and you've got to be able to make some plays when it counts the most. Ball's got to bounce your way every once in a while. But this team made their own luck. They took care of their own business, and now they can call themselves national champions as well.
And how about the defense? The best defense in the country saved the best for last in a game that clinches a national championship.
Studs. It's a defense full of studs. And when you think about Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant up front, Chris Jenkins, Jalen Harrell, Josiah Stewart, Braden McGregor. I'm not going to go through the entire list, but how about Mikey Sandwill? The last 2 years, he has had some of the biggest moments in the biggest games. Last year against Ohio State, this year, time and time again. And then in the national championship game, I mean, heck, he was the defensive player of the game in the Big Ten championship. And then to come up with such a big interception to seal the game, it was appropriate, it was fitting, and it was meant to be.
And I'll tell you, the Will Johnson play, that was massive. It was a huge momentum shift because, well, I tell you, and you know this, it was uneasy in this booth at halftime.
It was, and the last words I said before we went to break before halftime was this defense needed to come out and somebody needed to be the tone setter. I don't think I said Will Johnson's name. I was talking about Jalen Harrell because he did it earlier in the year. Mason Graham because he did it earlier in the year. Chris Jenkins because he did it earlier in the year. But this was Will Johnson's time to make a play, and and it was an unbelievable play. We looked at it on the screen, we confirmed it. It was a thing of beauty. Now they only got 3 points out of it, but it set the tone again for the defense in the second half.
Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards become the first teammates in the history of the college football playoff to rush for 100-plus yards as teammates in the championship game. This is the 10th CFP final, and they're the second pair of teammates to rush for 2 scores each. I mean, this offensive line, a remarkable effort, and those two, I mean, they're just special players.
They are, and Blake has been so special in the community, on the field, in the locker room, with his teammates. And then you think about Donovan Edwards and all of the questions that he had to answer all season long. Hey, what's the problem? What's going on? When are you going to be able to, produce like you did last year? Well, on the biggest scene, he was given the ball a couple of times, and he was able to produce when it mattered most. And that's the thing that makes championship teams special, is they're selfless. And they're not worried about individual stats. They're worried about the team and making sure that the team gets the win, whatever they got to do for the team to get the win. And when called upon, you never know when your number's going to be called. Tonight, number 7 was called early. 2 big touchdown runs to start this game off. And quite honestly, it set the tone for the rest of the game because Michigan never trailed.
Pretty remarkable. This team, it consists of such a special group of individuals who so genuinely care about the University of Michigan, about the football program, and not, I think a lot of it was made about how they wanted to build this program back up, and these guys did. But they also wanted to set this thing up for future, for beyond, to make this a sustainable model, right? Even if assistants move on to be head coaches, which could very well happen. Players obviously going to the NFL. It's one thing to do it and then have it go back to where it was before. But this group, they think about the big picture, the totality, process over results. And that's not just for this year, it's for many, many years to come.
And the lesson learned here and the legacy that needs to continue in 24, in 25, in 26 and beyond is that it's not about the individual. You mentioned it, the genuine love that these guys have for each other, that the coaches have for the players and vice versa. When you are willing to sacrifice something for the greater good of the team, that's when special things can happen. It doesn't guarantee it. There's a lot of teams that players make sacrifice, but when you have special talent and you pair that with the love and the caring and just the team that you have to be to win a championship, you have something special like we saw this year and again tonight.
We're talking to you from the field. Obviously, you were a part of that in the winged helmet, in the pads, in the uniform, back on January the 1st, 1998. Take us through this moment. What memories from that, I know you've talked about it before, the blur that was the aftermath of the Rose Bowl in 1998. What strikes you? What are some similarities or some things that maybe you picked up now that maybe you didn't, or you wondered what you reacted to back then?
Well, I remember standing on the stage with Rob Sweat, Zach Adamy, Glenn Steele, Charles Woodson, Brian Grossi, and I look up there and you got J.J. McCarthy, Will Johnson, Mike Sanderstill, Trevor Keegan, Zach Zinter. I mean, I could go back in my mind, and if I close my eyes, I feel like I'm looking at the 97 team. And this team is different, all right? They're separate. They're unique. They're not like us, and we weren't like them. I'm not trying to make that comparison, but for me to have those flashback moments and to be able to celebrate and watch these kids have the moment that I was able to have, to understand and feel what they were feeling. I'm so happy that they get that opportunity right now.
Soak it in. Congratulations. And, a very fun night ahead. 5 a.m. local for Stoney and Jansen, huh?
Oh, it's going to be a special edition. Stoney and Jansen, tune in, 6 to 10 Eastern. It's going to be wild and crazy. And I tell you what, hey, I do want to say this. Tony Butler,